We are live at Coletco, and I'm late because of Paul, Tanner, Ed, Otis, Jake, Jill. I'm late because of everybody, especially Jill. Jill's going to start catching blame, like Seth, because she takes up for him. All righty. All right. So, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Do 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 ba da da. Boom boom ba da 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 da. Boom boom boom. So yeah, I've been here forever, and I told y'all if I get here early and I get to talking, nobody ever gets to see me. So I talked to Tanner. Hadn't seen him since Christmas almost. Ed, got to talk to Ed. He's the most important. And then had to talk to Jill. Otis is here. I hadn't played with Otis since Christmas Day. Had to play with Otis. Paul's here. Paul's been out buying. We've got 2 new leads on collections. So I had to talk to Paul. And then I had to talk business. I had to talk business with all these factors, all these people. And yeah, that's what happens. And then the cookie crumbles. And then an hour's gone. And so instead of starting at 5:20, I'm here at 6:13. How do you get on your email list? No email. We don't have an email list. We have about everything we do is posted. If you're talking about like announcements, is posted just on all of our social medias: Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, X. But folks, today's a big day. It's Hatchet Ed Day. And it's not just any Hatchet Ed Day. It's end of the year Hatchet Ed Day. And I got to go up front and get my comments. Meatloaf. That's what I had last night. That's my mom's tradition, unlike any other. I can wait another day, but for you to call me. I've got my heart on a string, and everything's a flutter, 'cause I know, I feel to be right. No more. Ba-ba. Da-da-da. Do-do-da-da-da. All right. Okay, so what we're going to do, I got my chat finally pulled up, okay? So the first comment I can see is this right here. Anything else has been sent since Phil Elliott, I can't see. Just FYI. Right. Let me take Taylor in here. No more lonely nights. The Trooper, Iron Maiden. Here we go. Chad, can you have Paul do a Minnesota trip to buy the Taylor CDs from me? On an occasion like that, if you have something for sale and it's just a couple things, you kind of just have to do one or two things. You got to mail them in. Or you just have to wait till Paul is in that area. So if Paul's in the Minnesota area and it seems like something he needs to buy for Collectco, he'll stop by there and buy them. But that's only if we have a big record collection lined up. We never can really just take trips to buy a couple things. Obviously, that would be highly inefficient. But if we have a lead on a collection up there and somebody's got a few things they want to sell and it makes sense for us to stop, we will. But so here's tonight's agenda. It's end of the year Hatchet Ed stuff. So we have 5 Hatchet Ed crates. We have 1 crate of new vinyl. Just 1 crate tonight. I told y'all that New Year's Day always messes stuff up. Just seems like those deliveries, anytime there's a holiday, we just get shammed on deliveries. But yeah, December's always the worst. We had a few regulars that, unfortunately, about this time of the year, I think they get really low on cash, and we're the last people who get paid because they got to pay bills and they got to buy Christmas gifts. So guess what? Their Collectco invoices go unpaid. And I don't realize it, neither does Hatchet Ed, but they buy maybe for another week. And we don't realize we're not getting payment yet. And then they tell us they can't pay, and then we're in trouble. And yeah, very unfortunate. The people that are over here never did send a single message to Ed. So all the canceled stuff tonight, most of it we didn't get to see. There's John. How'd you get to there? Did you walk by me?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't even see you.
I snuck by. I learned it from Laura.
Okay, yeah. Boy, John snuck right by me. I don't know how that happened. So. But yeah, so tonight's agenda, we've got 1 crate of new vinyl. It's mostly some of these Megadeth restocks. We're going to be doing whatever John's marked and whatever John's marked, and all these Hatchet Ed crates. And then Tanner has been cleaning up the store because it's that time of the year. I think y'all know what time it is, don't you? It is time for us to start buying more collections. We've already bought 1 today. Paul's leaving on a 5-day buying trip to New England, the East Coast. He's starting in Georgia, going to Myrtle Beach, and working his way all the way up to, I think, literally the Boston area, maybe even further north. And let me do one thing over here before I get started. Pink Floyd is $9.75 amenities. You need that. Let's start off the night with a big sale. I'm going to let everybody know what we're doing with Hatchet Ed. Let's see. and we found newly discovered movie posters. So we found newly discovered movie posters. We're going to go through them. We got 5 crates of Hatchet. I'm posted right now to let everybody know what's going on. All right. So, dun, 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 dun. Anybody else got Iron Maiden stuck in their head? Dun, 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 dun. I guess we'll get started with this crate of new stuff right off the bat. I got to mark it, but that's okay because it's just a couple titles. We didn't have any new. We didn't have any new stuff today except this, and I didn't have a new vinyl video because we didn't have any new vinyl. I don't know if y'all realize this, but including the stuff, not including the stuff left over from the sale. Now listen to this. Not including the stuff left over from the sale and not counting anything that came in today, we have 2 records in stock. 2 new LPs. I'm talking about new and sealed inventory that was not part of the sale. There's 2 records in stock, and you're looking at them right there. That's it. That's how much we've sold, and that's how much I have to start buying. We are not counting the stuff that's on sale. There's 2 records in stock in this building, new vinyl. Now, that's going to change tonight after Hatchet Ed, because there's 5 Hatchet Ed crates. A lot of it's new vinyl. People didn't pay for it. And all this right here. So we're going to start replenishing. I had 2 people ask me, what happened to the 6 a.m. videos? I'm like, there's nothing even left to show. It would be a 4-second video. It would be, here's this and here's this. Plus all the new stuff that's coming in. Y'all are buying. I mean, there's hardly anything left over at the end of the night. So I need to go get my laptop. And the first record I have is Led Zeppelin Charlotte, Volume 1, Volume 2, which is a live unofficial. Led Zeppelin in Charlotte, North Carolina. And this is a double LP on colored vinyl. And that's $44.99. John just dropped off 4 crates of vintage. That's another thing. Not counting the old stuff up front, we've only got 6 crates of vintage in this whole building. Everything else is sold. So we have 100 million unprocessed records, but stuff that's cleaned and priced and ready to sell, there's only 6 crates. And we have 100,000 LPs that need pricing and cleaning and sorting, which is very time consuming, but they're on the ball, I promise. They are on the ball. All right, I need to grab my laptop up front. Let me do that right quick. I think Tanner stole my last Subway cookie. I'm going to have to start ordering 5 Subway cookies instead of 3. Because if Tanner's here, that 3rd one gets gone. Of course, I probably don't need 3. Probably a good thing, but you know, and everything. All right. So, Led Zeppelin Charlotte. Amazing, but we'll get restocked and we'll get going. And here's where I was ordering vinyl last night. That's right, here's where I left off. Led Zeppelin Charlotte is Stanley Richmond. Okay, thank you, Stanley Richmond. So this is Led Zeppelin live in Charlotte. $44.99. $44.99. Let me go ahead and mark these. I need a pricing gun. I think I saw one back here behind me. Here we go, the tales of the missing pricing guns. Now, I do see 5 over here brand new in the box that Tanner did ordered. The problem is they're in the box and they're not ready to work. We need to load them with labels and have them sitting over here like ready to fire prices. We need to have like an arsenal, like a gun arsenal of pricing guns, John. Yeah. Okay, here it is. I told you, these things are hard to find. There's Ed. Ed had one in his hand too. I got one right here. Time to change over the letters too, or the numbers. Yeah, this is the 2nd of January, 2026. Wow. The year of the cat. I don't know if it is or not. What's the year? What animal do we have? That's a Al Stewart song, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Year of the cat. $44.99. So this is $44.99. Immigrant Song, Heartbreaker, Celebration Day, Black Dog, Since I've Been Loving You, Stairway to Heaven, Going to California, That's the Way, Tangerine, Bron or Stop, Dazed and Confused, Taking Up a Whole Side, What Is and What Should Never Be, Moby Dick, Whole Lot of Love, Taking Up a Whole Side, Rock and Roll and Communication Breakdown. So this is Led Zeppelin, 1972. I have both pairs sold to Stanley Richmond, okay? So I have another Volume 1 and another Volume 2 available if anybody's interested. That's a live Led Zeppelin unofficial. Mike Vandergit says he'll take a set. Awesome, full show, and I have one set left, okay? I have one set left. There's one and there's one, okay? $44.99. That is Led Zeppelin, Charlotte, North Carolina. Stephen A. Young says he'll take a set. They're gone. Does anybody else want on a waiting list? Does anybody else want on a waiting list? Okay. We got Megadeth, United Abominations. Let's get a waiting list going for Led Zeppelin. Megadeths are $38.99. And we should have a wait list for United Abominations. And how many copies do I have here? I have 20 people on a waiting list for United Abominations. Put down Tony McDaniel for Led Zeppelin Charlotte, Volume 1 and 2. I got 20 people on a waiting list for Megadeth United Abominations, which is new and sealed, a gatefold jacket, $38.99. Megadeth United Abominations. Literally cannot get enough metal from Megadeth. I wish I had everything in print at all times. We would sell hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of copies of Megadeth, but this not everything's available all the time. The first 10 copies goes to 20 people on a waiting list. Brian Thurman, James Davidson, Sean Holford, Jen Cass, Darren Wallace, Dwayne Sevilla, Richard Davis, Fred Carnell, Antonio Villanueva, and Rafael Riviera. Those are all 10, and those are all sold. Megadeth, $38.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I think. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. There's 11 here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 11. Good. So I have one more person. I'll read off those names in just a second. And I'll read everybody that's still left on a waiting list, because there are still people left on the waiting list. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. John's got 4 new crates here. We're about to start selling them. So the 11 people on the Megadeth waiting list are Brian Thurman, James Davidson, Sean Holford, Jen Cass, Darren Wallace, Dwayne Sevilla, Richard Davis, Fred Carnell, Antonio Villanueva, Rafael Riviera, and then Carla Brecky. Still on the Megadeth waiting list is 9 people. Tony Riddle, Tom Harris, Scott Smith, Michael Miller, Sarah Morgan, Jeff Brinley, Kenneth Russell, Slammin' Alvin, and Martin Pryor. Okay? That's it. And then we have these right here. Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero, $38.99. Oh, Chris, these are the best price tags in the world. These peel right off. These are safety free. Look how easy these peel off. These are safety free. The key is, if you don't like them, peel them off as soon as you get your deliveries. These cause no residue. These are perfect. These are safety free. See, these have the 2 lines in them. Once you get them peeled, they don't have the broken corners. See how they just have 2 lines in the middle? The ones that's horrible are the safety ones. Okay? Megadeth. These are The World Needs a Hero. The World Needs a Hero. So Stanley Richmond, who was on a wait list for Zeppelin, wants to put his back. So let's go over here. Did I get either last Zeppelin or wait list? I'll take either. That's awesome, Zeppelin. You're going to get Stanley Richmond's. He wants to put his back. So the person on a wait list, Stanley Richmond, give his to Tony McDaniel. Take Tony off the waiting list. And now put Kenny Cates Jr. on a waiting list, okay? Put Kenny Cates Jr. on a waiting list, okay? And then this is The World Needs a Hero. And The World Needs a Hero, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 copies of it. And these go to Jen Cass, Darren Wallace, Dwayne Sevilla, and Fred Cardinale. So Jen Cass, Darren Wallace, Dwayne Sevilla, and Fred Cardinale. That leaves the following people still on a waiting list: Antonio Villanueva, Rafael Riviera, Carla Brecky, Tim Rory, Tony Riddle, Tom Harris, Scott Smith, Michael Miller, Sarah Morgan, Jeff Brindley, Paul Richards, Slammin' Alvin, which I've never heard in my life, and then Martin Pryor. So we have 4 tagged right now to Jen Cass, Darren Wallace, Dwayne Sevilla, Fred Cardinale. These are all sold, okay? Those are all sold, and then that just leaves what? Okay, there's another United Abominations. There's another one of those, my bad. Let's make that 12 copies then. So another United Abominations, and that's sold to Tony Riddle. So Tony, I got you down for United Abominations. That one, you're next in line. So that one goes to you. And then I had Carnivore here. Whoops. I had Carnivore here. And let me figure out how much Carnivore should be. Should be $29.99. Carnivore is Justin Deckelman, $34.99. Okay. We've already had these come in. This was a special request for Justin Deckelman, and it's $34.99. Okay. Thank you, and so to him. That's it. That was the new vinyl for tonight, and it's all gone. Let's go ahead and start getting into tonight's new vintage buy it now best offer. Let's get right into it. Let's get started. Let's go ahead and, you know, what we might need to do for auctions, let's go ahead and start putting up tonight's auctions right now. Let's go ahead and go through 20 more crates of new vinyl, okay? 20 more crates of new vinyl coming up right now. Here we go. So, I asked to pre-order ELO Face Me Feel coming out of the 9th. Do you know if that happened? Never saw a release since 1975. I'm not for sure on that one. I'll make a note of it, though. We have a request for Tom Petty auction. Now, typically, the advertised auctions don't go up until 7 o'clock. I've always made that a thing. To 7 o'clock Central Time. But if you bear with me, I'll put it up at 6:45, which is early. See, the problem is I don't have normal bonus auctions to put up. We've literally, once again, sold everything in this building. So if I start putting up the advertised stuff right now, it's all going to be gone, Jake. And then by 8:30, everybody's going to be like, do you have any more auctions? I'm going to be like, no, once again, we've literally sold everything. It's all gone. Again, let me see if there's anything in this crate I can put up for auction. Golly, the people are hungry. The people are hungry. Here is a Queens of the Stone Age Villains special edition cover art. Okay, I don't know what this is, but let's put it up for a $25 start. Queens of the Stone Age Villains. Queens of the Stone Age Villains. This is a $25 start. It is sealed. It does have a tear in the shrink. Queens of the Stone Age, $25 start. Okay, it's Shotgun Messiah official. I will try to find it over here and look. I didn't even know we had a Shotgun Messiah. I will try my best to find it for you right now and let you know. Give me 5 seconds. I got to find the auction crate. Okay, here it is. If it is, it's probably in the high-end tab. Shotgun Messiah. That's one of those bands that people will literally draw blood over. I had one guy tell me one time, he said, Shotgun Messiah, I'm willing to fight somebody till my death to own it. Shotgun Messiah, Second Coming, is an unofficial pressing. Shotgun Messiah is an unofficial pressing. Let me see what this is. Let me ask Tanner about this. Queens of the Stone Age 25, Queens of the Stone Age 25. Shotgun Messiah is one of those bands like Blue Murder, etc., etc. There's people that said, listen, if my life is on the line, it doesn't matter to me. I will, whatever it takes, I'm in till death to fight for it. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is going to be Prong. Prong, unfortunately, has a damaged corner, but it's a new sealed music on vinyl press. It's a new sealed Music on vinyl press. It does have a ding corner. $20 start on that. Okay. There's that. And then Megadeth Endgame. So whoever's watching, go ahead and make me a note. Check on Electrolyte Orchestra. Check on other Megadeths. Check on Queens of the Stone Age. Check on Shotgun Messiah. And then whoever else is watching and tagging for me, check on posters. Check on Queens of the Stone Age. Check on Junkyard. Check on Tora Tora. Also check on Shotgun Messiah. Check on Megadeth Endgame. Sounds like I have enough stuff to do right now. Let me just end the sale, and I'll get back with y'all tomorrow, and we'll try this whole show again. No, I'm joking. That's a lot to do. We're just getting started, too. You should see my stack of sticky notes already. My stack of sticky notes already is pretty insane. I got started on them last night. A couple things got ordered. A couple things got put on waiting list, etc., etc. What I've realized at this point in my life, Jake, is I could start doing my to-do list right now, and then I would never... You got to accept the fact when you're running your own business is you're never caught up. And so every time I go live, if I don't take a chunk out of my to-do list, it keeps growing and growing and growing. That's why I like whenever I say, okay, I got to get off here. I got to get to work at 2 a.m. That's usually what happens. And I don't want to stop till everything's done. And then, with that being said, I'm going to start showing you records, okay? These are all buy it now, best offer. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Green River. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Green River. VG Plus, $24.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. So all the new vinyl that came in today, we just sold it all. We're about to go through new vintage. We're going to start going through Hatchet Ed, and I'm going to try my best to answer every question that I see pop up here. Some I may be able to, some I may not be able to, some I will, some I won't. And then we have Queens of the Stone Age. It is a sealed copy, Queens of the Stone Age. It is with Jason Bees, tied with Randy Klein. Randy Klein bid first. Randy Klein has this for $27. Going once, going twice. Over here, Prong. Prong has a dented corner. Prong has a dented corner. And Aaron Civic has it for $21, okay? Kenny Case Jr. gets Creedence Clearwater Revival. That's sold. Chad, have you ranked your top buyers of 2025? I have not yet. There might be a way Ed can do that, but I haven't, to my knowledge. I also have Dwayne and Greg Allman, VG condition, $14.99. These are pre-Allman Brothers recordings. Great demos right before the Allman Brothers formed. Great stuff there. VG, $14.99. Prong is at $22. Queens is at $28. Queens of Stone Age is at $30. Slade. Slade is in VG Plus condition, $18.99. The Mamas and Papas, this is VG Plus, $14.99. I think it's a foreign pressing. It is. It's a German press. That's pretty cool. California Dreamin's on here. Monday, VG Plus, $14.99. Queens of the Stone Age is still getting bids. Prong is still getting bids. And then Gloria Estefan and the Miami Sound Machine, Let It Loose. VG Plus, $9.99. And we have Missing Persons. This is the 4-track mini LP, VG Plus, $14.99. So right now, Queens of Stone Age 31. Tony said he'll do 10 on the Allman Brothers. So did Tony McDaniel for $10. We also have Steely Dan Pretzel Logic. EX condition, $39.99. This is on the first label. Steely Dan Pretzel Logic. EX condition, $39.99. We also have Cream Disraeli Gears. Nice. VG, $14.99 for Disraeli Gears. That is pretty sweet. And then over here, we got Missing Persons is at 10. Roger Waters signed the Pink Floyd Animals. It's $975. $975. It still hadn't made it to a Facebook post. Probably some of y'all are going to see it on Facebook before long, like it's going to be shown for the first time, but because it's never went out to the public. Okay, what else is in here? The Sting soundtrack. That is Scott Joplin, VG Plus, $14.99. Nielsen Schmilson, Lime and the Coconut, VG, $9.99. We have Missing Persons. I just shot myself in the foot, over $1. Kevin offered 11. I've already sold it for 10. Cream is sold to Shane Lane Dope. Amenities get Steely Dan for $33. And we have Santana, VG Plus, $19.99. Santana, awesome album there, $19.99 on that. And then the Best of Leon, Leon Russell, VG Plus, $9.99. The Sting soundtrack, so to Robbie Woods. Cheap Trick in Color, VG Condition, $9.99. Final Call on Queens of Stone Age. Mark Stanley has it for $32. Randy Klein, You've Been Outbid. And then over here we have Prong to Mac McMahon for $25. Mac McMahon has Prong for $25. Make sure the Missing Persons goes to John Durden for $10. That goes to John Durden for $10, okay? Next thing over here is Mike Vandergits on Leon Russell. That's so to Mike Vandergits. And then over here we have Twist with Chubby Checker. This is in VG condition, $9.99. And then Scott Dwallow is at 34 on Queens of the Stone Age. So now it's at 34. Another bid just came in at 33. And then Sand for 14. Sold to James Chilcott for $14 on that. And then Rod Stewart, Tonight I'm Yours. VG Plus, $9.99. Mott the Hoople, Mott, VG Plus condition, $12.99. And we have Steve Martin, Let's Get Small. Steve Martin is VG Plus, $9.99. And Saturday Night Fever, the original motion picture soundtrack, VG $9.99. Now Queens of the Stone Age 35, Santana at 14, Queens of the Stone Age 35, Mike Vandergits on Chubby Checker. That is sold over here. And then we have 2020, 20 number one hits from 20 years in Motown, VG Plus, $18.99. Over here is Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, Elton John, a double LP, VG condition on the MCA label. That's the first label there, $14.99. So Queens of Stone Age is with Josh James at 35. The last bit on Prague that came in was Mac McMahon at $25, and that's going once and that's going twice. Okay, Prague at 26, and the 2020 Motown label, or the 2020 should be on Motown. It is a Motown comp, and that is VG Plus $18.99. We got Ronnie Wood. Now look, Ronnie Wood is VG Plus $14.99, and we have free live all right now. So Topographic 10, Elton John full price. So Topographic, let me know if you want this as sticker at $14.99. If not, it's sold to Chris Smith. That's a good one. If not, it's sold to Jason Morris. And then the Cheap Trick that's in here was Cheap Trick in Color. That was VG condition, $9.99. Wolverine 2020 for $12. This is sold for $12 to Wolverine. Topographic gets the Elton John at sticker price. Prongs at $30. Cosmos Factory, Creedence Clearwater Revival, VG condition. That is $14.99. Cindy Yarborough on free. That's sold to Cindy Yarborough. And then we have Billy Squire, Don't Say No. Everybody, have you heard? VG, $9.99. Cat Stevens, T for the Tillerman. VG Plus, $9.99. Prong does have a dented corner, but it is a limited edition 1500. Snap Your Finger, Snap Your Neck. And this is at 30 with Red Cave Collections. Queens of Stone Age is at 36. Ed's delivering me a very important sealed envelope. Nice. Nice. Awesome. Wow. Okay. Awesome. Okay, so next thing over here is Chris Smith on Billy Squire. And then Mike Vandergits was next on Billy Squire. Scott Dwallow was next, then Mike Vandergits, then John Bergenstorm, then James Chilcott. Oh, sorry, somebody asked about Dave Matthews Band. Dave Matthews Band is remastered, 2LP, $38.99 for Dave Matthews Band. Dave Matthews Band, okay? Buckingham Nicks is $39.99. The sale has expired on that, plus it's my last copy. And then Roger Waters is $975. Slayer is $34.99, okay? Slayer is $34.99. All righty, let's do this right here. I think this catches more attention when I do this right here. There it is. All right. So, okay. Now, a lot of activity. We had a pass on Cheap Trick. Chris Smith got Billy Squire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people next. Amenities, Cat Stevens is yours, but it will be $9.99. If not, then Jason Morris claimed it at full price. Okay, and then over here we have Mike Brangle does get Dave Matthews Band. That is sold. Prong is at $30. Prong is at $30 right now. And Mac McMahon says he'll take Slayer new and sealed at $34.99. Okay, that's sold. And then we have Rod Stewart Atlantic Crossing. Rod Stewart is VG plus $9.99. Elvis Costello, this is EP VG plus $19.99. And then we have Blind Faith. I'm wasted and I can't find my way home. VG $14.99. Mark Morris, you do get Cat Stevens at sticker price. Prong is still getting bids. Now it's at $31. And are we done on Queen? Wow, these are our first two auctions. They've been getting bids for about 15 minutes now. Randy Klein has Queens of Stone Age for $36. If you're in higher or you want to be in higher, now's the time to bid. New and sealed, $36. Prong's also new and sealed, but it has a corner ding. John Bergenstorm has it for $31. Okay? And then okay, Mark Morris didn't claim Cat Stevens. It wasn't Mark Morris. It was Jason Morris. Jason Morris on Cat Stevens, okay? All right, Blind Faith is sold to Tony McDaniel for $14.99. Tony, I'm going to take less than what you offered, okay? I'm going to sell it to you for $10 because I think you messed up. Yep, $10. That's sold to Tony McDaniel. Queens of the Stone Age is still getting bids. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Let's go ahead and take another look at it. This is a big gulp from 7-Eleven, and it's completely full. Of Monster Energy drink. Okay? Blind Faith is sold for $10, and Elvis Costello is sold to Todd Doris for $15. Folks, we are officially rolling. We got 5 Hatchet crates, 3 more new crates from John, whole crate of auctions. I've got surprise bonus autograph auction still. I've got this and I've got that, so let's keep going. These auctions are still getting bids. I'm going to have to add a third one. Slade by Slade is VG plus $18.99. Here's our first auction from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Papa John Creech. Hey, Dale. Papa John, 1992, JSA authenticated. That is Papa John Creech, JSA authenticated, $15 start. $15 start on that. Papa John Creech is now up for bid. The Mamas and Papas, if you can believe your eyes and ears. Monday, California Dreamin', VG plus $14.99. Also, we have Gloria Estefan, Let It Loose, VG plus $9.99. That's Gloria Estefan. And then we have Nielsen Schmilson. He's VG $9.99. We got Rod Stewart, Tonight I'm Yours, VG plus $9.99. Mott the Hoople is VG plus $12.99. Steve Martin, Let's Get Small. They just reissued all these albums. We should have them next week. All the Steve Martin catalog just got reissued. VG plus $9.99. John Bergenstorm on Mamas and Papas. That's so to John Bergenstorm. Red Cave Collections was second. Jamie Ash was next. And then we have Saturday Night Fever, just $9.99. Staying Alive. Ronnie Wood. Now look for Ron Wood from the Stones and Faces and Rod Stewart. VG plus $14.99. We have Cheap Trick in Color. VG $9.99. Somebody offered 5. Who offered 5? I could totally ignored that. Christopher Lee. I'll do 7 on Cheap Trick. 7 on Cheap Trick. CCR is VG $14.99. And Rod Stewart, I'll do 7 on that. Chris Smith, okay? So we sold Mamas, and then somebody was next. Somebody else was next. Paula on GE. And GE for Paula was Gloria Estefan. That's sold to Paula. And then over here we have an offer on Rod Stewart, which I counted to 7. An offer on Mamas and Papas, but it's already sold. Jason B's on Saturday Night Live. So to Jason B's, Mega Blast, and then John Bergenstorm, okay? And then Chris Smith sold on Rod Stewart for 7. All right? And then over here we have CCR is sold for 10 to Back to the Turntable. Queens of Stone Age, are we finally done on this? It got down to one person. The last person was Ivan R. at $39. Ivan R. at $39. Hammers up. Final call. $39. Prong. The last bid on this is the final sold price. Prong, Antonio Villanueva, $33. Sealed, did have a corner bump, sold for $33. Final call to get a bid on Papa John Creech, Signed, JSA authenticated, $15 start. Slade is sold to Chris Martin for $10. That is sold. Anybody else? What a great first crate. Let's keep going. We got Cheap Trick, Ronnie Wood, Steve Martin, Mott the Hoople, Rod Stewart, and Nielsen. Now there's another Rod Stewart in here, VG Plus $9.99. Whoever got that last Rod Stewart, Chris Smith, I sold you Atlantic Crossing. Tonight I'm Yours is still available. Just FYI, okay? And I'm going to put this crate behind me, and let's go ahead and knock out our very first Hatchet crate. Our very first Hatchet crate. And I've got another letter from him. So let's do, I know there's people hungry for new vinyl, so this crate's mixed, including some unpaid auctions and no vintage stuff. This one, let's do this one, okay? Let's do this one right here. Jake, we're going to do this one right here, okay? Jake said yes. He wanted Tonight I'm Yours, okay? Let's swap those out then. Let's swap those out then. Let's swap out Atlantic Crossing with Tonight I'm Yours. So Atlantic Crossing, obviously now y'all know I'll take $7 for it. It's still available. All right, there's that. Let's put that back in here. Randy Klein on Sparks. Cheap Trick sold. Update on the Stones. Tonight I'm Yours. What is Queens of the Stone Age? Papa John Creech is a $15 buy it now, okay? Papa John Creech is a $15 buy it now. No bid, he's available, all right? So, sold to Danny for $15. A steal. I think last night I started it for $35. $15. Danny basically paid for the certification on that one. Thank you. I'm surprised no one else bid. Y'all broke my heart. Now, I have to fix a couple things. Brian Frenfrock has thrown a challenge flag. He said, I missed his original offer earlier on Mamas and the Papas for $10. I do now see that. So, Brian Frenfrock, let me know if you do want the Mamas and Papas at full price. If you do, it's sold to you. If not, then it's still sold to John Bergenstorm. But John, he is right. He did get an offer in before you. So let me know. It will be $14.99. Sold or pass. If it goes to Brian, it's his. If not, we'll leave John Bergenstorm's name on it. I apologize for missing that. Now, Queens of the Stone Age was our very first auction. It's had over 70 bids, and it's at $39. And Ivan R. has this for $39. It's new, and it's sealed. It's at $39. It's on its last lap. It's been up for about 25 minutes. It's a final call. Now, we had somebody comment Sparks, and we had somebody's comment the Cheap Trick sale. I got to figure out what the comment Sparks means, and Cheap Trick did not sell. It's still available. Okay? Cheap Trick, I already told somebody I would take $7 for it. We're going to see what Brian says on this. Cheap Trick is still available. Brian Frenfrock gets the Mamas and Papas at full price, just like John, but he was first on it. Okay, now we're done on that. Next auction, we had somebody say, please, for the love of all things good and holy, put up that Tom Petty box set. I'm here, I've got cash, and I'm ready to buy it. This is Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, the live anthology. It's a 2018 7 LP box set with book, $195 start. Okay? Cheap Trick is sold to Sarah Wyberdink for $7. Ivan R. gets the Queens of the Stone Age for $39. Let's get that in a new sleeve for him. Nice. Okay? Let's put this right here. Done. Now, let's get started. A lot of activity tonight. My head's almost spinning. Tom Petty has a bid for $195. What's the first record in here? We had one of these just the other night. Howlin' Wolf, Moaning in the Moonlight. Audio file, mastered from the original analog tapes, pressed to QRP, a classic blues album, $39.99. Prince, Around the World in a Day. Limited edition white and blue marble vinyl, $33.99. Prince, Around the World in a Day. Depeche Mode 101, a double LP gatefold, $44.99. And Dangerous Toys, the artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys, pink vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. That is an auction request for Sparks. I'm going to be 100% honest. Some people think I'm crazy when I say this. I basically have no idea what's being sold at auction tonight. So let me flip through the crate to memorize some of these titles that's being sold tonight. Everything I'm about to show y'all tonight, I had no idea it was about to be sold until I'm selling it. We have Sparks, a 1984 USOG specialty press of pulling rabbits out of a hat. It's in Shrink EX, a $15 start. Mike Vandergits on Dangerous Toys. That's sold to Mike Vandergits. And then I had Kiss. This is Ace Frehley's solo album. $33.99 for Ace Frehley's solo album. $33.99. The Cult. $59.99. Choice of a Weapon. The Cult is on limited edition color and effect, red and black, and purple and black. $59.99. The Cult. $59.99. Also, The Cult Hidden City. The Cult Hidden City is $59.99. Limited edition red and white vinyl, $59.99. Christopher Lee gets Ace Frehley, sold to him. Tom Petty has the following bid. One bid for $175. $195. Another bid for $200. Nick Bargeron, you're out. Okay, over here we have Mike Vandergits got Dangerous Toys, Sparks at 15, Sparks at 20, Sparks at 15, Christopher Lee got Ace, Sean Drake was next, Sparks at 23, Sparks at 22, Sparks at 16, and Sparks is at 25. Judas Priest Painkiller, 35th anniversary, remastered from the analog tape. It is $29.99. Judas Priest, $29.99. Pink Floyd, the best of Pink Floyd, A Foot in the Door. Pink Floyd is $49.99. A 2LP, 180 gram, the best of Pink Floyd. Matt Shepard on Judas Priest, sold. Let's get a new crate started because this one is plumb full. And when I mean plumb, it is full. Let's get a new one started right quick. Thanks everybody for tuning in on this wonderful Friday night. It is Friday night, right? Friday? Yeah, it's Friday. Welcome. We already got 399 people, we have 299 people watching. 399 would be great too. 299 people already on. Thank you, and we got a lot of cool stuff to sell tonight. 5 Hatchet Ed crates, end of the year clean out. There's some people we just had to break loose. We had to finally cancel their invoices. So make sure you get us paid. If not, at least be talking to Ed, but don't ever try to get 2 or 3 invoices behind hoping that by some miracle you're going to be able to obtain money through a lottery or like a scratch off or like you're hoping an inheritance is going to come your way. Make sure you've got like known money coming in, okay? I wouldn't be relying on like fate of maybe miracles to happen. Make sure like you have a source of income coming in before you're buying records. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to pay for them. Mike Brangle is in on the Pink Floyd. Amenities, you were second. All right, let's go over here to Tom Petty. Tom Petty is a 2018 U.S. reissue, a 7 LP box set of Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, the live anthology. The live anthology. Stephen Tuttle has it for $210. Sparks is at $30. Mike Brangle got Pink Floyd. Amenities was second. Okay, and then over here, was there a painkiller waiting list? I'll let you know in about 2 seconds. Now, if something pops up in the Hatchet Ed crate, none of these have been checked for waiting list. So what I usually do is I'll leave them in here. I'll leave them for anybody to claim. If I think that somebody was on a waiting list after they've been gone through, I'll go back and check. There's no waiting list for any Judas Priest. I have no Judas Priest at all waiting list. These have not been checked for waiting list. These are all like first come, first serve. Okay? I have Buckingham Nicks on blue vinyl. $10 cheaper than that one. Blue vinyl, $29.99. Okay. Also, we have AC/DC, the Razor's Edge, $29.99. AC/DC, the Razor's Edge. Sparks was at $30 with Gary Samuels. We're about to sell it. The Tom Petty here just got two new bids, $215, $215. Let's go back to the top and make sure I didn't miss any other claims. There's a lot of chats tonight. I'm making sure I don't miss any claims because someone's going to be like, Chad, you missed my claim. I'm going to be like, sorry, there was 3,000 other comments. I'm trying my best to figure out where to find the claim. Chris Smith on Judas Priest Painkiller waitlist. We can do that. Same thing. This is just like going through a crate of new vinyl. If you see something sold and you're like, well, heck, I would buy one of those, we can put you on a waiting list. There could be even one pop up later because none of this is really sorted either. Red Cave Collections on AC/DC. All right, there's that, and Tom Petty 225. I'm counting winning my football bets. I know I think there's some people that buy records like, man, I hope that inheritance check comes in the mail today, and then they find out, oh, it's going to be tied up in court for 3 more months. It's like, oh gosh, I can't pay Colectco now. Holy crap. Okay, we have in memory of Paul Di'Anno, limited edition Sparkle Starlight vinyl. The Paul Di'Anno is $29.99. TSOL Live in 91 orange vinyl, $29.99 on that. So this is stuff that didn't either get paid for or got put back, okay? Sparks is officially sold, and Sparks is officially sold to the following person, and that was Gary Samuels at $30, okay? $30 on that. And then next thing over here is this. We have Tom Petty at $225. Tom Petty's at $225. And I have, give me 1 second over here. Make sure, okay. So Tom Petty's at $225. Let's move that over here. Paul Di'Anno is $29.99. $29.99. Also, we still got Prince, Around the World in a Day. That is $33.99. That's on colored vinyl. I got the legendary Howlin' Wolf over here, Moan in the Moonlight for $39. And then don't forget about Depeche Mode 101. That's $44.99. Okay. First thing is the Thompson Twins, Industry and Seduction. This is on limited edition orange and green vinyl, $44.99. Paul Di'Anno is sold to Oso Adventure. That is sold to Oso Adventure. Now, was there somebody else that went on the wait list? Tony McDaniel wanted to see Pink Floyd again. This is Pink Floyd, the best of Pink Floyd, A Foot in the Door, $49.99. Amenities, do you want on a waiting list? You were second, by the way. I can still get those if you want to go on a waiting list. Amenities, okay? Prince is on colored vinyl. It's on blue and something vinyl. Now I'm going to check over here for Paul Di'Anno because there actually might be a waiting list for that already. Let me see if I can find it right quick. No, there's not. Okay, doesn't look like it. Oh, hold on 1 second. What was that? Nope. Okay, I had a feeling maybe. Yeah, there was. Stanley Richmond and Bob Riger. Okay, so now that one just got grabbed out of here. Stanley Richmond and Bob Riger, y'all were still on a wait list for Paul Di'Anno here. Sorry, but like I said, I always give these first come, first serve. Waiting lists are for whenever they come back in new, right? Like, because if we get them out of here, then probably I could accidentally double tag you. So I always try to remember. This is when my memory is really at its full test, because I got to remember if we had a wait list for something. So Stanley Richmond and Bob Riger, y'all are still on a waiting list for that. But like I said, if you see something here, it's first come, first serve. And if you think you's on a wait list, remind me so I can take you off. So 2 weeks from now, when those come back in stock, you're not tagged for it, okay? So that's how these works. And we're going to have a lot of new vinyl, probably stuff. And this is why we charge putback fees. And this is why we make sure if you cancel a lot of new vinyl, you may not be able to buy from us again, because the cost it takes to resell all this stuff. It's very, very costly to have to tag all this again and reorder it and then discount it because they didn't get paid for, etc. Amenities gets the Thompson Twins. That is sold. Tom Petty's at $230. Amenities once on the wait list for Pink Floyd. That one already sold to somebody else. Amenities was second. So now we have a waiting list. Tom Petty at $240. Mike Brangle gets Depeche Mode. That's sold to Mike Brangle, and then it was just asked about. We can do a waiting list. It's $44.99. Bad Company, Rock and Roll Fantasy. The best of Bad Company over 2 LPs, $36.99 for Bad Company. $36.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now. Twisted Sister. Twisted Sister is I Want to Rock, Burn in Hell, and SMF. Those last two are live tracks. An 84 UK OG VG condition, a $10 start. ZZ Top Eliminator. I literally just ordered more of these this morning. They should be in on Monday or Tuesday. This is the Rhino Hi-Fi cut, $39.99, and ZZ Top Recycler. And this is $39.99. And I know for sure we have a waiting list for this. There it is, though, $39.99. By the way, if they don't get claimed pretty quickly, I'm going to go ahead, if I know for sure there's a wait list, and give it to that person. But I'll make sure everybody has had a fair chance to claim it live, okay? $39.99 for the ZZ Tops. And then Bad Company is a great compilation. That is Bad Company, the very best of Rock and Roll Fantasy. Offspring Smash is $24.99. $24.99. Self-Esteem. Where are we on the Tom Petty box set over here? The last bid was Stephen Tuttle at $240. And then Twisted Sister has bids for $10, $10, $15, $15, $10. Over here is Dangerous Toys Greatest Tricks. That's on purple vinyl. Dangerous Toys Greatest Tricks. That is $29.99. And then Alice Cooper Killer. Alice Cooper is $34.99. Cut from the original Analog Master tapes. Gatefold Jacket, $34.99. Okay? And then over here, I got David Axelrod, which was on sale, and then it didn't get paid for. Songs of Experience, David Axelrod. It's $10 off. I'll still honor that on sale price of $19.99. That means I'm really taking a bath on that one. Holy moly, having to sell it twice on sale. Mike Vandergits on Dangerous Toys. That's sold to Mike Vandergits. Twisted Sisters at $21. Yeah, both ZZ Tops are hi-fi cuts. Rhino hi-fi cuts of Eliminator and Recycler there. And then Tom Petty, like I said, final call, Tom Petty, and that's Stephen Tuttle at $240. I'm going to make sure Tim Vergara and everybody else is done bidding. So Bad Company is $36.99. And then Dangerous Toys over here. We already sold this one to Mike. Stephen Lewis Jr., I can put you on a waiting list. About anything new and sealed tonight, we can put you on a waiting list, okay? About anything new and sealed tonight, coming out of these Hatchet crates, we can put you on a waiting list. Kiss Unplugged. Double LP, the 2014 remaster, $46.99. Kiss Unplugged. And then Black Sabbath. This is the standard 180-gram remaster, $29.99. That's about $10 cheaper than the Rhino Hi-Fi cut. Okay? That's about $10 cheaper than the Rhino Hi-Fi cut, just FYI. That one's $29.99. Sean Miller wants ZZ Top Recycler. Like I said, there's probably going to be 2 copies of this come in on Monday. I had Brian Thurman on a waiting list, I think. I'll check on that in just a second. But this one's sold to Sean Miller. Solarplex wants on the Dangerous Toys waiting list. Okay. And then Tom Petty's at $250. Tim Vergara was up to him. Stephen Tuttle, he bid one more time at $250. Stephen right back in at $260. And Matt Nichols wants Kiss Unplugged. Okay. That's sold. And then over here we have the Pixies Bossa Nova, which was on sale. I already marked it down to $24.99. Another bath taking, $24.99 on the Pixies, $24.99. The last bid that came in on Twisted Sister, that came in was Sean Miller at $25. Everybody else is out. Tom Petty's at $260. I'm going hungry, yeah. This is Temple the Dog. Chris Cornell, Eddie Vedder, $33.99. That's the single LP edition. They make 2 versions. They make a 2 LP and a single. I surprisingly sell more of the single because I don't think people like flipping over the record twice as much. There's that. And then Mike Brangle on the Pixies. That's sold to Mike Brangle. Make sure that does go in for $24.99. Tim Vergara, it's up to you on Tom Petty. Right now we're going through a Hatchet crate. Awesome stuff in here. Their loss, your gain. Claim them now because these crates are always popular when I repost the leftovers in the morning. We have the Cult, Hidden City, and the Cult Choice of Weapons. Now these are $59.99 each. That's because they're limited edition, colored vinyl. They've just been pricey releases. $59.99. By the way, we can do waiting list on anything in here. So if you see something sold, and you're like, dang, I kind of wanted that, we can put you on a wait list, and I'm just going to leave it up to y'all. If it was a normal crate of new vinyl, I would automatically put you on a waiting list unless you say otherwise. But if you want on one tonight, let me know. This one goes to Oso Adventure. Amenities, if we can put you on a waiting list if you want. And same thing for Solarplex Studios. And make sure Solarplex Studios went on a waiting list for Greatest Tricks. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. No guarantee on this stuff, because some of this stuff might have been ordered a month ago. It could be out of stock. It could be back ordered. Bad Company is $36.99. $36.99. There's 5 Hatchet Ed crates like this. Some of them are full of vintage. Some of them's full of new. Most of them's pretty mixed. And of course, there's some miscellaneous too. All right. Here is Tom Petty. This is officially sold. Thank you, Stephen Tuttle, $260. That's sold to Stephen Tuttle, $260. Thank you on that. Solarplex does one on the Temple, and now Twisted Sister is sold. No, it got a new bid. Shane Landote, $27, which means Sean Miller was outbid. Sean, you're outbid over here on this, okay? Let's keep going. I do have, though, the Opry 100-year celebration, and this is on the blue vinyl limited edition, $39.99. And then let's go ahead and show Korn. Luckily, no seam split, so this one's $39.99, indie exclusive. This is a 20th anniversary magenta cloudy colored vinyl, Korn. See you on the other side. I'm coming undone. Bum, rum, bum, bum, bum. Okay, over here I have Wasp, F Like a Beast, Animal, F Like a Beast, a 1984 UKOG VG condition, $10 start on that. So Jason Thomas gets Korn. That's sold to Jason Thomas. And I got 3 copies of something. Faster Pussycats. These were probably unpaid for pre-orders when there's 3 together like that. Yep, October 29th, $39.99. $39.99. Faster Pussycat, wake me up, this is over. The Twisted Sister, the last call on this was 27 with Shane Landote. Okay, and Jason B's, I can get you another Korn if you want one. You can, if you do, just say yes, waiting list. It is Friday, so any waiting list tonight, you won't be billed Monday. You'll be billed the next Monday. So it'll be a while before you actually see a bill if it comes in. And I check with 2 or 3 major distributors. If they don't have it in stock, then probably nobody does until they press more. But some of the stuff is always in stock. Some of it surprisingly is sold out and they never make it again. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. And I love cookies. I love some Subway cookies. Oh my gosh. Cookies, cookies, cookies. Oh man. Give me the cookie. All righty. Here we go, here we go. So Twisted Sister, Sean Miller went out. This is sold to Shane Landote for $27. We're about to go through some pre-owned stuff. Hope everybody's ready. Hope everybody's locked in. Here we go. Let's put up another auction. And I have a heck of a surprise. Like literally a... I don't know if I should show this or not. Okay, let's wait on that one. That's a good tease. Okay, they're like, uh-oh, what was Chad about the show? What was Chad about the show? Instead, I'll put this up for right now. The replacements, Pleased to Meet Me. An 87 USOG specialty press with the original inner sleeve. EX edition, does have some writing. A $35 start on that. Okay? Wasp, lots of bids. Chevy claimed the Colt weapon of choice. You're kidding. Chevy Bailey claimed the Colt weapon of choice. He did. Chevy Bailey on the Colt weapon of choice. I missed that. Thank you, Chevy Bailey. I missed that. Okay, we had wait list, Corns, Wasp. All right, so Wasp down here is at $27. Okay, replacements $35 start. Craig Sweden's in. Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. A VG. Hey, we just sold one of these out of new arrivals. Here's another one. Looks just like that one. VG $14.99 for Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. So the way the vintage Hatchet Ed stuff works, it's all sticker price unless I had already discounted it. And if I did, the sticky note will be on the front. And I will still honor that same price, okay? Chris Smith gets Elton John. So all sticker price. If it's already discounted, then I'll discount it again. In a Latin bag, Cal Jader, $14.99. No condition notes. Verve. $14.99. Cal Jader. What about over here with Wasp? Solarplex had it for $30. Scott Dwallow had it for $30. So Solarplex had it 27. Scott Dwallow has it for $30. The replacements is at $35 with Craig Sweden, going once, going twice. I missed the answer. Did Battlezone go up? We have not sold Battlezone yet. Okay, Paula wants Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. That puts you third. We have Spirit. VG $9.99. Spirit. This one, by the way, has Taurus on it. And if you know your Led Zeppelin history, Taurus is the song that Spirit sued Led Zeppelin and Jimmy Page over because they said Jimmy Page copied the riff off Taurus when he wrote Stairway to Heaven. VG Condition, $9.99. Kevin Rupenthal on Cal Jader. That's sold to Kevin Rupenthal. Wasp is at 31. Now the replacements is at 37 with Sean Miller. We have JJ Kale, VG Condition, $14.99. Also, we have Egberto Gismonti, Soldo Mio Dia, a Latin jazz album, EX, $17.99. The replacements is at 37. Wasp is at 32. Black Sabbath Hoss, Danny Thomason on Spirit. And then we have JJ at 10. These are all sticker price right now. These are all sticker price unless they had already been reduced. Wasp is at 33. The replacements has a new bid for 35. Craig, I couldn't sell it to you fast enough. Sean Miller at $37. Been trying to get Craig a free record here lately. I feel like it's been a couple weeks. Black Sabbath said he will take J.J. Cale, and they did lose the lawsuit. That's true. I don't think Jimmy Page copied that one. They did get a lot of influence from blues, obviously. No doubt about it, but I don't think he copied that one. Gary Samuels on Egberto. That's sold to Gary Samuels. And Russell Morris 2. Russell Morris 2 is a 1976 prog album, $9.99. Sean Miller gets the replacements for 37. Craig's done. And then Wasp over here. Hoopy has Wasp at 33. Scott Dwallow is out. We're about to sell that then. Next thing is Tom Harrell Aurora. This is a 1976 US Fusion. That's VG Plus, $59.99 for Tom Harrell. All right, our next auction, this is a grail. This is Soundgarden Bad Motorfinger. It's a 1991 US limited edition yellow translucent vinyl. Me and Paul was just talking about this before the show. I think the last time we had one of these, we sold it for like $1,200 or $1,500. This is a rare pressing. It's a gold stamp promo of Soundgarden's classic album, Bad Motorfinger. It's a $495 start. And I think the last one we sold brought up in the 4 digits. I mean, we're talking about 90s grunge, an essential album, and it's the limited edition OG pressing gold stamp promo, $495 on Soundgarden. Wow, $495 on that. $495 on Soundgarden. Next is the Doors. This was in a half off crate, so now you can pick up the Doors for $17.50. Nice clean copy, $17.50 on the Doors. And we have Focus 3 EX Condition, $22.99 for Focus. Wasp over here, let's go ahead and sell that. Hoopy gets that for $33. Soundgarden is a $495 start. That's a big one. And it probably should win in a hot picture, but every once in a while, I'll put up something insane just as a surprise to see who's paying attention. All right, we have, unfortunately, a low-grade copy, but this is ZZ Top's first album with a promo sticker, but it's pretty beat up. It's a G condition record. It's a G condition record, and cover is worn and torn, but an early press with a promo sticker, just a $1 start. Soundgarden does have a bid for $495. It will sell. If you want to bid, you got to go through Gregory. Right over here, we got Doors, sold to Matt Nichols. Make sure that does go in for $17.50. Paula was next, then Solarplex. And then we have Richard Marx, VG Condition, $9.99. Actually, this might have been the sticker. How about $6.99? Richard Marx for $6.99. So I put up a $500 start record, and I've put up a $1 start record. And now let's try to find something else in just a second. This is a Hatchet crate. If they're discounted, they're discounted. If not, they're sticker price. Steppenwolf, Steppenwolf, which was originally marked $19.99, is now $6.99. And we have Robert Palmer, Double Fun. That was in a half-off crate. VG condition, $5. Richard Marks is sold to Dirty Pirate Hooker. Now, I need to confirm your Twitch handle with your real name, because I don't think I've ever said Dirty Pirate Hooker before. That is $6.99 sold to, how about Dirty Pirate Hooker 7? And then Scott Dwallow was second. And then Gen X Sessions on Steppenwolf. Make sure that goes in for $6.99. Amenities was second. So let's look at the Soundgarden again. This is pretty insane. This is a 1991 USOG limited edition yellow vinyl. Rare yellow translucent vinyl. It does have a little bit of cover damage down here on the bottom. Just a little bit. And it's a gold stamp promo. Gold stamp promo. It does have a bid for $495. It will sell. Can't leave it up too long. $495, going once, going twice. ZZ Top is at $12. ZZ Top is at $12. Now it's at $14. Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss any claims in there. We also have Eric Burden and the Animals Stop. That is $6.50, which was half off of $12.50. VG Plus, $6.50. So Bill Reese is Dirty Pirate Hooker. And then we have CCR for $15. That was half off on Bayou Country. $15, half off on Bayou Country. $15 on that. Black Sabbath Hoss on Eric Burden. That's sold to Danny for $6.50. Soundgarden does have a new bid, $5.25. I think the last one we sold was... I mean, we might have had two. That came from that Music Executives collection up in Nashville. And by the way, I'll go ahead and tell everybody so I can get everybody zoned in and locked in. I do have the Taylor Swift Red promo record that I'm thinking about putting up for auction tonight. It will be a $3,000 start, but I want to let everybody know it's a surprise. I'm revealing the surprise right now, but that Taylor Swift Red that we just got in a collection today, it is going to go up tonight for a $3,000 start. I have a feeling it's going to sell. I hope it sells tonight. It's going to sell to somebody. $3,000. That's going to be coming up pretty soon. So go ahead and get ready for fireworks. ZZ Top $19. Soundgarden $5.50. ZZ Top $20. Jason Morris is going to get the CCR for $15. Soundgarden's at $575. Soundgarden's at $600. And we have Grateful Dead for $25. Grateful Dead for $25. That's half off. A 1971 press of Oxo Moxo Oxo. $25 on that. $25 on that. And we have Triumph for $25. Okay, this was an auction. So now we've got a couple auctions here. Stages sold for $25. I don't have the let me see if I have the details. Here's the details. This is a 1985 USOG, a 2LP gatefold with the MCA inner sleeves and the merch insert. VG Plus and EX. Bonus Thunder 7 album is included. There we go. $25 on that. So that was an auction. That's a really clean copy. Okay. So first thing we had was Soundgarden was at $600. We have Scott Dwallow on Grateful Dead. That's sold to Scott Dwallow. Soundgarden $650. ZZ Top $21. Stephen A. Young second on Grateful Dead. Soundgarden $700. And then Duke Norman third on the Dead. ST fourth on the Dead. And Scott Dwallow said gives Grateful Dead to Stephen A. Young. So Stephen A. Young, you actually will be getting Oxo Moxo Oxo. So that goes to Stephen now. And then the next person was Duke Norman, then ST. ZZ Top label condition information. Black Sabbath Hoss gets Triumph for $25. Then Todd Coe. Then Dennis Daly. And now Soundgarden's at $775. So this is ZZ Top's first album. It is in very low grade condition. It's in G condition with cover damage. But what's cool about it, it's an early press, first press, and it has a promo sticker. Not a promo label. Very cool. It's in low grade, buyer beware, but it's still playable. It still exists. Think about it. Their first album. Wayne Davis has it for $21, and then Soundgarden's at $775. Next thing over here is this. Dang it. How about we just make it the minimum bid? Buy it now. 86 US Allied REM for a $35. Buy it now. Original sleeve EX. It was obviously a non-payment, but I don't know what it sold for. $35 on REM. This next one is, let me take a look here. It's heavy. Oh, it's Kiss. $165. It's a part 1, part 2. It's $165. Part 1, part 2. 4 picture disc totals. All 4 of different band members. 165. Back to the 70s. Kiss destroys Anaheim. Anaheim Stadium, 1976. Kiss is $165. $165, okay? There's that. And then here is the invoices that were canceled. A lot of work went into that to get all these bought, sold, tagged invoice only to be canceled. And then now we have to do the whole cycle again. Please buy responsibly. We're only talking about 1% of buyers, but it adds up when you're doing the volume we do. It adds up to be a lot, but that's okay. Everybody else usually does a really good job. Only talking about 1%. Okay, I got some 45s in there too, but first of all, let's do REM on Shakedown for $35. Soundgarden's at $825. Chad Smith next on REM. Who got Triumph? Triumph went to Black Sabbath Haas, Danny Thomason, then Todd Coe, then Javi, then Dennis Daly. All right, we're pretty busy right now. Matt Nichols is going to get the Kiss for $165. That's sold to Matt Nichols. Okay, wow. The only a few vintage, and let's see here. Some throughout the night, I usually give away these Hatchet Ed flyers as mementos. Let me go ahead and peel this one off. Okay. And then let's do a final call on Soundgarden. I think we can go ahead and sell ZZ Top. So ZZ Top, this is sold for $21 to Wayne Davis. Let's put this right in here. And then Thomas Clark on Twitch wants Robert Palmer. Not much left in the first Hatchet Ed crate. We might go right into the next one next. This is a 1991 U.S. limited edition yellow vinyl gold stamp promo of Soundgarden Bad Motorfinger. Rare and highly desirable. $825 final call. Let's read through these one more time quickly. I'm going to go ahead and put up our next auctions. But first, let me show you what was in the bottom of this crate. One was $45, the other was $30. $45 for Black Sabbath, Turn Up the Night and Lonely Is the Word, which was this 7-inch picture disc. $45 on that. And Prince was $30. Let's Go Crazy and Erotic City. $30 on that. So those are two unclaimed, unpaid for 45s. And then, hadn't seen these in a while. Ozzy Osbourne air fresheners. $7.99. Ozzy Osbourne air fresheners. $7.99. Folks, we have an air horn. Who's left in the building? Jake and Jill? I'm going to blow the air horn, so let me give you all fair warning before you accidentally crap your pants and you get scared to death over the sound of this boat horn going off. So first of all, let me put on my ear protection. January 2nd, is this the first air horn of the year? We didn't have one yesterday, did we? First air horn of the year. Okay? Thank you, John Kaiser. This is sold to you, $825. $825 sold to John Kaiser. Hopefully there's enough air left in here. 3, 2, 1. Jill wanted to really get a good, she wanted to feel the, she wanted to experience it. Is that the first time you've been here when an air horn went off, Jill? No. Okay, I didn't think so. That things are loud. Yeah, that was the first one of the year. That's a wake up for what's going to happen this year at Coletco. Lots of air horns. All right. Let's put this right over here. Let's be very careful with that. All right, so first thing, next thing, was Scott Dwallow gets the Black Sabbath. Some of y'all might have been back a bit. I mean, there's no telling how many people tonight that was like probably at $44 on this and got outbid, and then now this person didn't pay for it, and they're like, well, heck, I'll take it now. They're probably going to happen a lot. So this is to Scott Dwallow for $45. Let's tag that right over here. Amenities was second. We got a request for Miles Davis. Aussie Air Freshener sold to Stephen A. Young, sold to Chevy Bailey, and sold to Chad Smith. Now, I can do a waiting list for those. If anybody else wants an Aussie, that's all I have right now. And then we're down here at the bottom, and we're good to go, okay? Let's put up Miles Davis. It's actually shown in the crate. Hatchet Ed's leaving. His axe is bloodied. Hatchet Ed's walking out, and there's a trail of blood behind him. Golly, this guy's he's ruthless. We have Basic Miles, the classic performances of Miles Davis. Miles Davis is a 1973 Terre Haute. It is VG. It has some library stickers on it, or catalog stickers. VG condition, a $15 start on Miles Davis. Very quickly, here's what's left in here. ZZ Top Eliminator. Don't forget, the stuff back here in the back came from these two. ZZ Top Eliminator. Rhino Hi-Fi, $39.99. Bad Company Rock and Roll Fantasy, $36.99. The Very Best of Bad Company on double LP silver vinyl. Prince Around the World in the Day, $33.99. It is on colored vinyl. Howlin' Wolf is $39.99 over here. That is the Chess 75th Anniversary analog pressed to QRP, and Prince was a no payment $30. Now, if an auction doesn't get sold for the last bid that didn't get paid for, we'll re-auction it either later tonight or tomorrow or at another day. Very quickly, here's what's left in here so we can go through another one. Here's Buckingham Nicks. This is on blue vinyl. Blue vinyl's $29.99. TSOL orange vinyl live in '91, Offspring Smash is $24.99. Alice Cooper Killer, that's another analog cut. Gatefold Jacket, $34. David Axelrod was on sale, $19.99 for Songs of Experience. If Paul was here, he would tell you that's a cool album. Black Sabbath, that's $29.99. That's 180 gram, the standard remaster. The Cult Hidden City, one left, colored vinyl, double LP, $59.99 for The Cult. The Grand Ole Opry 100-year anniversary celebration, blue vinyl, $39.99. Faster Pussycats for $39.99. And the only vintage records left was Russell Morris 2, which was a 1976 prog album for $9.99. Tom Harrell Aurora, which is a 1976 U.S. press, a fusion record, VG Plus $59.99. And then Focus 3, and Focus is EX22.99. EX22.99. If anybody buys any of these three right here, I'll give you the Hatchet Ed flyer. If you buy any of those last three pre-owned records, I'll give you the Hatchet Ed flyer. A free memento, a token of Hatchet Ed, covered in blood. Covered in blood. Can we do American Tail, pretty please? Is that an auction? I guess it is. I got Led Zeppelin, I got Quiet Riot, I got Meatloaf, I got Bruce, I got Hold a what? Arcade, I got Motley Crue, I got Wild Side, I got Vane, I got Shotgun Messiah, I got Jerry Garcia, I got David Bowie, I got Bullet for My Valentine, I got Sacred Ride, I got Paul Di'Anno, Battlezone, I got AC/DC, I got another Springsteen, I got Rough Cut, I got Ride, I got Lizzie Borden, I got George Clinton, and American Tail, here it is. I know what you're talking about now, this movie, yeah. Steven Spielberg, An American Tail, an 86 USOG, just a $5 start. $5 start. Does Focus have Hocus Pocus on it? You know, I don't know, but I'll look. I don't see it. No, I don't see it. All right, we got a lot of requests rolling in. I had a feeling that was just half. Let's go through another Hatchet Ed crate. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Here we go. Hatchet Ed, Hatchet Ed, Hatchet Ed. He's brutal. He'll be back there. He gets his hatchet out and he just starts beating these invoices, cutting them up. Just hollering and screaming. And that's when people walk in the store and they're like, what's going on back there? And my mom's like, oh, it's Hatchet Ed Day. And they're like, oh, God. Oh, no. It's Hatchet Head Day. Okay, I do have a few more other air fresheners in stock. Let's show the ones that I have plenty of. We'll do Ghost first. I have Ghost. I'm down to 4 copies of Ghost. $7.99. I got to order some more of these. $7.99 for Ghost. There is another Miles Davis for auction. Ghost air freshener, $7.99. All right, let's get to it. Wow, 351 people watching now. Unbelievable. Thanks. And we just bought some new collections. We got Tiger Lily. This is on sale, $45. It didn't get paid for. It was $59.99. Tiger Lily, $45 on that. $45 on that. Pretty in Pink, on sale, Lords of Acid. Excuse me. It's Lords of Acid, the band. Pretty in Kink, $10 off. That was on sale for $29.99. Did not get paid for. So on sale, on sale. And Rascal Flatts, 20 years, their greatest hits. Rascal Flatts, $29.99. Over here is the following. We had Miles Davis. The last bid that I saw was Amenities at $20. $20. Andrew Isaac-Smith bid $15. And then we had a request, a request, a request, a request. And then American Tail got bids for $6, $8, $10. Dave Deckenberger put Jerry. Was that a claim from a crate, a prior crate? I think it was. It was. No, it wasn't. What was Jerry? That was a claim. Was that something? I'm not for sure what that is. I saw something that just said Jerry from Dave Deckenberger. And then American Tail 10, 11, 15, 20. Oh, which Jerry? That's old and in the way. It's coming up for auction soon. American Tail 25, American Tail 25, American Tail 25, American Tail 26, American Tail 40. And then over here we have Sarah Weiberdink on Lords of Acid. Make sure that goes in for $29. Scott Dwallow was second. John Howard third. I have no update on Marcus King yet. I truly think he didn't sign it, though, but I hadn't had time to inspect it. Scott Dwallow got a Rascal Flat. Sean Holford next on Lords of Acid. Mike Quadrini. Now, same thing. Some of the stuff I can get on waiting list for, okay? So Rascal Flats at $29.99, I can put you on a waiting list. This one is sold to Mike Quadrini. So Todd Coe and, wait a minute, Scott Dwallow was first. So Todd Coe and Mike Quadrini, I can put you on waiting list. That one goes to Scott. If you pass, that's okay. How much is Howlin' Wolf? $39.99. And Nick Bargeron gets Tiger Lily for $45. So far, everything in here is sold. Miles Davis is at $25. And American Tail is sold to Tracy Miller for $40. Okay. Jimi Hendrix Blues, awesome comp here, a double LP, just $33.99. $33.99. Let's go ahead and do this right here. Shotgun Messiah. Shotgun Messiah is an unofficial on blue vinyl, sealed, $35. So this has never seen like an official modern day reissue, and OGs are very rare. Shotgun Messiah, a $35 start. Jimi Hendrix is sold to Stephen A. Young. Todd Coe does one on the Rascal Flatts waiting list. You got it. There's going to be a lot of those tonight. The Polar Express soundtrack. I didn't watch that this year. Dang it. The Polar Express original motion picture soundtrack, $29.99. So don't forget, I got 4 Ghost air fresheners for $7.99. I'm going to lay those right over here so I can start showing some others. But there's Ghost at $7.99. Shotgun Messiah is now up for bid. And then I have Days of the New. Nice. $54.99 with that great song, Touch, Peel, and Stand. $54.99 on that. $54.99 on that. And if you see something new and sealed sell out and you want on a waiting list, let me know. Randy Travis now playing. I forgot this was in print. So he doesn't have very much in print. This is in print, and it's a greatest hits of Randy Travis, like Our Love is Deeper Than. Nice. $24.99. So over here, the last bid on Miles Davis was $25 and then $26. Shotgun Messiah, $40, $35, $35, $35, $50, $50, $35, $45. Miles Davis, $30. Shotgun, $40. And then Chris Frazier on Dawn. I bet he was trying to get Days of the New. Days of New. Chris Frazier gets Days of New. That's sold. Shotgun Messiah, 60. We have not sold Bullet yet. Shotgun Messiah, another 60. And then Jason B's next on Days of New. Let me know if you want on a wait list. And Randy Travis sold to David Tate. Awesome. Over here, I have Zach Sabbath, Greatest Riffs on what color? Red. Zach Sabbath, $33.99. We have a review on the Shotgun Messiah Unofficial. It sounds amazing. That's good to know, especially for the bidders. Miles Davis, the last bid was amenities at $30, which means Andrew Eisensmith, just so you know, you've been outbid. And now Shotgun Messiah is at $70. Everything in here is Hatchet Ed, non-payment and putbacks. These are new and sticker price. Jar of Flies, $24.99. Man, Nutshell, no excuses. Allison Chains, $24.99. Bing Crosby, Christmas Gems. Red vinyl, $29.99. $29.99 with Christmas ornament, and this does include the duet with David Bowie. Pa-rumpa bum bum. Chris Frazier is on the wait list for Days of News. Please remove me. Thank you. Yeah, if you claim something not out of the Hatchet Ed bin and you was on a waiting list, let me know. I'll go ahead and take you off right now. That way, when they do come back in from normal distribution, you're not accidentally tagged for another one. My memory's good, but sometimes maybe not that good. Mega Blast on Allison Chain, sold. And then Jason B's, put him on a wait list for Days of the New, debut self-titled. Kelly Vladorchek is on Christmas. And then Aaron Civic on Zach Sabbath. Okay, and right now, the only thing left, Polar Express, is $29.99, Dylan Morgan. Are we done on Miles Davis? It was really up to Andrew. He did bid again, and then so did Amenities. So right now, Miles Davis is at 33. Shotgun Messiah is still getting bids. Chris Smith has it for 75. Miles Davis has another bid. How about we put up another auction? Let's re-auction this Prince single, okay? So let's put Prince. It was probably originally a $10 start. It sold for $30. Let's redo it again at $10. This is a near mint copy of Let's Go Crazy and Erotic City. Prince is a $10 start. $10 start on that. Okay, and then let's put Solarplex on a waiting list for Zach Sabbath's greatest hits or greatest riffs. Next is REM, Out of Time, $36.99. Losing My Religion. Now, this one came out a little bit later, early 90s, right? So that's a tough OG to get. $36.99 on that. Prince has a bid for $10. And we have Pretty Boy Floyd on sale. So this was on sale, didn't get paid for, $29.99 for that. Prince has a bid for $10 and now $15. And then the Godfather soundtrack, $29.99. The Godfather soundtrack. Very cool. That's a trifold jacket, just like the original, $29. And that wasn't on sale price. It was $38. It was $38, by the way. Miles Davis is still getting bids. So is Shotgun Messiah. And now Prince is a final call to Wayne Davis for $15. Matt Shepard on PB for Pretty Boy Floyd. Make sure that goes in for $29. Rick Hall on Godfather. There's a new label that's been making some really cool soundtrack reissues. What are they called? La Records. I think I've got a pre-order in for Godfather. If I think I can get them, I'll post it. And they recently just did a couple Bond soundtracks. That's what I got an ad for. But they're pretty limited edition. But I saw that. And I hope we can get some of those in. It's La. What's that label called? I'm sure one of y'all know. But that's so to Rick Hall. Danny was next and Scott. And like I said, we can put you on a waiting list if you want one. Most of the stuff I can still get. Like the best of Pearl Jam, Rearview Mirror. Pearl Jam is a greatest hits. And that's $38.99. $38.99 for Pearl Jam. And then Avenged Sevenfold, 20th anniversary, orange and red swirl, $36.99 for Avenged Sevenfold. Miles Davis is at 36. Shotgun Messiah is at 100. Everybody's out except Alex Kane. Alex Kane has it for 100. And then Prince is sold for $15 to Wayne Davis. All right, that's done. Let's put that right there. Let me stack up this miscellaneous stuff over here. Let me move this and this. Okay, so we still got Avenged Sevenfold, Pearl Jam, REM, and then Kiss, Carnival of Souls, the final sessions, $36.99. The reason I'm pausing is because my crate is full. Don't forget, we still got, counting this one, 3 more crates of Hatchet Ed, and I've got I've got 3 more John crates to go through. We'll do those tonight before the sale is over, okay? Miles Davis is still getting bids. I think we're done on Shotgun Messiah. The Beatles, Past Masters, one of my favorite compilations there, $49.99. All right, let me take a peek in the auction. There was a lot of requests for this record called Arcade. Let me find it. But first, how about we go ahead and do this? Paul Di'Anno's Battle Zone. This is called Children of Madness. It's an 87 white label promo in VG Plus condition. Paul Di'Anno, $25 start, okay? Next in here is Robert Plant, his newest album, Saving Grace, on colored vinyl, $33.99 on that. And then Jimi Hendrix, South Saturn Delta, many rare and previously unreleased recordings from Jimi Hendrix, a 2 LP official compilation, $34.99. And The Revenge of Alice Cooper, and this is on the colored vinyl. Cool. It's on this colored vinyl here. Alice Cooper, $39.99. Shotgun Messiah is sold to Alex Kane for $100. That is sold. I've not sold Wildside yet, but Miles Davis is at $40. Amenities has it. Paul Di'Anno's at $25. And we have Hello, I'm Dolly Parton. Wow, on sale too. And all analog. Vinyl Me Please, cut by Ron Smith, $24.99. Awesome. Next is Jimi Hendrix, So to Recall. We've had a lot, thank you, Recall. We've had a lot of new buyers lately, the last several sales, Christmas Eve and then the end of the year stuff. If you're out there new and you want to in and you want to buy something, right now is the time. $8 unlimited shipping. Don't hesitate to become a new buyer at Coletco. It'll be the greatest decision of your life. You'll be like, yes, I'm glad I did this. Because you can shop. You can shop from your house. Some of y'all probably right now are even sitting on the toilet. You're probably sitting on the toilet right now buying records. This is sold for $24.99 to Duke Norman. Thank you, Duke. That's sold to you. Make sure he gets that for the on-sale price. What was the Pearl Jam and price on Pearl Jam's Greatest Hits? This is called Rearview Mirror Pearl Jam Greatest Hits 91 to 2003 Volume 1. Double LP, $38.99. Miles Davis is at $41. Battle Zone is at $35. Next is Slayer, $55, Live Undead. Slayer is an 87 US reissue in EX condition, $55. Slayer, Live Undead. How much? Just $55. That was an unpaid auction. Slayer, $55. $35 for Cheap Trick in color. A Japanese pressing, near mint minus into pristine, $35. And then Styx, Kilroy Was Here, $35. So those are 3 unpaid auctions there. Those are 3 unpaid auctions. You can claim them right now, okay? You can claim them right now. They're available. Next thing is this. Miles Davis, 35. Miles Davis, 43. Paul Di'Anno, 38. Chris Smith on Pearl Jam. That's sold to Chris Smith. Okay, and then Dennis Daly, if you want one, I can put you on a wait list. Paul Di'Anno, 41. And then Battle Zone, 41. Another bid for 38. And then Tom Kelly on Cheap Trick, okay? So Miles Davis was a battle between Amenities and Andrew Eisensmith. Amenities still has this at $43. Okay? There's that. And then Paul Di'Anno's Battle Zone was an 87 US, and it's a white label promo. It's a white label promo, and Paul Di'Anno is with MT Matt at $41. Tom Kelly got Cheap Trick. Amenities wanted Cheap Trick and Styx. Cheap Trick's already sold, but I can sell you Styx. And then Dennis wanted Pearl Jam. Yeah, he got to it first, and no waiting list for Dennis. No problem. Probably, let's make a note to order. I forgot about that release. That's always a good one to have in stock. A Pearl Jam Greatest Hits. I mean, even flow. Come on. Okay. And then over here, we have Opry sold. Opry over here is sold to John Barry. Thank you on that. Miles Davis is still getting bids. Amenities, you've been outbid. All right. And Paul Di'Anno is still getting bids too. Okay, so here's what's left in this Hatchet, Ed. Not much left. Andrew Eisensmith, you're going to get the Miles Davis at $46. Nice battle there. Paul Di'Anno, of course, if y'all know, he was the first vocalist for the band known as Iron Maiden, which their big song, The Trooper, was used in the season finale of Stranger Things. Stranger Things. They used the song Trooper in the last episode. I heard that start playing. I was like, oh, wow. Stranger Things using Iron Maiden. Nice. Awesome. Next auction, Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin over here is a 1973 USPRC Richmond. So this album came out in 69. This is a 73 press. It's a 4-digit, and it's got a 1840. It's got a 75 Rockefeller address, not 1841. So that's how you know it's not a true OG. Plus, you can always run the matrix on it. That's a $25 star. I got Paul Di'Anno right now at $66 with Chris Gardner. Not much left in this second Hatchet Ed crate. The Polar Express Original Motion Picture Soundtrack, $29.99. REM Out of Time, $36.99. Avenged Sevenfold 20th Anniversary Orange and Red Swirl, $36.99. Kiss Carnival of Souls The Final Sessions, $36.99. The Beatles Past Masters, $49.99. Paperback Rider. Robert Plant Saving Grace, $33. And The Revenge of Alice Cooper on colored vinyl. On colored vinyl, $39.99. And then here's our only unclaimed, unpaid auction. Slayer was an 87 US EX edition for Live Undead. That's $55, still available if anybody wants it. Okay, I think we might be done on Battle Zone. Led Zeppelin has one bid. I'm about to put up the other Miles Davis right now. But first, let me put this in here. And then let me try to pull up the details for this next super auction. We got a big super auction to pull. So 2 more Hatchet Ed crates full of vinyl. One's full of, looks like miscellaneous and CDs. And we'll do those sooner than later, okay? We'll do those sooner than later. These have been laying over here next to me for the last 24 hours. So how about we put them in a bundle auction and try to get these sold? And here's just a random lot of cassettes coming up. I'm going to sell all these together. They've already been offered individually. Molly Hatchet, Leonard Skinner, Roger Waters, George Michael, The Cars, Gene Loves Jezebel, The Cars, Genesis, Elton John, and Rolling Stones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cassettes, a $10 start. Okay, Led Zeppelin has just one bid for $25. That's a final call. Paul Di'Anno is sold for $66. And that was sold for $66 to Chris Gardner. Chris, that's sold to you for $66. Led Zeppelin has a bid for $25. And then our next auction is about to happen right now. Jack Johnson, music by Miles Davis. A 1971 OG Terre Haute VG condition, $20 start on that. VG, $20 start. Okay? The cassettes are being all sold together. Let me grab this right over here, this record I've been talking about. Right, Jill, you heading out? Okay, thank you. Have a good night. I'll be right here for next 19 hours. You know where to find me. Give me 1 second. All right. Oh, yeah, Arcade. There's some people waiting for that, isn't it? For sure. One second here. Okay. 1 second. I'm over here. I'm alive. Don't go anywhere. I'm looking for something very important. There it is. Okay. Some of these... Okay, so here's what I have. Another Hatchet Ed crate. Let's get started. This looks, thank you, Jake. This looks like the Wings box. It is. Wings, 3 LPs, 32 tracks, 32-page book from Paul McCartney, 2 LPs, or excuse me, 2 posters and stickers, $114.99. Okay, the cassettes are at $20. Miles Davis is at $30. And Led Zeppelin, Rafe, you did get outbid. So this was at 25 of Rafe. Then there was a bid for 26. And we have, can I see the back of the Miles Davis real quick? Here's the back of the Miles Davis. And then over here, we got cassettes. We got Miles Davis. So Miles Davis is a 71 VG. Amenities has it for 30. The cassette bundle's at 20. And Led Zeppelin's at 26, which is a 1973 press. Wings is $114.99. Aerosmith Youngblood, $33.99. This is a Hatchet Ed crate. Everything in here is sticker price. This is stuff that either got put back or mostly didn't get paid for. We're trying to sell it again. It's sticker price. If it was discounted, I'm going to honor the discount price again. But first, here is Jesus and Mary Chain Psycho Candy. This is on gold vinyl, $29.99. And Let's Play Chess, a Chess Records anthology. This is $39.99. Awesome compilation. We sold a bunch of these, $39.99. These cassettes are Molly Hatchet, Take No Prisoners. Molly Hatchet, Beating the Odds. Leonard Skinner, What's Your Name? Roger Waters, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking. George Michael, Listen Without Prejudice. The Cars Panorama. The Cars Self-Titled. Gene Loves Jezebel, Kiss of Life. Genesis, We Can't Dance. Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2. And Rolling Stone's Flashpoint. Miles Davis is at $42. I'm going to make sure Rafe had said done on Led Zeppelin, but it is a final call. Awesome new vinyl here. That's an awesome blues comp. Jesus and Mary Chain. Before this got reissued, it had been out of print. Aerosmith, Wings, and this is, oh, that new limited edition Tears for Fears. Almost forgot about this. This was what was almost the intended artwork for that big album, Songs from the Big Chair. It's a 40th anniversary with the original unused cover. They end up putting a picture of Tears for Fears, the 2 guys from Tears for Fears. Excuse me, I don't know their names, but they're awesome. $49.99. That is also on colored vinyl. It's a 2 LP edition. Suicidal Tendencies, The Art of Rebellion. Suicidal Tendencies is $39.99. Mike Brangle on Tears for Fears for $49. John Bergenstorm on Aerosmith and Youngblood. So did John Bergenstorm. And we have Deftones, and this is called Gore. Deftones is a double LP, $44.99. Suicidal, so does Scott Dwallow. And Gorgira, and that's that new variant they did on brown and gray splatter, $33.99. Miles Davis at $45. Mega Blast, you're out. Unfortunately, I lost Rafe on Led Zeppelin, so let's go ahead and sell Led Zeppelin. And Led Zeppelin over here is sold to Greg Smith for $26. And by the way, the cassette lot was already a final call, and I don't think anybody else was going to bid. And I think we can go ahead and sell all these cassettes to Sig for $20, okay? There's that. David, you've already missed 3 Japanese pressings in the Hatchet Ed bin. You've already missed 3. Deftones, so the mortgage guy Rob. Sean Miller, do you want on a waiting list? I can probably have those back in next week if they're in stock. All these cassettes are sold to Sig. Let me go ahead and lay these over here on the table. Golly, look at all the cassettes we sold. They've tagged over here. Shout out to Jake and my sister Jill. They literally just left. So I tried to freeze all of our sales, even including receivables, at midnight on, or actually through the last sale of the year. So their task this time of year is they go ahead and get everything watched, tagged, and keyed in, and then we add up all the tickets so we know exactly to the penny how much we sold at the last sale whenever I said good night on New Year's Eve, technically New Year's Day morning. And so they've been working overtime trying to get all that keyed in, because I like to know where we finished at the end of the year. That's why because we did all that stuff on sale. I like to have all that on this year's calendar, last year's calendar. Okay, this is a big one. $3,000 start, and a lot of the value in me determining that starting bid is this sleeve right here. This sleeve is usually missing, pretty tough to come by. It does have 1 tear right up here. Does have 1 tear up here. Now, at one time, one of the most expensive records still I've ever sold is this. And I was telling Paul on PopSock, it was the most expensive Taylor Swift record ever sold. I sold it on eBay to a guy down in Guatemala back in 2017, I think. I think since then it's been replaced, but for the longest it was on page 1 on PopSock of most expensive Taylor Swift records. So I know this record well, It is an expensive one. So this is the promotional Taylor Swift Red, the ACM kind of promo vote for Taylor Swift kind of deal. And this one is this one's awesome. It's on red vinyl. The vinyl is really nice. It has one light crease right up here on the jacket. And the collection we bought today in Nashville came from more people that was kind of in the music industry. Obviously in Nashville, we get collections like that a lot. So they worked, I think, for Warner. So a lot of their records have barcode cutouts and they have a lot of promotional stuff. So they got this for free. ACM consideration, vote for Taylor Swift, album of the year, female of the year, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the deal on this. It's a very rare, essentially a promotional record on red vinyl from Taylor Swift. That's a big one. $3,000. It's up for bid. The guy, I'm trying to find, I think this is mine right here. I think that's it right there. Is that it? No, that's not my counter. You used to could see my countertop. But man, since then, look how much, I mean, it used to be at the top, and now all this other expensive eBay Taylor Swift stuff that's sold over the last 5 years, 10,000, 8,000, 7,000, crazy. So yeah, but that's $3,000. Think about it. Think long and you'll think wrong. Okay, so Sean Miller, Deftones. I'm going to find out if he wants on a wait list. Blaine Zapnick got the chest. That's sold to Blaine. Thank you, Blaine Zapnick. Youngblood's already sold. Sean Miller did one on a wait list. Megadeth, or excuse me, Miles Davis is out. Blaine Zapnick did get chest. And then over here, we got Screaming Trees, Uncle Anesthesia. That's a music on vinyl press, $39.99. So Miles Davis is sold to Amenities. Let's put up that Arcade. There's a lot of people waiting for that one. Amenities gets Miles Davis for $45. And so I would grade Taylor Swift vinyl, near mint minus. I would grade this sleeve and jacket overall VG+. I mean, just that one stress crease. And it's got a promo mark out on the barcode, which I think is pretty common for these. Just FYI, okay? So there's that. It's basically, that's kind of the starting bid, but also kind of like what I would ask for it. So really expensive auctions, kind of my price is the minimum bid. But just in case more than one person wants it, I'll let y'all duke it out. But there it is. Let me find this Arcade. $3,000 on Taylor. Very, very cool record. Arcade, man, whatever this is, we got to figure out how we can get it back in print. There has been 50 people ask about this. Arcade is a 2024 unofficial. When this album first came out in 1993, there was not a vinyl pressing at all. This unofficial pressing is the only vinyl pressing. So this has never been released on vinyl. No wonder. Arcade is a $35 start. Let the bidding begin. Right now, we're also on a Hatchet crate. I've got Gorgira. I got Screaming Trees, Jesus and Mary Chain, and Wings. I have Terrorizer, World Downfall. This is a 2017 remaster, $24.99 for Terrorizer. And then Annihilated. Created in Hate. Annihilated is an 88 UK OG thrash hardcore sealed, $39.99, and new and sealed Yes Fragile, the new Steven Wilson remix, green vinyl, I'll Be the Roundabout, South Side of the Sky, Heart of the Sunrise. One of my favorites of all time, $29.99. Up at the top, we have Arcade at 40, 55, 45, 35, 55. Scott Dwallow on Terrorizer. That's so does Scott Dwallow. Arcade 45, Arcade 50, Arcade 35, Arcade 60. Let me show one more, then I'm going to go ahead and put up another auction. New Order Movement, $29.99 for New Order. Final call, if you want Taylor Swift, $3,000. Okay, and then let me see what else was requested over here. Slayer, some kind of picture disc here. I've got a box set. I got Mastodon. Is that what was just asked about? Meatloaf. You'll have to keep reminding me. Let's see what's going on with Meatloaf here, okay? Meatloaf is an 81 UK OG original picture disc of Dead Ringer. That's pretty cool. $20 start on that. All right. So Michael Freiberger on Fragile, that's sold to Michael Freiberger. And then we had Trauma, I Prevail, $17.99, $17.99. And then the Beatles, 62 to 66. So this was marked VG Plus $26.99. Already took an offer for $20. So the Beatles is $20. That was already discounted. That's an offer I took. I'll honor that same price. Arcade is at $75. Michael Hamburger on yes. I might have said Fryburger. We got Fryburgers and we got hamburgers. They're both Michaels. We got Michael Hamburger on yes. Thank you. John McPatriot gets the Beatles for $20. Arcade is at $75. I think it's called Arcade, self-titled, or maybe just A. And so John McPatriot got the Beatles, Arcade 78. So when you have a bootleg like that, they're really not available on Discogs or eBay. Just really drives up the value. So really drives up the value on something like that. Amenities next on Beatles. X-Wing gets I Prevail. And then Meatloaf at $25. Price on Bad Company. Also, everything back here in the back is part of Hatchet Ed crates. I just used it for new decoration because before tonight, we were virtually out of new vinyl stock. ZZ Top Eliminator 39. Bad Company Rock and Roll Fantasy 36. That's 2 LP silver vinyl. Prince is on blue and white swirl maybe 33, and Howlin' Wolf is all analog high quality pressing $39.99. Mike Straw said he put A for Annihilated. We might have a change on a claim. Annihilated. Okay, that's still in the bin. Right here. This is so. Oh, sorry. I thought you were maybe bidding on Arcade and just didn't put a number. Mike Straw's on A for Annihilated. Okay. Thank you. You got that one. And then Boston, this was $15, which I bet, yep, I was about to say that's got to be half off. Boston is the second label. That's an early 80s press, but it's nice. 15 on that. And I'm officially going to make Taylor Swift Red a buy it now for $3,000. That way y'all know it's available. Somebody might be grabbing it right now. Or if you want to think about it, I have it right here, okay? I'm going to very carefully put it back in the sleeve, and I'm probably not going to touch it much more after this. Let me go put it in a brand new outer sleeve. So Taylor is available. 300000, and there's a decimal in there somewhere. Okay. Really high end, kind of like Roger Waters. Really high end stuff like this. I'd like, well, let's just go ahead and put it up. Make sure everybody knows we have it. May get a bid, may not. Kind of like Soundgarden earlier. And of course, Soundgarden sold. We had a yellow vinyl promo of Bad Motorfinger. That was pretty sweet. It's gone. Let me put Taylor in a sleeve. All right, so let me update what Arcade is. So just for future reference, okay? Arcade, for future reference, has never been pressed on vinyl. So all these are bootlegs. It's kind of like some of those 90s alternative, 90s metal, anything like this. There is no vinyl pressing for this. Never was released on vinyl. You can only get boots of it. This right now has a high bid of Gary Samuels for $82. If you're in higher or you think you was in higher, let me know. Meatloaf is at $30. Blaine Zapnick gets Howlin' Wolf. Mark Riley gets Boston for $15. Alex Kane gets Gorgira. Amenities second on Boston. And then over here, who else was wanting Youngblood? I think they were asking, was it autographed? And it's not. It's not, okay? And Stephen Pearcy. Stephen Pearcy, the lead singer and frontman of Rat, fronts Arcade. So I guess you could say that's going to sound like a Rat album. That's probably why there's a lot of demand. Now it's starting to make more sense to me. It's Stephen Pearcy. Greg Smith on Bad Company. Let me make sure Robbie Woods doesn't want it. Robbie, I got somebody wanting Bad Company if you don't. Let's see what's left in here first. Journey. That looks like it's half off. It is. Journey, just $10 on Frontiers. What's next? Triumph. This was sticker price, $19.99 for Never Surrender. It does have the original on her sleeve. No condition notes on the vinyl. Does have a couple stains right down here. $19.99 on that. And by the way, the Meatloaf picture disc, I'm showing Sarah Weiberdink at $30 and Duke Norman out. So that's about to sell. There's another copy on Korn for those that missed out earlier. No seam splits. I've been having seam split problems with these. $39.99. Greg Smith, you do get the Bad Company. So the ZZ Top over there, by the way, is the Rhino Hi-Fi cut. Greg Smith gets Journey for $10. That's sold. John Bergenstorm gets Triumph. That's sold. And now Arcade is still getting bids. And new and sealed The Who. Is this blue vinyl? Tip-on litho. Should be blue vinyl. Let me scan. I just ordered more of these. I haven't had the black vinyl in a while. Should be blue vinyl on this. Discogs. $38.99. $38.99. $38.99. I was thinking Guy Shard would comment Taylor Swift 3000. Either he already has it Or he's not watching right now. Yeah, this is blue vinyl. The Who is on blue vinyl. It's a half-speed master. Amenity second on Journey. Doug Jeppesen does get ZZ Top. So that's so to him. We've almost wiped out the back wall. And then let's go ahead and sell the Meatloaf to Sarah Wyberding for $30. Still got a lot of requests over here. Don't worry, I'm going to get them in. Todd Doris gets the Who. That's blue vinyl and a half-speed master. And next was an unpaid auction for $68. Unpaid auction for $68. David Allen Coe. It was a new buyer. We never did hear back from him. It was a 69 U.S. Terre Haute OG VG. There is a hole punch. Penitentiary Blues. New buyer. Never did get payment. Never did register, I don't think. Never did get registered. $68 on David Allen Coe. And then one more, the new auctions. $28, Napalm Death. That was an offer I took. It was sealed, $34.99, $28 on Napalm Death. I probably should have re-auctioned David Allen Coe, but that's okay. Make sure everybody's on their toes for these Hatchet Ed crates. And then we got Quiet Riot picture disc. Quiet Riot, Bang Your Head. So this is the OG 83 picture disc. It has the original plastic, the original sticker. The picture disc is A-OK. $20 start on Quiet Riot. That's now for bid. Arcade is new and sealed. Arcade has a bid for $100. It is new and sealed. Matt Shepard got David Allen Coe. Danny was next, then John McPatriot, then 007, then Cody, then Tim. And John Bergenstorm gets Napalm Death for $28. Quiet Riot's a $20 start. And then we have $20. This is Mortuary. It was $34.99. I took a $20 offer, it looks like. No payment. A 2020 of Blackened Images and Where Death Takes Your Soul. $20 on that. And then what's next? Gore Guts was $20. That looks like an offer I took. It's on red vinyl, death metal. Gore Guts for $20. And Violence, $66. That was an auction. Let me see if I have the details. Violence was an 88 USOG. VG with the original inner sleeve. VG cover, VG inner sleeve, and VG vinyl. Violence, $66. $66 on Eternal Nightmare. All right, so first thing was Master Moss 666 got Mortuary at $20. Black Sabbath Hoss was second. Quiet Riot 25, Arcade 105. Gore Guts sold to Master Moss 666. Matt Shepard was second. Thomas Fish put 32 on Quiet Riot. Stanley bid 30. Scott bid 35. Jim Cooper, you were third on Gore Guts. Arcade 115. Cindy Yarborough gets Violence for 66. And Quiet Riot 30, Quiet Riot 35, Quiet Riot 32. And then there's two 45s down in here. Let's do these for $6.99. The Eagles, Funky New Year, and Electrolight Orchestra, Hold On Tight. I'll do those for $6.99 and $6.99. And then there's the unpaid invoices. Unfortunate. As James Hetfield would say, sad but true. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, the only thing left in here is the Wings box, $114.99. I'm going to put Taylor right here. That's going to be an eye catcher. $3,000. Wings is new and sealed, $114.99. Screaming Trees, Mark Lanigan, Uncle Anesthesia, $39.99. New Orders, $29.99. Psycho Candy, Jesus and Mary Chain, Gold Vinyl, Third Man Records Pressing, $29. And Korn, See You on the Other Side. Korn is $39.99. $39.99 on Korn, and I'm going to put Jesus and Mary Chain right over here. So the only thing left back here on the wall that hadn't got refreshed is the Prince white and blue marble vinyl, $33.99. Okay. What about Arcade? There Goes Mark wants the Hold On Tight for $6.99. Thank you. That's so to There Goes Mark, and that leaves Eagles Funky New Year. Okay. Wow, Arcade getting lots of bids. We need to put up a third auction then. Aaron Jolly, 115. Quiet Riot, 40. Arcade, 120. Arcade's at 120. Quiet Riot's at 40. Only 3 records left in here. Let's go through another Hatchet Ed crate. Bum, 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 bum. You're the one. You're the one. Takes me there. You. Ooh, this is a good one. Do my dirty work, scapegoat. Dude. Ooh, a lot of auctions. Okay, y'all want to pay close attention to this one. Thanks for tuning in on your Friday night. Time to unwind. Everybody's working for the weekend. Everybody comes home and want to watch his Coletco. Next auction is going to go up right now. I don't know what's been requested, but we got to knock out one of these. Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band, a bunch of monkeys on here. Bruce Springsteen is an unofficial pressing at the Hammersmith Odeon in London, UK, 1975. Ruthless Records. Excuse me, Ruthless Rhymes. Ruthless Records is NWA. That's a rap label. Ruthless Rhymes is a well-known bootleg label. That's from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. $35 start on that. Here we go. Auto-tune. Boy, that'd be cool. I'm sure Jake could set that up. Everybody's working to pay their invoices. That way they can go home and listen to some Arcade. Chad, 120. Who was the next bidder? Aaron Jolly. I'm going to leave it up to you on Arcade. Final call. Quite right. Quite right. Solarplex 45. Stanley Richmond, you're out. And Carol's in on Bruce. Another Hatchet egg crate. Y'all know the rules. One bite. This is new and sealed. These are sticker price unless they already have a discount price on it. And by the way, Tanner did uncover some new movie posters that we think we've never been through before. And what we're going to do is try our best to show those a little bit later tonight when we're officially done with vinyl, okay? I've got 4 crates. I'm looking through some of them right now. Some of them are music, but most of them are straight up movie posters. And I might give a tease and put one of them up for auction for a buy now or for an auction later. There are original one-sheets, like It's Alive. Y'all know that movie, It's Alive? I'm looking at a movie poster right now. So there is some horror stuff in here. All right, here we go. Here we go. I have, for $49.99, Thelonious Monk with John Coltrane. And there might be a waiting list for this if no one claims it right now. This is Analog Productions, single LP. The perforated bag is slightly torn. It's still brand new and sealed, $49.99. Final call on Bruce for $35. Arcade is still getting bids. Aaron Jolly did come in. Chad Sauls is out. Last bid on Quiet Right was Solarplex at $45. It took that one bump from Aaron. I think you're going to get it. Next is Godzilla. This was on sale for $20. That looks like $24 to me, so let's do it. $24.99. It was $33. That's the OG Godzilla soundtrack, new and sealed. We have amenities on Thelonious Monk. That's sold to him for $49.99. Thank you. Typo Negative, the least worst of. Wow, on sale. That must have been during one of my clearance inventory reductions. $15 off. That's cheaper than what I had it for, I think, New Year's Eve. $24.99 for Typo Negative. $24.99 for Typo Negative. Eric Connard on Godzilla for $24. And we have Faith No More, King for a Day, $51.99. Man, I just ordered more of these. They'll probably be in Monday for $64.99. So take advantage of that. $51.99 for Typo Negative. Bruce Springsteen is sold to Carol Puckett for $35. Thank you. The highly desirable Arcade is sold for Aaron Jolly for $127. And Quiet Right is officially sold. QR, Quiet Right, is sold to Solarplex Studios for $45. Sold for $45. Eric Connard got Godzilla. Thomas Fish gets Typo Negative. Dave Mosley next on Godzilla. Faith No More sold to Matt Shepard. Susie next on top, and Dave Mosley. Godzilla, unfortunately, can't be auctioned. It's already sold to the first come, first serve. Okay. Bullet for My Valentine. Here we go. Bullet for My Valentine is an unofficial red marble vinyl, sealed, $35 start. Sealed, unofficial red marble vinyl, The Poison. I don't know if that's available on vinyl. If it is, it's got to be rare. I've never seen it. let's do one of these box sets in the back. Mastodon Remission. Mastodon is a 2014 U.S. reissue, limited edition box set, 2 LPs on black and gold merge colored vinyl. Mastodon Remission. And this is a $50 start. And then last night late, I put up a surprise bonus autograph of a really cool item, really cool piece if you missed it. I'm going to try it again before it goes to the old eBay. I'd rather sell it to y'all for a lot cheaper. This is signed by Dr. John, the Night Tripper. It is Grease. It's actually an OG pressing. The cover does have some damage up here, but that's a tough one to get. It's on black ballpoint pen, obviously a vintage signature. $375 for Dr. John. There's one active that's personalized for $550. Pretty tough album to get signed by Dr. John. $375, okay? That's now up for bid. So far, everything in here sold. Let's keep that going. Hey, Deftones. Somebody earlier was on a waiting list. Hopefully, you're still watching. There it is. Gore, $44.99. Roger Waters is still available. $975. $975. I've got it right here. Awesome piece. Awesome Dr. John for $375. We have Merciful Fate on sale for $24.99. Black with white edge marble vinyl, $24.99. Can you get Faith No More, the real thing? I don't think so. I think we've got, we can get Angel Dust, King for a Day, and Album of the Year. That's the only ones in print right now. Sean Miller. I was about to say, I think it's Sean Miller on Deftones. So take Sean Miller off a waiting list. There is Deftones, so does Sean Miller. Take him off the waiting list. James Davidson gets Merciful Fate. That's so to James Davidson. All right, let's work my way down. So Mastodon 50, Mastodon 50, Bullet 40, Roger Waters still available, Mastodon 60, Mastodon 60. Taylor Swift is $3,000. $3,000. Mastodon 65, Mastodon 75. We have Merciful Fate, James Davidson got it for $24, Robert Warner second, Mastodon 75, Mastodon 80. Corrosion of Conformity, America's Volume Dealer, clear with white swirl, $34.99. We have Ministry, The Land of Rape and Honey. Ministry is unopened, so this was a pre-owned sealed record for $29.99. Corrosion of Conformity is sold to Mega Blast, okay? Taylor Swift, the vinyl is near mint minus. There's one tear in the promotional sleeve right there. There's a tear, and the cover has a light crease running right up here, like a little bit of a stress crease. So the vinyl's near mint minus. I was grading the sleeve and the ACM sleeve VG+. Beautiful. Okay. Corrosion Conformity sold to Mega Blast. Ministry sold to 007. Mastodon 85. What about Bullet for My Valentine? I think I only seen one bid. Gary Samuels, $40. Is that right? $40 for Bullet for My Valentine, The Poison. A deluxe edition with bonus tracks. It's on red marble vinyl, and now it has a bid for $45. Mastodon's at $85, and Dr. John is $375. Okay? Next is Poison. Open up and say ah. Poison is $34.99. Scorpions Love Drive. This is on colored vinyl, 180 gram, $44.99. And Trench Veil. And this is $24.99. Brown and Bone merged colored vinyl, $24.99. And I'm going to go ahead and put Dr. John back over here. Dr. John is $375. Don't forget about Roger Waters, $975. I'm going to take a couple of these out. I'm going to get a pile going of get these photographed and listed online. That way, 2 reasons. Everybody knows where to go see them and find them, and everybody knows that they're available for sale. Okay, so those are available. Dr. John and Roger Waters. Okay, next over here, Poison. No, this is new and sealed. Poison's new and sealed for $34.99. Let me know if you want it. If not, it's sold to Greg Smith. And then Bullet for My Valentine's at $50. And the last bid on Mastodon was $85. And I still got Trench Veil, and I still got Scorpions, and I have Cypress Hill. Cypress Hill's new and sealed, $29.99. Wise Blood by COC is $49.99, Corrosion of Conformity. And another Corrosion of Conformity, Deliverance. 30th anniversary, $1,500 on clear vinyl, $54.99. Matt Shepard on Cypress Hill sold. And I think that was where somebody said, can you order me one each of all the COC albums? And typically when that happens, we never get paid. If anybody ever says, Chad, I'll take one each of something, whether it be I'll take one each of all the Metallicas, one each of this, 9 times out of 10, we don't ever get paid. So I always throw a red flag on them. I throw a red flag. I'm like, are you sure you want one album from this band's discography? I'm like, yes. And then somehow we still don't get paid for them. Okay, so Matt Shepard got Cypress Hill. Red Cave, let me know if you want Deliverance or if you want Wise Blood. Brogan is possibly next in line on Wise Blood, then Kerr and Evans. And so Poison is sold then to Greg Smith. And we need another new auction, and that also leaves Scorpions, which is $44.99. That is Love Drive, 180-gram colored vinyl. And Clutch, Robot Hive Exodus, bonus 7-inch with additional tracks, remastered, limited edition, colored vinyl with autographed artist insert. So this is a deluxe edition, includes the autograph by the full band, $59.99. So Red Cave did want Deliverance. That's a good one. It's got Albatross on it. It's got Clean My Wounds. So that's sold. And that means next is Brogan does get Wise Blood. And Curran, do you want on a waiting list? Curran Evans, I can still get these if you want one. They'll be in next week, and then you'll be billed the following Monday. And then next over here is Matt Shepard on Clutch. Same thing. If anybody wants one of these, hopefully they're still available. And then over here, we got Scorpion still available unless the person asked about it. And I never did see another bid on Mastodon, and I've already did a final call. Mark Stanley, $85. Mastodon is sold for $85. That's done. And then where about Bullet? Where are we on Bullet is what I'm trying to say. Bullet for My Valentine, awesome. Final call. Seth, you're fired at $50. MG Sanchez is out. We're about to sell it. What's behind Scorpions? That is Trench. Whoops. That is Trench Veil. Trench Veil. And this is called Southern Cross Ripper. Southern Cross Ripper. It's on Brown and Bone Merge. Looks very heavy. $24.99. Nice. The Man with the Golden Gun. That's a 12-inch single picture disc from Record Store Day, $29.99. The flip is A Boy Like You, which I think is possibly another Lulu song, but that's the title song, The Man with the Golden Gun, $29.99. If you've seen my living room, you probably will make an assumption that I like James Bond stuff. I have since I've been a kid. I've always been fascinated. I don't know. I've always wanted to be a spy for the British government, or how about the U.S. government? I don't want to be a traitor. We have Motley Crue, new tattoo. Motley Crue is an unofficial. This album has never had a vinyl release. So the 7 unofficial pressings on Discogs are all unofficials. There's 7 entries on this for Discogs. They're all bootlegs. So I don't know what the deal with the copyright with this is, but somehow it's not being pressed. Motley Crue is a $35 start. And then here's another unofficial. Now this has recently had a reissue, but for a long time it was bootlegged. It's another one of these 90s kind of glam hard rock albums that just never were in print. And this is it. And this is a 2 LP, red and blue vinyl, $35 start, okay? There's that, and then we have Scott Dwallow, Man with the Golden Gun. And I can still get these. I know where these come from. I was just on their website. Even though it's a Record Store Day, I can get these if anybody wants on a waiting list. That's so to Scott Dwallow. Thank you. Motley Crue 35. Scott Dwallow, I got you down. And then Motley Crue 44, 35, 40, 55, 60. And let's go ahead and sell Seth, You're Fired, the Bullet for My Valentine, and that's sold for $50, okay? $50 on that. Next. All right, my crate's pretty full over here. Let me go ahead and swap out. All right, wow, moving some vinyl. That was already our 3rd full crate tonight. Pretty amazing. And we still got 3 new vintage crates from John, and we still got a Hatchet Ed miscellaneous. Here we go. Take this off. Busy night tonight. And we had 1 crate of new vinyl came in, which if y'all missed that, we had more copies of Megadeth. So there's been 3 Megadeths that's been repressed recently. And that was World Needs a Hero, United Abominations, and Super Collider. And if you need one of those, we have waiting lists essentially on all of them, just whenever they come in. Trench Hail or Veil. Trench Hail, I've been saying Veil, haven't I? Yeah, that's Trench Hail. That's sold to Alex Kane. Only thing left is Scorpions. Here we go. I have Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman, which is essentially an Ozzy Greatest Hits, $38.99. And the Big Lebowski soundtrack, $33.99 for the Big Lebowski soundtrack. And Mr. Hankey's Christmas Classics, $29.99. One more, Rally Round the Family, $29.99. There is a pre-order for Megadeth's new. There is a pre-order for Megadeth's new album. It's supposed to come out next month. Yes. Motley Crue 55, Motley Crue 60, Wild Side 40, Motley Crue 75, Motley Crue 78, Motley Crue 62, and amenities on Oz, and that's for Ozzy Osbourne. Motley Crue's at $81, and the Scorpions is Love Drive, 180 gram import, colored vinyl, soft touch sleeve. And then what about Wild Side? I'm showing Wild Side at Gary Samuels at $40, and everybody else is out. $40 on that. Jason Morris, I can put you on a wait list for Ozzy. They'll be in next week. This is a Hatchet Egg Crate. These are all sticker price. These are records that didn't get paid for or got put back. And that Ozzy is in print, and we can get them. So Vonda 70, Jason Morris, anybody else, I can get them. Okay, New Megadeth has about 50 variants. It does. There it is. There it is. All right, next thing is Deftones Ohms. Deftones is $29.99. Deftones Ohms and Ministry with Sympathy. Music on vinyl, Ministry, $39.99. And Another Korn, See You on the Other Side, $39.99. The reason you see so many of these in the putback, this was a huge pre-order. And not gigantic, but we pre-sold a bunch of them, which means we don't get paid for a lot of them. They come in, and all of a sudden, people have a change of heart. And then we're kind of left with a lot of leftovers. So make sure, it actually specifically says in all the pre-orders, do not please say you want one of these unless you definitely 100% when it comes in, you're going to want it and you're going to be able to pay for it. Motley Crue is an unofficial. This has never, ever, ever, never, ever, ever, never, ever, ever been officially pressed to vinyl. The high bid right now is $83 with Black Sabbath Haas. $83. Wild Side is at $50 with James Chilcott. $50 of James Chilcott. We got two people on the Ozzy waiting list unless they said no. That's Memoirs of a Madman. Jason Morris and V.W. Vondi. Motley Crue is sealed. It's never been open. Scott Dwallow on Deftones. 007 Platinum on Ministry. Mortgage Guy Rob, if you want on Deftones, let me know. Motley Crue is a sealed, unofficial pressing. It's never been released on vinyl officially. Wild Side got a new bid for $50. Motley Crue, $83. Sean Miller, second on Deftones. Let me know if you want one. Nick Bargeron is trying to bid on the Scorpions. I'll just go ahead and sell it to you. Sold to Nick Bargeron for $44.99. And then over here, we have Motley Crue at 84, Wild Side at 52, Motley Crue at 85, Motley Crue at 85, Motley Crue at 100, Motley Crue at 85. Next is The Matrix Reloaded, the album. First time on vinyl, The Matrix Reloaded, $44.99. The Deftones, if I put you on a waiting list, it will be $29.99. $29.99 on that, okay? $29.99. Sorry, too many distractions, not out. So are you passing on the Scorpions? You put Scorpions +1. This is available if you want it. Sold or pass. I'm going to make sure because we've already had to put it back or didn't get paid for it once. Don't want that to happen again. Motley Crue's at $125. Wild Side still getting bids. And Christopher Lee also wants on that Ozzy wait list. It looks like we're about to get into pre-owned and unpaid auctions. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's do something a little bit different on genre. How about Old and In the Way, which is Jerry Garcia from the Grateful Dead. Old and In the Way is an 85 US reissue on Sugar Hill, EX condition, $30 start for Old and In the Way. Gen X Sessions also once on an Aussie wait list, and Mortgage Guy Rob along with Sean Miller on Deftones. Okay? Put down Red Cave Collections for a new Megadeth. Next, Tony Bradford is Wild Side. It is an unofficial pressing. This is an unofficial red and blue sealed 2 LP, and I'm showing Wild Side. Wild Side, the last bid was Gary Samuels at $52. Next, Music for a Striptease Party, a home entertainment program with fun beat, not for kids. VG Plus, $14.99. Pink Floyd Relics, a bizarre collection of antiques and curios, a 75 Jacksonville, $39.99. Vladar on Striptease. Solarplex also over here. Solarplex also over here on Megadeth, just FYI. Let's write down those names. Next is this. Jay Giles Band, Love Stinks. VG Condition, $9.99. Jay Giles Band, Love Stinks. VG Condition, $9.99. The Rolling Stones, It's Only Rock and Roll, a 1974 Presswell press, $34.99. Here's the Megadeth variant we're getting. Here's the Megadeth variant we're getting. It's a gatefold. Well, it's a 2 LP. I don't know if it's a gatefold. Surely it is. $44.99 for Megadeth. It's kind of like on a brownish red. I just cross my fingers, we get them, and I cross my fingers, we get plenty of them, okay? And, of course, for some reason, there is, let me jump right over here, and, yeah. So I'm going to hit a comment. I'm going to comment a dot to bump it up in the algorithm so it appears further up in the group when you go over there, or you can click directly on a link. If you don't have a Facebook, we'll take down your name here, and then I'll manually key them in, okay? I'll manually key them in. Wow. Motley Crue, I think, is done. It's a final call to Oh So Adventure for $125. We sold Striptease. David Tate was second. Solarplex on Jay Giles. That sold. And then we have Another Taste of Honey, Martin Denny. That was marked down to $6.99. It was originally EX $12.99. Gypsy Girl, also $6.99. Rockabilly and Rock and Roll and Psycho, a Rockabilly Psychobilly compilation, also $6.99. Jay Giles Band Hotline. Jay Giles is half off, which makes that $10. It was $19.99. And Roxy Music Manifesto is $10, which makes that half off. Okay? Now, with that being said, Motley Crue has a new bid, $130. Still getting bids on the Motley Crue unofficial. Wild Side is still getting bids. It's at $53. Old and in the Way, Jerry Garcia, just got one bid with Jay Beach, and that's sold for $30. Let's go ahead and put that away. Next is Patrick Lear on Gypsy. The comp here, $6.99. Matt Shepard got Jay Giles for $10. Mega Blast got Roxy Music for $10. New and sealed, it looks like. Nickelback, The State. Nickelback is $33.99. And then, hadn't seen this since it came out, Pet Shop Boys, the complete singles collection on blue vinyl, $39.99. Solarplex, You Were Next on Jay Giles. The Matrix, $44.99. Linkin Park, Marilyn Manson, Rob Zombie, Rob Dugan, Deftones, Team Sleep, POD, Unloco, Rage Against the Machine, Oakenfold, Fluke, Dave Matthews Band, Don Davis, Juno Reactor, Rob Dugan, Juno Reactor, Don Davis. And I think the Don Davis stuff, that's like some of the score. And then there's some of the other artists on there. $44.99. Wildside 54. James Rayner on Pet Shop Boys. Mike Codrini second. I don't know if I can still get these, but we can try if you want to go on a wait list, okay? I can try if you want to go on a wait list. Mike Codrini will be first, then Amenities. Bob Riger does take the Matrix. And then Wildside. Did this get another bid? Gary Samuels, $54. James Chilcott, you're outbid on Wildside, just FYI. And then Motley Crue. The last bid on Motley Crue that just came in, Oh So Adventure went out Chevy Bailey has it for $130. Final call, okay? Love Drive is a new and sealed remaster, 180 gram colored vinyl, $44.99. Amenity says, let's try to get a Pet Shop Boys. Next is this. It is sealed for $19.99. Fever Ray Plunge. Fever Ray Plunge, sealed $19.99. Craig just posted the track listing for Matrix. If anybody wants me to try to go on a wait list, let me know. And then Bullet Boys Acid Monkey, red vinyl. Bullet Boys is $34.99. Okay, we're about to start unpaid auctions right now. Wildside Chilcott is done. Wildside is sold to Gary Samuels for $54. Chevy Bailey gets the Motley Crue for $130. And let's start a waiting list for Pet Shop Boys. I have the following people down: Mike Quadrini, Amenities, and Mega Blast. Kelly Vladarchuk on the wait list for the Matrix. If anybody else wants me to try. Some of these I hadn't seen in a long time, so don't know if we'll get them or not. But yeah, Sacred Reich, Ignorance. Sacred Reich is an 87 Euro OG. It has the original inner sleeve. It's an EX. Let's go ahead and start it for $35. Sacred Reich. Motley Crue was an unofficial. It's already sold. It's been up for a while. But also, if you ever see this record, there is no official pressing. Man, a Motley Crue, that would be a huge pre-order. A huge pre-order if that ever came out officially. If I had something to do with Motley Crue, I'm sure most of those guys don't really need money that have anything to do with that album, but if they did, I'd be getting on the phone with my lawyer, and I'd be like, hey, man, we got to do something to get this album pressed. Let's figure out who owns the rights. Let's do this, do that. Of course, it could be more complicated than that. I don't know. I'm sure the music business is a legal headache, but, man, it seems like they could make easy money putting some of this stuff back into print, but I'm sure somewhere or another there's some kind of legal problem or they'd be pressing this stuff. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to put Bob Riger's Matrix back. Now we're going to give this to Kelly Vladarchuk. Thank you, Kelly, and thank you, Bob, because Bob is going to take Bullet Boys instead. That worked out good. Now, Sacred Right, 35, 35, 40, 50, 60, 70. Okay, next is this. First unpaid auction, we have Crocus for $28, one vice at a time. So this was an 82 UKOG, near mint minus, and when we tagged this, there was none for sale in the United States, $28 on that. $28 on that. Sacred Right 70, Sacred Right 80. Legal issues, I had a feeling because at some point they got to make the business decision. Do we pay a team of lawyers $100,000 to put in an obscure Motley Crue album in print? I mean, they could probably sell a lot of them and make a lot of money, but it also depends on how much legal fights they're going to have to do and who they have to pay. And then probably at the end of the day, they're like, well, honestly, we probably can't make any money off of it after you pay a bunch of lawyers and, you know, this and that. So, because all their other albums, they sell hundreds of thousands of copies still. So some of their deeper cut, they probably can't sell as many, but they probably could still sell a lot. But still, they got to pay people to make it and press it and publishers and this and that. Okay, so we got Bruce Springsteen, an unofficial Italian. That's from the island, or not really island, the boot of Italy, the peninsula of Italy. A compilation of studio outtakes. So this is Bruce Springsteen studio material. I don't know now if it's been released or not, but at the time it hadn't been because it was a bootleg. $30 start on that. $30 start on that. Okay, here we go. We have Sacred Right at 80, Sacred Right at 85, Sacred Right at 100, and James Davidson on Crocus for $28. And Sacred Right's at 105. Okay? Sacred Right at 105. Bruce Springsteen is just went up for auction. Rough Cuts on deck. I'll do it right now. Unpaid Hatchet at auctions. This is a big part of the crate. $40 on Judas Priest. It was an 81 Euro OG CBS label. It does have the inner sleeves, a little bit of cover wear, but the vinyl was nice. You can buy it for $40. Judas Priest point of entry. These are unpaid auctions. Now, Ed leaves me all the invoices at the end of the night, unless it was something where somebody let us know that they ran into some trouble and they can't pay us. All these people are unfortunately going to get the Hatchet Ed from Chad, which means they can't bid from. What we always tell people is if something happens, that's okay. Come back in 6 months when you've got a new job and everything's better. But if you leave us out on the cold, especially for a bunch of unpaid auctions, we're probably going to hide your name where you can't appear in the chat anymore. And that means I will never be able to see your bids and claims, which means you'll be invisible and you can't buy from us. But always make sure you're talking to Hatchet Ed, okay? We got Judas Priest sold for $40 to Matt Shepard. Rock is at $125. Bruce Springsteen is a $30 start. This next record is $15. Def Leppard. It's a 1980 USOG VG, and that was the minimum bid at $15. $15 on Def Leppard. Next is $40. Looks like Spinal Tap. That was the minimum bid at $40. It was a buy it now. An 84 US Hop Hog EX. The cover does have some wear, which is common. It's a solid black jacket, Spinal Tap. Rob Reiner just recently passed away. $40 on Spinal Tap. Okay, and then over here we have Rough Cut. I shouldn't say he passed away, he got murdered. Rough Cut, he passed away, but it was tragic. We have Rough Cut, an 85 Specialty OG, $25 start, Rough Cut. Now up for bid, a $25 start on Rough Cut. Okay, so over here, John Bobing, you were a little late on Judas Priest. Matt Shepard did get the Def Leppard for $15. John Kaiser second. We have an out on Sacred Rock. John Mincemoyer has it for $125. Matt Nichols third on Def Leppard. James Vasquez fourth. Robbie Woods fifth. Scott Dwyer sixth. Shane Lando got Spinal Tap for $40. James Chilcott, 7th on Def Leppard. Mike Brangle, 2nd on Spinal Tap. Solarplex, 7th on Def Leppard. James Davidson, 8 on Def Leppard. Rough Cut has a bid for $25. Now a bid for $25. And this is an 85 Specialty OG, $25 start. And we have Bruce Springsteen, a no bid, unless I missed one. I don't think I did. $30 buy it now on Bruce. $30 buy it now on Bruce. Okay, I love these unpaid auctions. Well, I don't, but they're exciting because there's some stuff that unfortunately somebody didn't pay for, and they're usually, I mean, if we put something for auction, it's typically a pretty desirable record. I'm going to take a peek. Next one is $20. It's Prince, Sign of the Times, and that was the minimum bid at $20. An 87 USOG Specialty, $20 on that. Rough Cuts at $40 with Sarah Weiberdink, and Taylor Swift is $3,000. $3,000. Prince is sold to Patrick for $20. Carol gets Bruce for $25. Thank you, Carol Puckett. I had a feeling if you was on, you'd be buying these Bruce. I think we still got several from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Okay, next is $25. Night Ranger. It looks like it's sealed. It's an 83 OG Club copy sealed, $25. Patrick got Prince. Rough Cuts at $50. Mike was next on Prince. Amenities next on Prince. Scott Dyer next on Prince. And then Sacred Rock is sold for $125. And this is sold to John Mincemoyer for $125. Rough Cuts at $55. Rough Cut has no condition notes. I'll put up another Rough Cut. It's a very, I'll say, unique item from Rough Cut. It's a different album than that. Remind me as soon as this one sells, and I'll put it up for auction. It's not cheap, mostly because of the shipping cost. You'll see what I'm talking about in just a second. But the jacket on this one's VG Plus, and the vinyl is near mint. Sorry, I keep telling you the details, and the reason I keep forgetting to tell you the grade, Gregory, is because Laura didn't leave any condition notes, which means it is near mint minus. That means it's very nice, okay? That means it's very nice. So, Night Ranger is sold to Matt Shepard for $25. And there's two things that messes a lot of people up. I'll say the name of an album like Led Zeppelin, and it'll be their first album, which is called Led Zeppelin, and I forget to say it's Led Zeppelin by Led Zeppelin. And then it'll confuse everybody, especially people that might not be watching the screen, or maybe they're just listening. And then the other thing is when we have a near mint minus record for auction, I forget to say that it's near mint minus sometimes. Here's our next auction. Let's not do another R because that starts with an R. Let's do an L for Lizzie Borden. Lizzie Borden is the murderous. What's the Murderous Metal Roadshow? Yeah. An 86 USOG. It has the original on her sleeves. VG Plus condition. By the way, we just bought a collection today. It's from somebody that worked at Warner out of Nashville. So we got a lot of cool records. A lot of modern stuff, but a lot of insane promos and stuff like that. Taylor's one of the gems. So this was sent to people for ACM voting consideration. It's one of the most desirable Taylor Swift records. The next one would be the Orange Vinyl Reputation. So probably the top two most expensive Taylor Swift records is this one and then the Orange Vinyl Reputation. Rough Cuts at $65. Rush is $20, which was the minimum bid. An 85 USOG VG Plus condition of Power Windows. That's a good one. Rough Cuts at $65. It's between Michael Thrower and Gregory. Gregory has it right now. Next unpaid auction is Kiss. This is a remaster, $20, which was the minimum bid. Somebody bought a bunch of buy it nows, no bids, didn't pay for them. $20 on Kiss. Rush is sold to Sully. That is sold to Sully. And then over here, we have Any America. I honestly have not looked through it. Paul could answer any specific details. He goes out and buys this stuff. I'm going to try to flip through it tonight to maybe make some more promo videos and photos. But other than that, I have not seen a single record other than Taylor Swift. And he told me something else in there. And I'll talk about that later. We have, so Sully got Rush, Chad next, then Amenities, then Joseph, then Dennis, Rough Cut 70, Michael Thrower on Kiss, Lizzie Borden's 35, James Chilcott next on Kiss, Rough Cut 75, then Christopher Lee on Kiss, then Greg Smith, then Josie, then Christina. Rush was my Rush claim. You were still second. Sully was still first on Rush. And then Chad, you were next. Sully was still first with R. Okay? Next, Billie Eilish. That's another one. That is another. We got another painted Billie Eilish record, which the last time we had one of those, it was insane. It was a heck of an ordeal. Okay, here we go. There's only a couple more left in here. $30. This is a remastered Kill 'Em All, 2016. $30 on that. $40 for Blowfly in the Temple of Doom, an 84 USOG VG Plus. $40 on that. Seth, You're Fired on Metallica. Lizzie Borden's at $38. Are We Done on Rough Cut? Michael Thrower bid $70. Gregory bid $75. Michael Thrower, You're Out. There's Blowfly, and boy, this next one, I can't believe somebody didn't pay for this. $125. It's in EX. It is OG. The Scarface soundtrack. That's tough to get. There is some writing. It's a gold stamp promo. 83 OG EX 125. Scarface. 125. That is a tough. That's always been tough. I finally got one after a lot of searching and painful battles. Took me forever. Next, I got to get one signed by Al Pacino. Did I show my face? Oh no. You're not supposed. I'm supposed to be like the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Did I show my face? Oh, there I am. There's the back of my head. Oh, there you go. You got to look at the back of my head. I got a lot more hair on the back of my head than the front of my head. The top of my head, not so much. Y'all don't want to see that. It's starting to slowly retract. The back of my head looks pretty good. I need them to pluck a bunch of those. I need to go over to India, wherever they do that, where they pluck out and put it on the top of my head. I guess that's called a hair transplant. So if I ever tell y'all I'm going to India or wherever they do that to buy a record collection, y'all know the procedure I'm having. I'm having a hair transplant. What happened over here? We had Rough Cut was a final call to Gregory for $75. It was up to Michael Thrower. Lizzie Borden got a bid for $35. And that was with John Kaiser. Then MT Matt bid $38. Then John Kaiser bid $40. And then Rough Cut got a bid for $85. Gregory went out. Lizzie Borden $43. And then Lizzie Borden $45. And then Turkey. Okay, Turkey. There it is. Turkey. Not India. Turkey. There we go. Turkey. Is that where they do it? How much does that cost? Has anybody ever had it done? If it's not too expensive, I need to have it done now before it's too late. Okay, Lizzie Borden 40, and okay, so let's run through this crate again. I think we're done on Rough Cut. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and let's see what this other box set is. I don't really know. Oh, it's Devin Townsend. Devin Townsend is a 2018 limited edition box set, 5 albums over 10 LPs with book, $195 start. $195 start for Devin Townsend. 5 albums, 10 LPs. There's that. Doing the U.S. Hair. Who needs hair, right? We have the Big Lebowski, $33.99. $33.99. The Big Lebowski. Mr. Hankey's Christmas Classics, $29.99. Evil Empire, Rage Against the Machine, $29.99. Korn, $39.99. See You on the Other Side, Korn, $39.99. That's the only new and sealed stuff. Pink Floyd Relic, still available, a 75 Jacksonville press, $39.99 for Pink Floyd Relics. The Rolling Stones, It's Only Rock and Roll, $34.99. Martin Denny is $6.99. EX Edition, $6.99. We have Nickelback, The State. Nickelback, $33. Todd Saw wants Korn. So did Todd Saw. Scorpions is $44.99. Remastered, 180-gram colored vinyl. Soft touch sleeve. She's nude. And then over here, we have Fever Ray Plunge, sealed for $19.99. Blowfly is $40. Blowfly and the Temple of Doom, $40 on that. And Scarface, $125. Now, if Blowfly and Scarface don't sell, I'll either re-auction them tonight or re-auction them tomorrow. So you can claim them now or you can fight in an auction later. We got Rough Cut officially sold to Michael Thrower. And this is sold to Michael Thrower for the winning bid of, it was 75, should be 80. That was 85 on this one. 85 on that. Taylor is 3,000. It's the promo red vinyl. And then Lizzie Borden, the last bid on this was out. MT Mac gets it for $50. Okay? $50 on that. My hair's not too bad, but it will be gone. It's not too bad right now, but it will at some point be gone. It's not too bad right now. It's actually not that bad, but I'm like taking preventative measures. Devin Townsend's $195. $195 with Devin Townsend. And then Susie put NB. NB for Nickelback. So does Susie Breedlove. Okay? And then I think we're done. Here it is. My dad was not bald. No, he had a full, thick set of hair when he passed away. Okay. Devin Townsend, $195. Re-auction Scarface. I will do it momentarily. Okay, Rough Cut. So hopefully it's still over here. We got a lot of cool miscellaneous for later tonight. Uh-oh. I can get to it, but let me move some stuff. Tanner has been cleaning up the store. It was our New Year's resolution. And with that, he's found posters. He's found miscellaneous. And after we're done with vinyl tonight, we're going to get hot and heavy and all that. But we're not done with vinyl. We still got new pre-owned stuff to go through, best offer. But let me move this table. And let me find this item. It should be right here. Aha. Okay, so this is pretty cool. Somebody went through a lot of work on this. But the biggest thing is buyer's going to have to pay shipping, okay? Buyer's going to have to pay shipping. We had this JSA authenticated. So this is Rough Cut Wants You. Let's go to the top view right quick. So this is their album, Rough Cut Wants You. It's been signed by Paul Shortino, who I think was the lead vocalist, and it's been JSA. Now, instead of ripping this out of a $500 frame, the JSA sticker's on the back of the frame. Okay, so if you ever rip it out of the frame, the JSA sticker will be void. Not that big of a deal. It's just a basic cert. But it's framed. It's an awesome display piece. So rough cut, signed by Paul Shortino. It's probably in a $300 to $500 presentation frame. The big thing on this is buyer will have to pay postage. So whatever the winning bid is, you'll pay for it. And then Ed will get it packaged and he'll send you a quote, shipping and handling. When that's paid, they'll mail it out because this is going to require a lot of extra work. I mean, it's glass. It's in UV protection. Somebody paid quite a bit of money to have this done. We bought this and some, I think, Vinny a piece signed albums I've got back here that's framed. So my starting bid is $125. Not bad. But postage, you could probably expect on paying, I don't know, $75 to $100 on postage, maybe. I don't really know. Could be $50. It just depends on your zip code and how big of the box ends up being, etc. So $125 on this. $125 on this. Rough Cut wants you. That's now up for auction. I'm going to go ahead and put up another crate. $125 on that one. Okay? Let's go over here and grab another crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. And I think I have another check condition crate. And then I'll get caught up on all the chats and claims. And we're about to go through some Buy It Now Best Offer vintage LPs never shown before. So awesome rough cut. Signed and JSA authenticated. Okay. We got plenty of other stuff to auction. So first thing I need to do is make Devin, let me make sure there wasn't a bid. If it's not, you might want to go ahead and claim it right now. Devin Townsend, we sold Korn, we sold Nickelback, and then over here, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. There's Rough Cut, re-auction Scarface, that Slayer picture disc sale. If it was advertised, we hadn't sold any Taylor Swift yet. And then over here, I ordered 6 crates. How many? A full crate of vinyl. It depends if they're new with the thicker spines or if they're vintage, but between 75 and 80 records packed full. Next is, no, I already have a Scarface. All right, so Devin Townsend box says $195. This is Devin Townsend, 2018, 10 LP, 5 albums, $195. Jim B's offered $170. Probably because these sell for $300 or $400 on Discogs. Let me think about it. I don't know if I should sell it to Jim B for $170 or put it on Discogs and sell it for $400. I got to get this off the table. $125 start for a signed rough cut plus shipping. Going once, going twice. If not, I guess I just need to hang it up in the store and hopefully somebody come in and buy it. $125. If you're local, you don't have to pay postage. $125. Okay, that's back here behind me. Don't let me forget it. If you want it, go ahead and bid. If not, don't let me forget to make it a buy it now, and then we'll figure out who was first and who was second on it. Next auction, we have Slayer, South of Heaven, a 2017 limited edition picture disc, $55 start. Slayer, $55 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, there's that. And then our next auction is this. Let's pull something from the front here. This looks very metal. This is who? Dead Engine, Hold a Grudge. Dead Engine spelled D-E-D. The first and only time this was ever pressed to vinyl. VG Plus condition. They look very metal. $20 start on that. Okay? This crate is new vintage stuff, never shown before. Buy it now or best offer. Believe it or not, George isn't at home, so please leave a message after the beep. I must be out or I'd pick up the phone. Where could I be? Believe it or not, I'm not home. Mott the Hoople, All the Young Dudes. EX, $16.99. All the Young Dudes. carry the news. Over here, we have Bruce Springsteen. We have Greetings from Asbury Park. VG Plus, $14.99. David Jones, VG Condition, $9.99. The New World of Leonard Nimoy, VG Plus Condition, $19.99. And Freaking at the Freakers Ball. Freaking at the Freakers Ball, Shel Silverstein. Shel Silverstein, VG Plus, $18.99. Okay? Next thing is Slayer 55, Slayer 60, Slayer 55, Dead Engine 25, Dead Engine 30, Dead Engine 26, Matt Shepard on MH12, Mitch T on MH14, and was there any other offers? Any other claims? Joe Salamo said, I'll beat all of y'all full price. So this is first to Matt Shepard, if you want it for 16. If not, Mitch for 16. And then if not, Joe Salamo. Dead 42. Scott Dwallow on Freakers. Dead 42. These are new arrivals, never shown before. Matt Shepard says he'll take Mott the Hooples. And Shane over on YouTube, to answer your question about reselling, no, I don't have a problem. I'm just giving GMB a hard time. It doesn't matter to me after somebody buys a record what they do with it, okay? If we sell something for $150 and they think they can go sell it for $400, I'm okay with it. I'm here to sell records. I'm just giving GMB a hard time. GMB is actually a collector, but he does catch great deals here, and he probably does resell some stuff. And he makes quite a bit of money on it, but that's okay. I don't mind that. I know some people have fear of selling to a reseller. I don't, because I do it for a living. I buy stuff and resell it, but no, I'm just giving GMB. If you ever hear me complaining about GMB, GMB knows this. I'm just giving him a hard time. If you buy something from us for $10 and sell it for $1,000, that's where we messed up, okay? That's on us. We should have sold it for $1,000, but if I sell it for 10, a 45 slips through an album, that's on us. But it doesn't matter to me. I'll be disappointed. I'm like, man, how did we let that happen? But no, it doesn't matter. If you buy something from us, I don't care what you do with it. You can buy it to collect, listen to burn, to resell. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. So I'm just always messing with GMB. Jefferson Airplane Volunteers, VG Plus, $19.99. VG Plus, $19.99. I know some places, they do not want people coming in and buying stuff to resell, which to me makes no sense. That's on to them, though, whatever they want to do. Nimoy is sold to Robert Vladerchek. There's that. And we have Cream Wheels of Fire, VG Condition, $14.99. This is Cream Wheels of Fire, VG Condition, $14.99. We go through so much stuff. I would love to check everything, but simply we just can't. We have enough knowledgeable people here. We usually can red flag something if we think it's rare or obscure, but we just don't have enough time. If we did, we would have a warehouse full of stuff to check. It would just nearly be impossible. So over here we have Ian Anderson, Walking to Light. That's Ian Anderson from Jethro Tull, VG Plus $14.99, and the best of the soundtracks, VG Plus $14.99. We've let autographs slip through, rare 45 slip through, rare books, rare posters, but hey, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me. It's just like we've sold it. If we've sold it, hopefully we've made money on it, and we're just trying to get through stuff. We got way too much inventory, so we let stuff slip through all the time, but hey, that's why people watch. I mean, that's why we got people on here watching. We got over here Slayer. The last bid that came in on Slayer was Joseph McCormick at $60, which was almost 5 minutes ago. I've done a lot of yapping and I've done a lot of talking and yapping and talking. Joseph McCormick had it for $60. Dead got up to 40 with Alex Kane. We sold Mott the Hoople at sticker price to Matt Shepard. Riot has not been sold. What is covers? I'll show that to you in just a second. And then Dead got a bid for 42. Scott Dwallow got Freakers. Next on that was Adam Bernardi. And then we had the Leonard Nimoy record sold to Vladerchek. Slayers at $65 with Chad Sauls. Slayer's at $65 with Chad Sauls. And then Dead Engine, Gary Samuels at $42. Gary Samuels at $42. Okay, Slayer got a new bid for $65. Next thing we have, somebody bought a $50 book and sold it for $2,000. Awesome. Vladarchek got a $7 record. It was worth $125. Awesome. And then Matt Nichols on Cream. This is a classic. This is sold to Matt Nichols. Will the rough cut display come on a separate invoice? And did I get Devin Townsend? New invoices start Sunday. I bid 65 on Slayer. And then BS for 10. Hold on one second. I have a couple offers coming in. BS for 10. This is sold to Matt Shepard. Slayer 62 and Slayer 65. Okay? So here's the deal. Last bid on Slayer that came in. Last bid on Slayer that came in just happened for $75. MT Matt was first on Dead for $42. So to clarify, and I'll have some pending offers and questions, okay? So over here, this is Slayer at $75, Joseph McCormick, South of Heaven. Now Dead is at $45. Now we know where we're at. If you need information, let me know. The first and next thing I have is the following. We had two offers. We had two offers on the rough cut. The first question, or the first offer on rough cut was the following. Solarplex said he would give 85 on rough cut because it's going to be expensive to ship, which is very true. I was asking 125. Solarplex offered 85. Okay. And then next thing is this. Matt Nichols got Cream. And then somebody asked, could they invoice on a separate invoice? So invoices go out once a week on Mondays, and that's everything you bought from Monday through Saturday. This is Friday. So if you bought something Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, this, there's that. Now, sometimes we invoice people separately so they can split it up in payments if it's something really expensive. That's the only time I'll do that, like a $1,000 item, an $800 item, et cetera, et cetera. So just FYI. But no, it will be invoiced on Monday if you buy it. Now, Solarplex, if you want it, since you asked first, I was asking $125. Let's do $95 and you pay shipping. Okay, plus it's JSA authenticated. I had to pay to have that done. But yeah, $95 and you pay shipping. I was asking $125. Shotgun Messiah is sold. We're also right now going through a new vintage bin, buy it now, best offer. Slayer's at $80, Dead's at $47. Here we go. We got Earth, Wind, and Fire Gratitude. This is VG Plus $14.99. It's kind of like a compilation because it has Shining Star and Celebrate Good Times Come On. VG Plus $14.99. I don't think I've sold, or I don't think there was any other claims or offers for Best of Soundtracks, Ian Anderson, Jefferson Airplane, or David Jones from the Monkees, okay? There's that. And then REO Speedwagon Live, You Got What You Play For. That's VG Plus $24.99. And Journey to the Moon, narration by Victor Day, music, The Sound of Genesis. Is that Genesis? I mean, it's on Buddha. I guess that's not Genesis, like, I don't think, I've never heard of this. If so, that's interesting though. VG $9.99, okay? All right, so rough cut, signed by Paul Shortino, is sold to Oso Adventure, or excuse me, sold to Solarplex, and make sure that he gets a note for separate billing for shipping. Separate billing for shipping. Because we do $8 unlimited, but just some things we can't. I mean, if I did that for free shipping, I would basically be better off not selling it, right? It's going to cost every bit of that to ship it. So hopefully y'all understand. Some things we just cannot do unlimited shipping, essentially free shipping at that point. You will not see many places shipping a signed, framed album for free. If they are, the price is obviously, the shipping cost is obviously inside of the price. So, but yeah. Okay, thank you on that. This is buy it now, best offer. Next thing is how much was SM? SM, not for sure what that was. REO Speedwagon got an offer for 18, sold to Matt Shepard. Kelly Wlodarczyk on Moon. Did you sell the Cream album, The Last Crate? I did. John Barry next on Moon, then Scott Dwallow. And this is best offer. What is the Slayer? I bid on Slayer before 80. Once again, the Slayer bids are out of order. So Slayer is at $85 with Chad Sauls. This is Slayer, a 2017 limited edition picture disc. Chad has it for $85. Chad Sauls at $85. Next is Dead Engine, Hold a Grudge. Dead Engine, Hold a Grudge, DED. Dead Engine, Hold a Grudge. And the last bid on this, Dead Engine, Hold a Grudge, is the following. MT Matt has it for $47. $47 on that. A lot of activity. I'm trying my best to keep up. Shotgun Messiah is already sold. Michael Butler gets Ian Anderson for $10. Okay? Oh, yes. Blackie Lawless and Chris Holmes. I'm trying my best to find those. I know what you're talking about. They're signed trading cards. So over here next to where I stand is a shelf just full of random stuff that I don't want to lose, and then I end up losing it on the shelf. So I can tell you right now they were $275. I bet they're right here. I have found them. They're in here of all this silver. Here it is. Let's see. That was for Talking Heads. There's a random COA. Okay. So yeah, here we go. Yeah, these were, I was trying to sell these together. Blackie Lawless and Chris Holmes. They're like signed cards, and they're, I was asking $275 together. And they come with their guitar picks too. They were originally framed, but it wasn't too good of a, it was an amateur frame job. So I just broke them up. Plus, we had to take them out anyway to have them authenticated. Okay. Next, Slayer out. What is the story on Slayer? More information on Slayer. We have Willie Nelson, Always on My Mind, VG Plus, $9.99. What happened on Earth, Wind, and Fire? Did this get a bid? Maybe not. Okay. And then George Harrison, 33 1/3, VG Plus, $18.99, and Mott the Hoople Mott, VG, $9.99. So I am going to go ahead and sell Dead, DED. This is sold to MT Matt, and this is sold to MT Matt for $47. Now, Slayer's at $85. When you have a Slayer item up for bid, it's going to draw some attention. This is Slayer. It is at $85, and the last bid on this with Chad Sauls, it is a 2017 U.S. reissue. Some of them have sold for as much as $100 on Discogs. It's at $85, and we're about to sell it. I'm asking $275 for the Chris Holmes Blackie Lawless. Chris, I'll make you a deal. Don't hesitate to make an offer. Next auction is Vane. Vane is going to go up right now. Vane is called No Respect. It's an unofficial pressing, sealed, for a $35 start. This is a sealed, unofficial, $35 start. This is Piper. Piper is EX Condition, Billy Squire on lead vocals and guitar. EX, $18.99. Chad, you've been outbid on Slayer. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Willie and the Poor Boys, VG Condition, $14.99 for Willie and the Poor Boys. 10 years after, Alvin Lee and Company, VG Condition, $9.99. I know I've missed some comments and questions. I'll try my best to answer the next wave. Otherwise, I could probably stop the show and have a press conference. We don't want that to happen right now. But I do have another framed record. Let me go ahead and put one up. This is pretty unusual as well. This is, but I've got like a bunch of framed albums over here, so I need to try to get these sold. Let me not lay this up here right now. Let me go to top view, and then I'll just hold it. So I don't want to lay it on top of these albums, obviously. So this is pretty unusual. This is Carmine, A Piece. And he played drums on this Rod Stewart album. And he has signed it. It's not signed by Rod Stewart. He signed it, and he doodled on Rod Stewart. He put Peace, Carmine A Piece. He drew a mustache on Rod Stewart. And then there's photos down here of him actually signing it. And then it's been JSA authenticated. Same thing $125 start. Footloose and Fancy Free, Carmina Peace. Somebody put a lot of money into having this framed with these photos, the engraved plate, the UV glass, the frame. $125 start. Buyer pays postage. Okay? Buyer pays postage. $125 on that. Next is this. We had Slayer at 86. Matt Shepard put P for 15, Piper. Was there any other claims or offers? There's not. Matt Shepard gets Piper for 15. Vane got a bid for 35. Slayer got a bid for 90. Solarplex, you were outbid. Jason Morris on Creedence Clearwater Revival. Vane got another bid for 35. The Earth, Wind, and Fire that's left in here is called Gratitude. Gratitude is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Over here is this. We have, this is VG Plus, $14.99. Folk Festival at Newport. Folk Festival at Newport, Volume 3. VG Plus, $14.99. And Gary Farr, Address to the Censors of Love, VG, $9.99. Solarplex, it's up to you on Slayer. Chad Sauls has it for 90. Vane is tied. James Chilcott, you're out. Solarplex is out. John Borgenstorm's out. Mark Weiss offered 11 for George Harrison. Sell this to Mark Weiss for 11. Slayer is sold to Chad Sauls for $90. Vane is at 36. How much would it cost to frame that? I bet. Yeah, I mean, I told earlier, you might as well anticipate $75, but no guarantees. It depends on your zip code and the total weight of the package and dimensions. Of course, I'm sure you know how postage works. But yeah, I would say, you know, it could be a surcharge West Coast for as much as 75 plus. If you're within a UPS rate ground, you might can get it for, you know, less than 75 or maybe even less than 50. But it's going to be pretty pricey, just FYI. Okay, next is New Toy. That's Lena Lovitch, VG Plus $9.99. And then over here, I have Procol Harum Broken Barricades, VG condition, $9.99. Ian Lloyd and Stories, Traveling Underground. Ian Lloyd is in VG condition, $9.99. Newport sold to John Barry for 10. If you want to bid on the Carmina Peace signed album, $125. Buyer pays postage. Final call on that. Newport at 10. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. That next auction's Riot. Riot's going up for bid right now. Riot's an 88 USOG. It has the original on her sleeve. It's in EX condition, and Riot's a $30 start. Next is the Mamas and Papas Deliver. This is VG Plus, $14.99, dedicated to the one I love. VG Plus, $14.99. This is White Animals Ecstasy, VG Plus, $14.99. If I got a bunch of framed albums within next week, would it be cheaper they send them all together or just based on weight? It depends. Well, if they're all that same size, it might be hard to pack them together because you don't want probably the box might start getting too big or too heavy, or it could be putting too much stress on the wrapped up item. Probably something like that. I'm not a shipper. I've got a great team that does it for me. They probably pack all that stuff up individually. They'll probably pack it up, bill you for postage, pack it up, bill you for postage. Now, I know a lot of auction houses that are like automated. They already have everything like packed up and like ready to ship. A lot of the big stuff, and that's why like you'll get a bill later for postage. That's like how a place like Heritage, I've bought big frame stuff from Heritage. You'll get an invoice later that night, and postage for a framed item's like $280. And I'm like, oh my gosh, do what? Of course, they've just like we do, they've packed it amazingly, but cost on postage for big frame stuff can get pricey. Okay, so over here we had Vane at 38. Newport we sold for 10. Vane at 55. Riot got a bid for 30. Riot 33. Carl Perkins Greatest Hits. VG condition, $9.99. More of the Monkees, I'm a Believer. VG, $9.99. And we have Suzanne Sing Songs from Sesame Street. VG Plus, $14.99. And we have Pumping Vinyl. Pumping Vinyl is a Warner Brothers 2 LP compilation. VG Plus, $14.99. The last bid that came in on Vane was Alex Kane on Vane, and he had that for $55. Then Riot had a bid for $30, then $33, then $37. Kelly Vlodarchik on Sesame Street sold. How many more do you have? How many Carmine a piece signed albums I have? Framed like this, I've got like 3 more, I think. Wade Lucas has officially bid $125 on this one. So I've got 3 more after this one. They're all signed by Carmine a piece. Okay? And that's $125. Wade has officially bid. Next is Only the Greatest, Waylon Jennings, 1968, VG Plus, $34.99. Riots at 40 with Clay Moore. The Best of Porter Wagner and Dolly Parton, VG $12.99. Madonna, True Blue, VG Plus, $14.99. And Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison, a classic, Columbia 2i, VG Plus, $24.99. I hear that train a-coming. Man, my mic didn't mute. Sorry, y'all just heard me slurp some Monster over here. Okay. Okay. Vane is an unofficial pressing. No Respect. An unofficial red marble pressing from 2024. Clay Moore has it for $40. The bid before him was $55. The bid was already $55 on Vane. Never mind. Clay Moore bid on Riot. I apologize. Tony's out. Riot's at $40. Vane is a sealed unofficial colored vinyl, $55 on that. Okay? We have Riot at $40. Matt Shepard put M10. If that's for Madonna, this will be sticker price because Christina has also claimed it. Are there any other Carmine Apiece Rod Stewart albums? So all these are just signed by Carmine Apiece. They're not signed by Rod Stewart. Of course, if they were, they would be. They're all Rod Stewart signed albums. They're all signed Rod Stewart albums by Carmine Apiece. And it is pronounced Apiece. Carmine Apiece. It is pronounced Apiece. A piece. That is correct. A piece. Rod Stewart. They're all signed just by Carmine Apiece. None of them are actually signed by Rod Stewart. Just FYI. Just by Carmine. Just want to make that clear. Okay. And then Matt Shepard does take Madonna at sticker price. And believe me, we have argued and debated. Dave Mosley, Vinny pronounces his name differently. We've went through this whole different discussion. So there's 2 brothers, and they both pronounce their names differently. It is a very... The last time we had some stuff, I mean, there was a couple people, they were literally arguing in the comments. And then one guy had to go check a YouTube video, and he came back. He said, I'm sorry. They are brothers, and for some reason, they pronounce their names differently. Alex Kane gets Vane for $55. Bizarre, but that's the way they do it. Riot. The last bid on Riot was Clay Moore for $40, and Tony went out. Okay. So I've learned if I see Carmine, it's peace like a peace sign. The other one is pronounced Apishi. Okay. Now, what is left for tonight that has not sold? What is unsold? I'm about to tell you. Right now, I have going up for auction AC/DC Highway to Hell. This is a 1979 USOG specialty press with a company inner sleeve, VG condition, $20 start. $20 start on Highway to Hell. Sell Chris Martin these 2 autographs together for $200. Thank you. All right. Next, we have this sold to Wade Lucas, $125 plus shipping. Sold to Wade Lucas for $125 plus shipping. All right, that one's done. Next auction is this. I have Axe, and Axe is called Offering, a 1982 USOG, VG Plus, a $10 start, $15 start, $10 start. AC/DC has several bids already. James Chilcott already has it for $40. There's one thing I've learned about names. It doesn't matter. All I'm trying to do is sell it. Thank goodness this is not a legal proceeding. We have one more, our next one. This is signed by Carmine Appice. This is signed by Carmine Appice. Rod Stewart. Blondes have more fun. Let's go to the top view. JSA, the stickers on the back. There's photos of him signing it. He wrote, "You rock, Carmine Appice." JSA, the sticker is back here on the back of the frame. $125 start. $125 start. Okay. This is our next auction. AC/DC's already at 40 with James Chilcott. Then he got a bid for 50. Axe 10, AC/DC going backwards. We're getting closer though. No, it's not. Shane Landolt has it for 50. Here's what's left in this crate. These are buy it now best offer. I have David Jones, VG condition, $9.99. Volunteers, Jefferson Airplane, VG Plus, $19.99 for Jefferson Airplane Volunteers. The Best of Soundtracks, VG Plus, $14.99. This has got music from The Wild Angels, Wild in the Streets, Devil Angels, Born Losers, Wild Angels Volume 2, and Psych Out. Axe is OG. It's an 82 US VG Plus, and Alan Hagen has it for 10. Now it's at 13, and AC/DC's at 50 with Shane. Willie Nelson, Always on My Mind, VG Plus, $9.99. Mott by Mott the Hoople, VG $9.99. 10 Years After, Alvin Lee and Company, VG $9.99. Earth, Wind and Fire, Gratitude, VG Plus $14.99. Gary Farr, Address to the Censors of Love, VG $9.99. New Toy, Lena Lovitch, VG Plus $9.99. Procol Hair on Broken Barricades, VG $9.99. Ian Lloyd and Stories, VG Condition, $9.99. Rafe gets 10 Years After. That is sold to Rafe. Thank you on that. And then the Mamas and Papas Deliver. The Mamas and Papas is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. White Animals Ecstasy, VG Plus $14.99. Carl Perkins Greatest Hits, VG $9.99. More of the Monkees, VG $9.99. Pumping Vinyl, Warner Brothers 2 LP compilation, VG Plus $14.99. The Best of Porter Wagner and Dolly Parton, VG $12.99. Only the Greatest, Waylon Jennings, 68 original, VG Plus $34.99. And then Johnny Cash, surprisingly still available, VG Plus $24.99. AC/DC is sold to Shane Landolt for $50. The last bid on Axe was Bob Riger at $20. Bob Riger at $20, okay? There's this, and then over here, we got Christina Curtis on Carl Perkins, and this is sold to Christina for $9.99, sticker price. I'm going to make the blondes on blondes. Wade just made an offer. It's officially still up for bid. I'm going to officially close it and make it a buy it now and see if anybody was interested. And tonight, we had only a couple auctions left in the Hatchet Ed crate. And this was one of them. Let's put it back up for auction. This is what it last sold for, $125. We're going to put it back up for auction. This is music from the original motion picture soundtrack, Scarface. Gold stamp promo, an 83 OG, EX condition. It does have some writing right there. Dolan wrote his name. There's the gold stamp promo, a $55 start. $55 start. Todd Doris on Johnny Cash. There's that. 95 Blondes Have More Fun. What did I sell? What did I sell the Paul Shortino for? Did I sell that one for 95? The rough cut? I think I did. Okay, so okay, and you're paying postage on this one too. Sell this to Wade Lucas for 95. Okay, and as soon as I said that, Solarplex offered 100. Well, Wade had first dibs on that one. No one bid on it. I ended it. He made an offer. I've sold it to him. But let's go ahead and put up another one. Scarface has one bid with Jim B for $55. 55 on Scarface. Jim B, $55. I mean, if I had these framed myself, they would be $499.99. Let's try another one. If you really want it, I would bid on it while it's live as soon as I introduce it. Otherwise, they're probably going to sell. Here is another one. Signed Rod Stewart album by Carmina Peace, Foolish Behavior. You Rock, Carmina Peace. It's been professionally framed. And he drew a mustache on Rod Stewart. $125 start. It's now up for bid. If it doesn't get a bid, it'll be a buy it now. Or you can make an offer. But right now, it's a live auction. So no bending on the price until the auction's closed. Then it's a buy it now. Somebody might grab it. If you definitely want it, you can go ahead and bid. 125, signed by Carmina Peace. It's been, this up here is the JSA card. They just taped it so we wouldn't lose it. So it wouldn't get mixed in with the 3,000 others we have. And of course, the JSA sticker's on the back. But yeah, if like a dealer had to have this framed and put it out, the cost of that, the JSA, obtaining the signature, probably $499, $599. It'd be a $500 or $600 retail item just because of the cost. So there's another one, $125 start. Now, everybody that wanted me to re-auction Scarface has evidently went to bed because there were some people really, really wanting this. It was $125. I was begged to put it up for auction, and I think everybody's went to bed. So Jim B is about to steal it for 1/3 of retail price. $55 with Jim B. Final call. Scarface, our OG soundtrack. The last bid on Axe that came in was James Chilcott at $21, and this is sold. That's sold. Okay? It's time for another crate of new vintage buy it now best offer. Right now, there's also a Carmina Peace for $125, going once, going twice. Just FYI. So far tonight, there's only been one no bid. And over here is this. A 2018 5 LP, 5 album, 10 LP, $195 on Devin Townsend. That is officially the only no bid tonight. And the other one was, let's see here. That's it. I was making sure I didn't put anything else down in here. I didn't. Now, we also had some wandering guys on some stuff earlier. This I showed the other night. Dog Fashion Disco, Adultery. What's a Little Sin Under the Covers? This is signed and it's JSA authenticated. I marked it down for $75. I marked it down to $75. And some of these had sold for as much as $150, not autographed. Dog Fashion Disco, $75 if anybody wants it. That was shown very late last night. We also had a Boss Hog album we sold last night, signed by John Spencer. Man, if y'all go to bed, y'all miss all kinds of stuff. Stuff being shown at 3 and 4 a.m. while you're snoring because you have to, quote, sleep because you got to work in the morning. Pfft. I mean, we were selling stuff. I couldn't believe some of the stuff we were finding. Everybody's like, oh, Chad, I got to go to bed. I got to work in the morning. I'm like, work? For what? For who? Scarface, $67. Devin Townsend. GMB said, I guess I didn't get Devin Townsend. Well, you made a ridiculously low offer at $170. It's only $195. Maybe you could do a little bit better. Maybe you could do a little bit better. I know it's going to cut into your profit margin and your kids are going to have to eat Spam for a week, but hey, man, just tell them life ain't fun. Say, kids, life ain't fun sometimes. Sometimes you got to go through the trenches with Spam for a couple weeks. Craig Thomas got the Boss Hog album. Awesome. Oh, that was both my knees popping simultaneously because I squatted down to look through these posters. Golly, I'm falling apart. All right, we got another Buy It Now Best Offer crate to go through. Here we go. We have Scarface at $70, now $72. What color is Devin Townsend? Black. Okay. Buy it now, no bid on Rod Stewart. This auction is officially closed. I should say Carmine apiece. It's not signed by Rod Stewart. I do have some Rod Stewart autographs if I can find them. But there it is. It's a buy it now for $125. Buy it now for $125. Okay. I know you'll say no, but $40 on Dog Fashion Disco. I'll have to pass, but thank you. This is also black vinyl. GMB's got 4 screens pulled up looking up stuff on Discogs. His fingers are working overtime. Scarface, 70, 72. And then that came in very late, but we have an offer on Waylon for $15. I don't even know what I've done with those records. They're right here. Sold for $15. No. Wait a second. Waylon or Willie? Waylon. Waylon was VG Plus $34.99. I'll do this for $25. That's $10 off. Okay. There's that. All right, next. We have Frank Marino Mahogany Rush. $19.99. This is a new arrivals crate. No condition notes. These are all buy it now or best offer. Scarface is at $72 of amenities. Danny Thomason, you're out. This was Waylon, only the greatest. A 1968 OG, VG Plus condition. It was marked $34.99. I just told Jason Morris I would take $25 for it. Next is this. Would you do the same deal as the other one? If you're offering $95 for the Rod Stewart Foolish Behavior, I'll take it. This crate is a buy it now best offer. Scarface has a bid for $75. Amenities was a $72. You've been outbid. Brown Smith, $19.99. The Love Songs of Mr. B, $14.99 on Marcy Records. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This has always been an interesting one here. Look at this Talking Heads album. The fact that these even still exist with this plastic always amazes me. This is a 1983 OG. They did this on a limited edition vinyl in this plastic, which is always yellowed. I don't know if I've ever seen one that's not yellowed. It's Speaking in Tongues by Talking Heads. It's on clear vinyl. $55 start. Scarface is at $77. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. We have I Can Hear It Now, Edward R. Morrow, Volume 1, $9.99. A Chronicle of War and the Year of Crisis, 1933 to 1945. Also, we have one-man bands worldwide, $29.99. One-man bands worldwide. This is a German press, a garage album from 2009, $29.99. On tour with Teddy Wilson and his trio. Flip back cover, $14.99. Scarface is at $80. Solarplex Studios gets the other Carmina piece, signed Rod Stewart. And that's right here. And that's sold to him for $95 plus postage. And hopefully they can get, I'll leave that up to Steve, Mr. Steve in the shipping department. I usually leave it up to him or he takes charge on all the big oversized stuff. He's a pro at packing that stuff. And here's another one. Okay, now this is pretty cool. I'm going to do this one last. This is signed by Carmine. And it's a Carmine album. Now, unfortunately or fortunately, he didn't personalize it, but he almost did. Over there on the left, he wrote 2, but then he didn't finish it. Probably someone's like, no, I don't want it personalized. So there's just a random TO over there. He might have been also calling a timeout, or that could be where he was going to write, tomorrow I will sign another record for you. And he just didn't finish his sentence. But this is Carmina Peace, his self-titled album, signed and JSL authenticated in this really cool display, $125 start. A $125 start, buyer pays postage. Buyer pays shipping and handling. Or you can fill in the blank, that's true. You could actually write in to Chad. You'd have to have it reframed, but you could complete it, okay? Or you could write on the glass and you could make it, you can make it look like it's made out to your name. There you go. And that really doesn't affect the value because they can, what they'll put on JSA, they'll put signature authentic, personalization done at a different hand, which really doesn't affect the value in my opinion. Okay, here we go. Scarface 77. I paused when Solarplex put deal, and deal was for the Rod Stewart. And then we had Scarface at 80. Jim B offered 50 for Dog Fashion Disco, and he offered 170 for Devin Townsend. Sold 170 for Devin Townsend box set and 50 for Dog Fashion Disco. Those are sold to Jim B. They're off the table. Then Adam Bernardi offered 7 for Morrow. That is sold, but I can't tag it until I start a new crate because that Devin Townsend box was the perfect size. That's the only reason I took Jim B's offer. It filled up my crate perfectly. I hope that Jim B is happy. Next comment, sold to Adam Bernardi for 7. Frank Marino sold for 15 to Broken Sconce. Some of y'all were bidding on Frank Marino autographs last night. Scarface got a new bid for 81. 007 Platinum got Waylon Jennings. This is sold to 007 Platinum for $25. Scarface 82. Talking Heads 55. Scarface 86. Scarface 86. One Man Band 15. One Man Band. This is $25. It was marked $29.99. Scarface 86. I'm on the wrong camera. That's okay. Susie, thank you. Carol Puckett, thank you. Kelly, thank you. Camera. So, back to business. Scarface, the last bid was amenities at $86. Talking Heads has one bid for $55, going once, going twice. Simon Says, 1910 Fruit Gum Company. Simon Says is $14.99. Scarface 87, Scarface 90. I'm texting, and I'm texting and selling. It's dangerous. Sorry, I'm back. Talking Heads is sold to Amber Mathis, one bid, $55. I don't get those too often. Final call to bid on the Carmina piece. It's my last one. It's my last one. Final call, 125. Hall & Oates, Whole Oats, Hall & Oates, $19.99. Thelma Houston, Any Way You Like It. In Shrink with Hop Sticker, Thelma, $9.99. And Eddie Kendricks, Boogie Down. Eddie Kendricks is on Tamla Motown. Eddie Kendricks was in a band called The Temptations. Scarface is at $92. Here's another auction from earlier, the Hatchet Ed Crate we're going to re-auction. And that is Blowfly in the Temple of Doom. It last sold for $40. Now we're going to resell it for $25. A $25 start. An 84 USOG VG Plus condition. Blowfly, a $25 start. Next is my Face Blue Baby's Blue Band. These are all new arrivals. Buy it now or best offer. No condition notes. $14.99. Barry Goldberg, sealed, never been opened. $24.99. Me something, what? $9.99. Ali, what's this say? Let's go to the label. Allie, how about Allie Thompson? Deception is not an art. Maybe, or Ali. $9.99. Not familiar with that. Keith Jarrett, that is $9.99. Looks like a promo 12-inch single of Flying and Prism on the ECM Jazz label. $9.99 on that. And Andy Bound, Gone to My Head, a 1972, $19.99. Greg Preston on Hall & Oates, sold for $12. Final call on Scarface, amenities $92. Hope everybody's done. And then I'm closing the auction on Carmina piece. It's a buy it now, $125 plus shipping. Carmina piece, self-titled, which honestly, I don't see that album too much, I guess. That's now available for a buy it now. Or best offer, buy or pays postage. Bob Murphy Country. In Shrink, $14.99. And Sejano Sedanity. Abstract. It sounds like it, and it definitely looks like it. $9.99. And Broken Dreams, $19.99. And Broken Dreams is on white vinyl, volume 3. Is this a comp? What is this? This is a comp with Ghost, not the new Ghost band, Genesis, Dream Police, and Andromeda, $19.99. Scarface is sold to amenities for $92. Blowfly doesn't have a bid. It last sold for $40. Now we're trying to get what I think was the original starting bid of $25 again. It's a final call. Now, we still got stuff from the advertised crate that has not sold tonight. And that is going to begin with Paul McCartney. No More Lonely Nights. There must have been something in the... I must have noticed when I posted these pictures that this was... Because I was singing this earlier. It's the 12-inch single of No More Lonely Nights. And you get Silly Love Songs. And you get the ballad version of No More Lonely Nights. On electric guitar, David Gilmour. David Gilmour on electric guitar. We also have Ted Taylor, Be Ever Wonderful. Ted Taylor is sealed, 1993, $24.99. Chet Huntley presents The Best of Washington Humor, The Witty JFK, $9.99. And we have Elvis, Aloha from Hawaii, via satellite. The double LP quad, very nice, $34.99. Paul was a 15.5 for Maca. $5 start on that. Blowfly does have a bid for 25, final call. Surely Solarplex or Wade Lucas wants this last Carmina piece. I think y'all both bought. No. Solar bought 3. Wade bought 1, I think. And then there's 1 left. And then I'm over here under the other frame stuff to see what else we can get into tonight. I love getting into stuff. I love getting into stuff. I got autographs, and these are large items from, well, let me do this one first before I start reading off too much information. Okay, I bought 2. Okay, so y'all bought 2 each then. Okay, so y'all bought 2 each. That's right. So I guess there's an odd one out. Okay, sorry, let's get back over here. And we have JFK 7, sold to Black Sabbath Hoss, Paul McCartney 5, Paul 5, Paul 10, Paul 11, Paul 12, Paul 13, Paul 14, Paul 15, and Blowfly is sold to Tim Voldness, 1 bid, $25. Okay, let's move Paul over here. That's at 15 with Mitch T. And fancy meeting you here. 1971 sealed, $64.99, and Brewer and Shipley Rural Space, $14.99. So Paul, the plastic is available. It's still here, I should say. It's got the hop sticker, and we've graded it VG, and I think it has a little bit of discoloration. You really can't. You can tell it's got kind of a shade of, you know, from the plastic. Just FYI, but I don't get that one too often. Next over here is Joined Forces Show and Tell. And y'all may not know this, but that's exactly how I have my hair fixed right now. I know y'all seen something different earlier when I showed the back of my head, but I do put on a wig when I'm off camera. And that's what my hair looks like right now. This is an 85 USOG. It's a hard rock glam album, EX edition, a $15 start. $15 start. Next thing is the Burlesque Show. The Burlesque Show from Cameo is $14.99. Is this a compilation? Burlesque Show. I'm not for sure, but it's on the Cameo label. $14.99. And Brian Spence Brothers. This is a 1986, $14.99. Also, we have Mason-Dixon State Fair of Texas. 1983 sealed. State Fair of Texas, Dallas. Texas Records label. Sealed, $19.99. Paul McCartney. I would say the picture disc is discolored. I think this is literally supposed to be white. The vinyl itself, or the condition of the surface, the media, is VG, and it has the plastic with it. And Amenities has it for $21. Show and Tell got a bid for $20. Kelly Vlodarchek on Burlesque. JF for $15. That's for Joined Forces. This already had a bid for $20 with James Chilcott or Coat. And then 15. And then Mason-Dixon has an offer for 12 and then 10. Okay, well, before it goes any lower, I better go ahead and sell it to Danny for 12. Sold for 12 to Danny. Seal Austin plays Pretty for the People. Sealed, $24.99. Okay. Peter Heimlin. Peter Heimlin. This is called $9.99. Jamitra. Jamitra is $9.99. Keith Jarrett, Spirits. Keith Jarrett, Spirits is $9.99. Seal Austin, sold to Stephen A. Young for $20. Bob Hode's Red Onion Jazz Band, $14.99. And now, over here, we have Paul McCartney. The last bid was Adam Bernardi, came in at 21. You tied Amenities. Amenities already had it for 21. So, Adam, you're out. And Join Forces just got a new higher bid than the first bid, which is at $21 with Victor Guerra. Madonna, Like a Virgin. We got this one backwards. It's supposed to go like this. Madonna, No Condition Notes, $29.99. Madonna, $29.99. Like a Virgin. Paul McCartney's at $22. Now Amenities, you've been outbid. Now it has a new bid for $25. And Bruce Springsteen, $19.99. Now Amenities is out. Now it's between Cam Hank and Adam Bernardi. Keith Jarrett is sold to James Rayner for $7. Join Forces, as soon as I said it sold for $7, David Hoy claimed it at full price. I just shot myself in the foot over $3. Now Paul's at $27. Now Join Forces $25. Madonna looks like a U.S. Madonna's a U.S. original, $29.99. Now, I have another oversized autograph, and what is unfortunate about these is the fact we got to ship them. And so I'm going to have another buyer pays postage. This is the legendary member of Traffic and huge solo career, Dave Mason. Dave Mason, founding member of Traffic and solo artist. This is a poster, a concert poster advertisement. Tickets on sale at Cannery Box Office, cannerycasinos.com, July 9th, 8 p.m. And Dave Mason signed it here in silver pen. Okay? So signed Dave Mason poster. It's like a piece of laminate. So we can't roll it. It'll have to be shipped flat. So I'm kind of out of my wheelhouse on guesstimate on postage. I'm going to say this is just a $45 start. Buyer pays postage. $45 start on Dave Mason. If you're local, you don't have to worry about it. But sign Dave Mason, $45 start. Don't let me forget about it. It's going back here behind me. Next over here, we have Join Forces at $23.25. Paul McCartney's at $30. Join Forces is at $28. Gary Samuels on Peter Heimel for $6. And Steely Dan, The Royal Scam, $34.99. Steely Dan, The Royal Scam, $34.99. Gary Moore, After the War. Gary Moore's $24.99. And we have Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town, $14.99. Paul McCartney, Adam Bernardi has it for $30. That's a final call. I've got Join Forces at $28 with Gary Samuels, final call. Taylor Swift is available. She is $3,000. $3,000. $3,000 on Taylor Swift. Korn is new and sealed pink vinyl, $39. Prince is new and sealed colored vinyl, $33. And Jesus and the Mary Chains, $29. Gary Moore sold to George Jones. James Rayner, second. Elvis Costello, My Aim is True, $24.99 for Costello. That's a 2015 press. Leon Russell, Solid State. Leon Russell's $14.99. And Hymns by Johnny Cash. That's in shrink wrap. Johnny Cash, $14.99. Paul McCartney is sold to Adam Bernardi for $30. I'm still watching Beatles Anthology, probably because I'm rewinding it so much. I'm going back and listening to stuff again, listening to stuff again. Join Forces is still getting bids. It's at 30. Madonna has no condition notes. It's really clean. Everything in here is buy it now, or you can make offers. I'm pretty low on vintage stuff for my flip crates in the morning, unless we just start doing $6.99 crates till I get some stock built up. So you better make offers now. Some of these are going to go to the 9 a.m. crates nearly immediately. So you can roll the dice and try to grab some of them there. I know for sure the stuff I had 2 nights ago is going to have to go in tomorrow mornings, unless we go ahead and run through them again tonight. And that also means I'm low on nonsense half-off crates. So Johnny Cash, Danny made an offer, but then Kelly claimed it at full price. So Danny said he will take it at full price. And then Adam Bernardi got Leon Russell at 10. And then BS for 15. BS for 15 was Bruce. This sold to Matt Shepard for 15. Join Forces 33. Madonna's 29. Madonna's 29. Madonna Master Disc SHSP 125157-B SH5 013195227-SH5 SLM Delta 708X2-X1-1 SPO 123 SMI 13. Golly, that's a lot of information on that. That means I made a lot of these. How many times was this platinum? Mastered by Bob Ludwig. RL's on that side. Mastered by Bob Ludwig. Can't do 10 on Madonna. I will do Madonna for, well, look at the offers it's rolling in. 2025. Scott Dyer, it's $25 if you want it. If you pass, Danny, you can have it for 25. If Danny passed, it's sold to Pergy for 25. It is OG, Bob Ludwig, US. Join Forces is still getting bids. It's at 35. We need another auction. We just got a few advertised auctions left, and then I'm going to have to start putting up autographs, and I'm going to have to start putting up movie posters. We got George Clinton computer games. I still got another crate of new vintage stuff that's never been shown before. I'm about to go through it right now. But George Clinton is an 82 USOG Jacksonville, VG condition, $10 on that. So Scott sold or passed on Madonna. I was about to counter you at 25, but then you've been out offered 2025, and then he passes. Danny says he'll take. This is sold to Danny for $25. Okay. Now, I'm just going to read these titles, and if you missed something earlier, let me know, and we'll get you the hookup, okay? And when I come back, Gary Samuels is going to get Joined Forces at 36. Got another crate over here. But yeah, we're almost done with advertised auctions. I'm dry on bonus stuff. So with that being said, I'm trying my best to come up with other stuff. We've been doing autographs. Sold a whole crate of autographs last night, signed albums. And the rest of them over here, I either don't know anything about, but we just need to kind of liquidate them, or there's some stuff that requires research, and I'll take time to do that. I am almost ready for a refill of my drink, but let me mute my mic right quick so you don't have to hear this. Okay. Join Forces is sold to Gary Samuels for 36. George Clinton has a bid for 15. Taylor Swift is $3,000. Scott Apple. Folks, we got Scott Apple on the chat. This is Seth's uncle. So this will be a great time for everybody. What do we do to Seth? We fire him. Seth, you're fired. Think about Scott. He's had to put up with Seth his entire life. Golly, can you imagine that? Knowing Seth. I've only known Seth about 12 years. No, I haven't known Seth that long. What year is this? I've known Seth 8 years probably. Scott has known Seth for like 30 years. Whew. Can you imagine that? 30 years knowing Seth Hackett. Oh my God. Whew. This is David Bowie. Wow. Heroes. When Stranger Things went off the other night and they started playing Heroes, oh my gosh, I couldn't believe it. It was just like, man, magical. An 84 US David Bowie Changes, essentially a hits comp through the mid-70s, a $25 start. I still got Glenn Campbell's for $175. I've got 4 signed Glenn Campbell's, $175. The 12-string guitar, the Glenn Campbell album, Arkansas, and it's just a matter of time. $175 on the Glenn Campbell's. Okay, here's what's left in here. On Tour with Teddy Williams and his trio, $14.99. Brown and Smith, The Songs of Mr. B. This is one-man band worldwide, a garage album. We have Simon and Garfunkel, Thelma Houston, Eddie Kendricks, is my Face Blue, Bobby's Blue Band, Barry Goldberg, Ali Thompson. I see that. I'm like, is it Ali, or Ali, or Ollie, or Ali, or Ollie? And then we have Keith Jarrett, Andy Bound, Bob Murphy, Sajano, Broken Dreams, Ted Taylor, Elvis, Fancy, Brewer and Shipley, Brian Spence, Bob Hodes, Steely Dan. Did somebody make an offer on Rod Stewart earlier? I think they did. 14, Christina. Sell this to Christina Curtis for $8. And then Elvis Costello. My aim is true. Elvis Costello is $24.99. The last bid on George Clinton was $21. Danny, you've been outbid. David Bowie, a $25 start. And Regina, the Glenn Campbells are $175 each. $175 each. By the way, nobody bid on Dave Mason. Dave Mason signed poster, $55. Okay? JSA authenticated, signed in silver paint pen, $55 for Dave Mason. Guitarist from Traffic. Only you know and I know. We just disagree. George Clinton is sold to John Bergenstorm for $21. Bowie has a bid for $25, going once, going twice. Next auction is Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam is a 2022 Record Store Day clear vinyl of Live on Two Legs. Live on Two Legs is a double LP Pearl Jam, gatefold, near mint, $20 start. Now up for bid. Pearl Jam is now up for bid. Bowie already has a bid for $25. This is a $20 start. David Bowie is a 1984. The first label would be Tan RCA. This is the 84 reissue, VG Plus condition. I wish I could swim like dolphins can swim. We can be heroes just for one day. Everything in this crate is a buy it now or best offer. Okay. Good stretching going on. Pearl Jam 20, Pearl Jam 20, Pearl Jam 20, Pearl Jam 25. Leon and Mary Russell, Make Love to the Music, $14.99. Cher. It's just called Cher, just like she's just called Cher. $24.99 for Cher. Cheap Trick at Budokan with the booklet, $24.99. Black Epic label, $24.99. Jason Morris, You Get Bowie for $25. Young Americans, Young Americans. That sold. Richard Pryor, $19.99 for Richard Pryor. Aja, Steely Dan, $34.99 for Aja. Next auction is going up right now. This is Johnny Cash. And Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. We sold an OG earlier. This is silver vinyl. Silver vinyl. Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. Sealed. It's on silver vinyl. A Walmart exclusive. It's going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start on Johnny Cash. How much? $20. Next is Matt Shepard on Cheap Trick for $20. Sold. Pearl Jam's at $30. James Rayner on Richard Pryor, sold. Next, Les McCann and Eddie Harris. There's a song on here featured in the movie Casino. $29.99. Compared to what? That's a good one. Compared to what? Les McCann, Eddie Harris, $29.99. You know the scene where De Niro's narrating about the eye in the sky? In Vegas, everybody's watching everybody. The dealers are watching the players. The pit bosses are watching the dealers. The shift managers are watching the pit bosses. The casino managers watching the shift managers. I'm watching the casino manager, and the eye in the sky is watching everybody. And in the background, Martin Scorsese picked out the song Compared to What? Les McCann, Eddie Harris. What a genius. We got Johnny Cash at $20. We got an offer on $20 for Cher. That sold to Perky, $33. Pearl Jam is the Record Store Day edition on Live on Two Legs. It's a clear vinyl pressing. Record Store Day, near mint. And the last bid that came on this was Josh Brown at $30. Next is the Skip Rats, Sick, Sober, and Sorry. 1998 Rockabilly album, $24.99. Les McCann was $29.99. And Steely Dan Aja, $34. I usually check the matrix because this is AA with the B scratched out. I can never remember. I need to go back and watch that video. So AA with the B scratched out. I'm sure somebody can let us know. That is, I think, a pretty desirable cut of that one. Pearl Jam's at $33. Which Pearl Jam? Live on Two Legs. It's a Record Store Day edition, clear vinyl. Johnny Cash is sealed, silver vinyl. It has one bid with Dave Mosley for $20, and we're about to sell it. Next is George Benson, Good King Bad. George Benson, $19.99. And then Chevy Chase. Wow, I don't get that too often. $14.99 for Chevy Chase. Amenities on Steely Dan Aja. And then the Coasters, the early years, their greatest recordings. The Coasters is $14.99. Santana Abraxas, early 80s press, $24.99 for Santana Abraxas. Kelly Vlodderchek on Chevy Chase. That's sold to Kelly Vlodderchek. And the Kaz and Kant Singing Orchestral Circus, $14.99. Now Pearl Jam's at $37, going to once and going to twice. What are these right here? They have put some stuff down in my auction crates. Let's see what we have down in here. We got... I have, first, Johnny Cash sold. Johnny Cash is sold to Dave Mosley for $20. You got it. So Les Paul for $17, Adam Bernardi. I will do this for $20, Adam. Santana 15, Santana 20. Scott Dwyer, that is $20 if you want it. If not, it's sold back to Turntable Groove. Pearl Jam's a final call to Sean. I have a lot of children's records. Everything here you're about to see is going to be sold in one lot together. Snoopy versus the Red Baron. Smokey the Bear, that's pretty cool. Peter Pan, Happy Birthday to You. bed knobs and broomsticks, show and tell picture sound program. That's pretty cool. Some kind of Mary Poppins, Tom Thumb, Parade of the Wooden Soldiers, Old Mother Hubbard, Peter and the Wolf, The Lion Sleeps Tonight, and the last one's a cool one, Dinner with Drac. All those together, a $20 start. Everything sold there together, $20. Okay? Santana is sold back to the Turntable Group for $20. Adam Bernardi gets Les McCann for $20. And Pearl Jam is sold to Sean Miller for $37. Done. Kids lot has a bid for $30, and now it has a bid for $20. Next is Jim Queskin's America, co-star Mel Winch and the Lyman family. A 1971 white label promo, $34.99. New Christ, Divine Rights, 1988 Australia, $49.99. And Elvis Costello, Imperial Bedroom, Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. Our next auction is going to be probably something over here from the same crate. Let me see what I've got left in here. I have Eagles of Death Metal. Eagles of Death Metal. Heart On. With bonus tracks and a limited edition 45 single inside. Eagles of Death Metal. A $30 start. The kids lots at $40, going once, going twice. Everything in here is buy it now best offer. Blondie. Parallel Lines as a picture disc. Wow, that's pretty scarce. $54.99 for Blondie. There's kind of what the front cover. And then you got Debbie Harry licking a platinum record with her tongue out. Blondie, $54.99. Okay. Eagles of Death Metal, 30, 30, 35. Holly and the Italians, The Right to Be Italian. Holly's $14.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Whoa. Herbie Hancock, Maiden Voyage, $34.99. I was about to say, what? This could be really expensive. The OG pressings of these we've sold for hundreds of dollars. $34.99 for Maiden Voyage. That's a 73 press. And then we had Billy Squier, Emotions in Motion. Everybody Wants You, $19.99. Kelly Vladorchek gets the kids lot for $40. Okay, Eagles of Death Metal's already at $42. Let me take these over here and put them away. Thank y'all. Both parties that were bidding. Let me move these over here. Chipping away, getting back to truly, now we're digging around over here into truly some of my, quote, reserved auctions. I'm going to start having to look and hunt and dig and tag. But don't worry, we'll be able to come up with something, I promise. Whether it's posters, vinyl, autographs, tchotchkes, whatever it may be, I'll start trying to sell it to you. First on Herbie was Sean Miller at sticker, and then Amenities made an offer. Sean was first, though. Bruce Springsteen, Baby We Were Born to Run, $19.99. Rod Stewart, Every Picture Tells a Story. Rod Stewart, $19.99. Maggie May. Eagles of Death Metal, $50. I'm going to move Taylor Swift. She looks like she's about ready to fall, so I'm going to put her over here for a second and replace it with something else. We're going to replace Taylor with something vastly different. Slayer, $34.99 for Undisputed Attitude. There's Eagles of Death Metal for $66. Sting, The Dream of the Blue Turtles, that's $24.99. Mr. Mister, Welcome to the Real World. Take These Broken Wings. Next auction is Father John Misty, it looks like. Father John Misty is called Greatest Hits, followed by My Dreams and My Dreams Said to Crawl. Father John Misty's Greatest Hits, 2 LP colored vinyl with a sticker on the front from Sub Pop that says, warning, this compilation features mostly old music. Longtime listeners risk swindle intended for new music fans only. $20 start on that. Mr. Mister's $34. Arian Jaya Bridado de Novo, 2004 sealed, $9.99. Eagles of Death Metals at $66 with Tom Sullivan. These are buy it now or best offer. Mick Ronson, Play Don't Worry. Mick Ronson's $19.99. The Hawk, C. Burnett Sound, 1973 Holland, $24.99. Let me figure out what's going on here. It looks like, I don't know, what is this? Hank C. Burnett. Hank C. Burnett, Rock and Roll, I think. $24.99. And then the second album is Father John Misty, Greatest Hits. Colored vinyl, 2 LP sealed, $25 start. Rod Stewart, it was on well, yes and no. It's actually on the second label. The cover did fold out, but the perforation's been ripped off. So it's missing the calendar. It's missing the calendar part. Okay. I may have said 20 on Father John Misty, so that's fine. 20 on Father John Misty. And, yeah. All right, let's keep rolling. We got Johnny Cash, Mean as Hell. Don't get that one too often. There is cover damage in the corner, but that is the original label. Mono, $14.99 for Cash. That's one that's like, a lot of those, some of those are spoken word. I like those, though. Well, let me tell you about the story of the train that went, those kind of records. Those are cool. And then Madonna, Who's That Girl? Madonna is $24.99. I think that's the 12-inch single. It definitely looks like it. It's a German press. $24.99. Tom Sullivan on Johnny Cash. And then we have James Brown, Plays James Brown Today and Yesterday. No condition notes, $29.99. Next is Father John Misty, 20. Tom Sullivan on Johnny Cash. Matt Shepard put KM for 20. And that might have been an offer for Madonna. And then there was a full price claim. So Matt Shepard, you got in first, but it will be 24. And then he does claim it at full price. Eagles of Death Metal is sold to Tom Sullivan for 66. And Father John Misty has one bid for $20 with Preston Rose Final Call. Sell James Brown for 20 to Calvin Ward. And can we see Iranian Jaya again? And then we had an offer. Irain, looks like Iranian to me. Iranian Jaya. I don't think that's Iranian. I guess I'm thinking like Iran and then Iranian, but I don't think that's what that is. Jaya, and then it's B with the accent mark above the E. Bibado de Novo. I don't have a genre for you, but it's sealed. It was released in 04. This is an 04 pressing. It's $9.99. And then Della, as in Della Reese, $9.99. Living Stereo title. Steve Cropper, Night After Night. Rest in Peace, Steve. $24.99. Irion. This is Steve Cropper, Night After Night. That's $12.99. And Hindsight, Ken McIntyre, Kenny Drew, Bo Stife, Alex Reel, $14.99. So whoever asked about this who asked about this first? Ivan did. He has dibs. Then there was an offer for $7. So this is sold to Ivan R for $7. That's sold to Ivan R for $7. Then John Barry offered $5. And then we have Father John Misty had a new bid for $21. Preston Rose, you're out. We have Split Ends, True Colors. It is laser etched, $14.99. Look at that. I don't know if y'all can see that. Split Ends, $14.99. The Iranian record did sell, contradictory to what John Durden just stated. And then Ken M over here. This is sold to Ray Red for $10. Adam Bernardi was second. Robert Johnson got Steve Cropper. And Audience is $14.99. And we have the Bread Makers, Hoodoo Night's Pot. And this is a 1992 Australian press, $39.99. Let's go ahead and see what else I have over here for auction. I'll have to scan this one to figure out what pressing it is. But we started the night with a Queens of the Stone Age, and here comes another one. Let's see what we got here. This is, it's either 2007 or 2018. Well, both of them are pretty similar, so I can't get into the weeds to figure out. But this is Queens of the Stone Age, so I'm looking at two different pressings. It's probably the 2007, even though the 2018 sells for more. So we'll call it the 2007 to be on the safe side. Era Vulgaris as the 10-inch, 33 1/3. Okay, and we're going to call that a $25 start. So I'm looking at the 2007 right now. It has a median of $50, and some of them have sold for well over $100. So this should take off from there. Queens of the Stone Age, Era Vulgaris, $25 start on that. Okay, and then we had SE for 10, split ends. Sell that to Matt Nichols for 10. And Della Reese was sold to Adam Bernardi for 7. I did say sold, and I never did pull it. And now there's been a claim at full price. But I'd already agreed to sell it to Adam for 7. So I just shot myself in the foot over $3. Father John Misty is sold for 21 to Jackie Reynolds. And Queens of the Stone Age is a $25 start. So that's Era Vulgaris. If you scan it, it comes back one of two versions. It comes back this 2007 version. There's the labels, which is IPEC, Interscope Records. There's the stats. They start at 43. Or it could be this 2018 version. Let me see if there's any pressing plan unknown. Run out grooves do not have run into label as opposed. Run out grooves do not run into label. Let's see what that looks like. We probably can find that out pretty quickly then. The run out grooves do not run into label. So let's see what that looks like here. The run out grooves do not run into label. This runs into the label. Yeah. The run out grooves run into the label. So this is the 2007. Okay, there you go. You can see where the grooves go into the label. That's one clear difference to identify that. Very cool here. $25 start. Okay, let me get this in a sleeve and let me figure out what our next move is going to be. Staying alive, staying alive. You can tell by the way, woman, man, no timing up. Red-da-da, beep-ba-ba, bum-bum-ba, da-da-da, ran-da, beep-ba-ba, sheep-ba-ba, da-da-da, do-do-do, da-da-da, di-di-di-di-di-di, bum-bum-ba, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Okay. I have never watched Saturday Night Fever. I don't know what happens. I don't know the plot. And I'm checking on one thing over here before I get distracted, which I'm distracted. But okay. Here's what's left in this crate. Buy it now, best offer. Leon and Mary Russell, Make Love to the Music. The Skip Rats, George Benson, The Coasters, The Kaz and Kant Singing Orchestral Circus, Jim Quiskin's America, The New Christ, Elvis Costello, Blondie Parallel Lines, Holly and the Italians, Billy Squire, Bruce Springsteen, Sting, Mr. Mister, Mick Ronson, the Hank C. Burnett, Rod Stewart, Audience, and the Bread Makers. Queens of Stone Age has one bid for $25 with Mad Lomax, an absolute steal. So that's at 1/3 of retail value right now. Mad Low Max, $25. Going to once and going to twice. It's time for me to do a little bit of condensing. It's time for me to figure out what is our next move tonight. Let me start doing condensings first of all. I think John's 4 crates are almost into 1, which is pretty remarkable. I have empty crates everywhere. Hatchet crates. I'm going to start trying to keep a condense and show you what's left in there one more time. Did I get Battlezone earlier? Any chance of more new collection show tomorrow? I would say Laura is going to go right after that tomorrow first thing. And John, whatever he can pick out of there as well. I got to do a little bit of cleanup. I usually do it at 11, but I've started, well, I didn't start too earlier tonight. I did start earlier than normal, though. And I'm about to show y'all because there was some stuff in here I wanted to auction. But great news. The first bit of news is John's 4 crates he priced tonight. Everything left is in 1. The 5 Hatchet crates, everything that's left is in that 1 crate you see right there. That's pretty amazing. So I know a lot of y'all like plans and agendas. Here's the agenda between now and whenever I say goodnight. Agenda note number 1. We're about to do a fast and furious recap of all the Hatchet stuff. Okay? We're about to do a fast and furious recap of all the Hatchet stuff. It's going to be this 1 crate. Okay? Let me see if Paul, let me see what this crate is here. Okay, I know what that is. Let me put that there. There's this. There's that. Now, what I haven't been telling you, because I wasn't ready to do it yet, what I haven't been able to do it was there was Hatchet miscellaneous too. So we hadn't shown the Hatchet whatever puzzles, CDs, etc. Because we just wasn't quite ready to do those. I have emptied and condensed 2, 4, 5 crates here. There's that. And let me push this over here. All right. So, I'm ready. As soon as I find me something else. M&Ms, first of all. Okay. When I left off, one of the last comments was Queens of Stone Age 30, Queens of Stone Age 26, Queens of Stone Age 30, Queens of Stone Age 32, Queens of Stone Age 35, Queens of Stone Age 33, Queens of Stone Age 28, Queens of Stone Age 30, Queens of Stone Age 38, Queens of Stone Age 37, Queens of the Stone Age 40, Queens of the Stone Age 43. Right. So, first thing, we need another auction. And that auction is going to be Friday the 13th. You heard me correctly. Friday the 13th, original Select Division. A thrasher slasher at its best. An original Select Division. If anything, a great display piece. Friday the 13th, $15 start. Good luck to all those that will be bidding. Friday the 13th Select Division. New and sealed, the Big Lebowski soundtrack, $33.99. New and sealed, Mr. Hankey's Christmas Classics, $29.99. New and sealed, Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire, $29.99. Pink Floyd Relics, a 75 Jacksonville press, $39.99. The Rolling Stones, It's Only Rock and Roll, a 74 Presswell press, $34.99. Another Taste of Honey, Martin Denny. It was already discounted to $6.99. It was EX $12.99. Queens of the Stone Age 43, Friday 15, Friday 15, Friday 15. Queens 45, Friday 15, Friday 16. Matt Shepard on MH. MH was for Mr. Hankey. Friday 20, Queens of the Stone Age 47, Friday 20, Friday 21, Friday 17. Scorpions Love Drive, Special Edition, 180-gram colored vinyl, soft touch sleeve, $44.99. This was Fever Ray Plunge, a synth pop left field, sealed, $19.99. Buckingham Nicks, gatefold jacket, blue vinyl, remastered, $29.99. TSOL, The Sons of Liberty, limited edition orange vinyl, live in 91, $29.99. Queens of the Stone Age, final call to amenities for $47. The Friday the 13th Select Division, $25 with Calvin Ward, going to once and going to twice. Offspring Smash, $24.99. Alice Cooper Killer, 180 gram, all analog, gatefold, $34. David Axelrod, Songs of Experience, $10 off, already discounted, $19.99. Black Sabbath, $29.99, 2012 remastered, $29.99. Tom Sullivan on OF for Offspring, $24.99. John, thank you for the offer, but I'm going to keep Martin Denny at $6.99 because since it was already discounted. I needed you last night on a couple bundles, though. You missed out on a bundle, but the leftovers I've condensed with the other flip crate, and I'm going to be going through those later. Next is The Cult Hidden City. The Cult is on limited edition red and white vinyl, $59.99 on The Cult. I'm assuming we're done on Friday. Everybody done? $25, Calvin Ward, and now there's a new bid for $26. I've got 3 copies of Faster Pussycat, 1,000 gold vinyl, $39.99. Music on vinyl press. Russell Morris 2, a 1976 Prague, $9.99. Martin Denny is sold to John Barry for $6.99. And we have Tom Harrell, Aurora. Tom Harrell, Aurora is a 76 US Fusion album, VG Plus, $59.99. And Focus 3, EX, $22.99. Wings, a 3 LP, 32 track, 2 posters, sticker sheet, 180 gram black vinyl, $114.99. Screaming Trees, Uncle Anesthesia, music on vinyl, $39.99, new and sealed. New Order Movement, new and sealed, $29. The Polar Express, $29.99. REM Out of Time, $36.99. Avenged Sevenfold, $36.99. Kiss, $36.99. Carnival of Souls. Beatles Past Masters, $49. Robert Plant, $33.99. Queens of the Stone Age is officially sold to Amenities for $47. Let me put that in a new sleeve and a cardboard backer for them. Let's go ahead and get that put away. To my knowledge, I don't have a Halloween, but I do have another Friday the 13th coming up next. I got Friday the 13th Part 2 on deck over here. I've got a whole table. This is about to turn into from Coletco vinyl sale to Coletco pop culture and miscellaneous sale here in a second. I'm going to make sure we've gone through all the vinyl that I can for tonight. I do have some $6.99 in store. GMB's prediction was correct. He should know the format here pretty closely. He watches 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have Friday the 13th is a Select-A-Vision. This is Friday the 13th RCA Select-A-Vision video disc. Okay? There's that. So that was a format to play the movie. It's a Select-A-Vision. I have a bunch of these for my favorite movies, including the James Bond ones. If anything, they're great display items. Friday had a bid for 27, then 28. Mad Lomax put ST and then said never mind. Susie on Robert Plant. And then we had The Revenge of Alice Cooper. That's a 2 LP, 45 RPM, $39.99. And then the only unsold auction, Slayer Live Undead, $55, an 87 US reissue, EX condition, $55 on Slayer. So four Hatchet Ed crates. This is all the leftovers right here. This is all the leftovers from the Hatchet Ed crate. Just a handful of OGs, and then the rest are all sealed and new. Okay? There's that. Slayer 55. Tom Sullivan on AC for The Revenge of Alice Cooper. Can we talk price? Well, the way I normally do the unsold auctions is, like I've done a few tonight, they're sticker price, or if you pass, it's either going to go up for auction right now, I'm going to reduce the starting bid, or I'm going to try to sell it next metal night. But we had 2 or 3 that didn't sell, and I just put them back up for auction. So always the price, or I'll put it up right now for a $35 start, and you can bid on it, or you can go ahead and buy it right now. I'll leave it up to you. That's the opportunity I'll give you. 55 on that. Scorpions is new and sealed. It's Love Drive. It is a brand new record. It's on colored vinyl. It's $44.99. Okay, but that's all that's left. Friday's at 40. And yes, Slayer 55. Okay, the only other unsold auctions tonight. Nope. Of course, Taylor Swift, $3,000. That's a big one. $3,000. And that's it. Everything else is leftovers from previous shows. And then, these were also in Hatchet Ed bins, and then this is a new arrival. So Korn, see on the other side, $39.99, pink vinyl. It's been out of print for a long time. Slayer, Undisputed Attitude, $34. Prince is on colored vinyl, white and blue marble vinyl, $33.99. And Jesus and Mary Chain, Psycho Candy, $29.99. Okay? David Axelrod is sealed. Yes, new and sealed, already marked down to $19.99. Friday had a bid for $36 and then a bid for $40. How much was Kiss? Kiss Carnival of Souls is $36.99. The Pink Floyd is called Relics, a bizarre collection of antiques and curios. These are tracks from Pink Floyd. I think a lot of these are, it's a compilation. Their songs from More. They're some of their early singles. It's a 75 press, $39.99. Screaming Trees is still available, $38.99. David Hoy said he'll take David Axelrod for $19.99. Friday the 13th is a Select-A-Vision movie. It's a Select-A-Vision movie. Autumn Betts has it for $40. I was going to make sure Calvin Ward was done. Screaming Trees is still available. If you don't want it, MG Sanchez, Matt Nichols does. But regardless, I can order more of those if I need to. Okay, Friday is still getting bids. He's going to pass on Slayer. Does anybody want it right now for 55? Or I'm possibly about to re-auction it. MG Sanchez gets Screaming Trees. Matt, do you want to go on a waiting list? I'll leave that up to you. Man, that's so unfortunate. I think this is... I don't know, somebody might just want the jacket. Laura had this actually last night. I never did run it. I mean, this is a very tough to get record, a Japanese pressing of Venom, but it's broken in half. I mean, it's literally unplayable. I don't know how that happened, but man, what an unfortunate. So Venom's literally broken in half, but I mean, that's a pretty cool jacket. It's a Japanese $1 starting bid. $1 starting bid on Venom. Okay. So Friday 42. Amenities Pink Floyd is sticker price right now. Jesus and Mary Chain is sticker price right now. King Diamond Lights have not been delivered. Fridays at 45. Fridays at 46. Venom has a bid for $5. Okay. Anybody else? Fridays at $50. Let's go through another crate. That was all the Hatchet stuff. Boom. There it is. Okay, also over here in the Hatchet department, I have puzzles. I have the Pink Floyd Bareback Ladies for $24.99. The Pink Floyd Bareback Ladies, Iron Maiden Power Slave, and Iron Maiden Live After Death. Okay. $24.99 on the puzzles, including Pink Floyd with the Bareback Ladies painted like the album covers. We have Friday at $50. Next comment is any more Limp Bizkit Chocolate Starfish. I've got 2 copies over here. I've got Significant Other for $39.99, and I got Chocolate Starfish for $44. Venom has a bid for 1. I think we already had an offer for 5 from Danny, or a bid from 5 from Danny. Can you honor, or can you do the Avenged Sevenfold New Year's price? What is Avenged Sevenfold? I am going to keep all those Hatchet Ed records at sticker price. In about 30 days, if they're still left, they'll definitely be discounted. Jason Dobb wants Chocolate Starfish. That's sold to him. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to keep all that at sticker price, even the vintage stuff. The vintage stuff maybe get discounted sooner than later, but probably when we're doing 1st of February, on sale new vinyl, whatever's left, plus all the other Hatchet Ed stuff from the next Fridays, will be all on sale. You might catch it then. There's a good chance it's going to sell before then. So let me show that again for Hiram, and then again for Oso Adventure that asked about it. That is Avenged Sevenfold, the City of Evil, orange and swirl vinyl. $36.99. Okay. I'm assuming nobody else wants to bid more than $5 on the broken in half Venom record. Okay? And then Friday the 13th is a final call for $51 to Calvin Ward. Final call. The only other no bids tonight was the signed Dave Mason poster and the signed Carmina Peace album. Okay, that's it. Here comes our next auction. Told you I was going to be getting into some posters. Not signed, just regular posters. But before I do that, I'm going to sell this to Danny for $5. Nice. The Obi might be worth that. If somebody needs an Obi. Man, imagine if somebody doesn't have that Obi. Because this without an Obi and this with Obi, if it's near mint, would be huge money. I've told y'all the Obis on some of those can... You have a Led Zeppelin with Obi, a Led Zeppelin without Obi, or a Pink Floyd. Some of those kind of records. Pink Floyd's a better example. $50 for the piece of paper. Oh So Adventure gets Avenged Sevenfold. Friday the 13th is sold to Calvin for $51. I'm not going to put these in the crate because they don't fit too well, so I'm going to lay them right here. All right, here's our next auction. This will come shipped rolled in a tube. Okay? It is a Scorpions poster. A Scorpions poster from 1989. Scorpions poster, $35 start. Give me 1 second. I need to move that puzzle back there. But first, I got to put Dave Mason back in this sleeve because he don't want to stand up. There we go. All right. Yeah, Scorpions. Where's Nick Bargeron at? Somebody tag Nick Bargeron. He'd be all over this. He'd be all over this. All right. Yeah, $35 start. Don't let me forget about it. I won't if y'all start bidding. Sometimes there's no bids and I forget about it, but it's an active auction. $35. Okay, I need obviously more vinyl. And that's going to require me to find... I know where a great stash of $6.99 I was going to go through. And I know Come On John Barry's watching. So, man, it's time. We're about to do $6.99 vintage. I'm about to start showing you more miscellaneous. Here comes Friday the 13th, part 2. Friday the 13th, part 2. Another select division. There's the next one. $15 start. $15 start. Friday the 13th, part 2. Oso's in on the Scorpions poster at $35. Going to once, going to twice. I'm going to step right up here, and I'm going to grab these $6.99 records. I think you're all going to like these. Maybe you're going to hate them. Some of y'all may love them. Some of you may hate them. But these are closeouts at $6.99. Oh, bum, bum. Hey, hey, you out there all alone, getting lonely, getting old. Can you feel me? Hey, you. Friday the 13th has a bid for $15. I've only got 2 laser discs in this store. $10 for both of them. Right here. These are the only laser discs I have left in the store. Quartermass and Rooster Cogburn. Both of those for $10. This is a select division. A CED. They call it a CED. It has 1 bid for $15, going once, going twice. Everything in this crate is $6.99. The Pointer Sisters Breakout is $6.99. Undercover, Boys and Girls Will Announce the World, that's $6.99. Michael Ruttman gets the pair of laser discs for $10. Let me put Rooster Cogburn in a sleeve for you. Those are sold to Michael Ruttman for $10. Okay. Friday the 13th is a select division. It has 1 bid for $15. Calvin has it, who just bought the other one. Hugo Largo drum, an 87 Avant-Garde, $6.99. Second generation, we call it grass, $6.99. Rebel label, grass, has to be something to do with either bluegrass or weed. And then we have Graham Parker, the Mona Lisa's sister, $6.99. American Folk Songs for Children, Pete Seeger, that's $6.99. And String Driven Thing, Please Mind Your Head, that's also $6.99. Friday the 13th has a new bid for $20. The Scorpions poster is sold to Oso for $30. This Scorpions poster, sold to Oso for $30. Done. 35, excuse me. 35. I'm going to need that 5. That's going to help pay for postage. 35. Thank you. 35 to Oso. 35 for Oso. I'll do this one for a bot now. I'll do that for a bot now. Okay. Here's a Kiss poster. Here's not a Kiss poster. I'll do that. I'm about to show some later bot now. Holy moly, look at this one. That's a cool one. Let me try to get a comp on this. And then what is this? All right. I'll make that a bot now. That's a modern poster, but cool. That's a modern poster. And let me flip through these. Golly, that's an awesome one. Holy moly. Let me look that up on. Wow, what a poster. Give me 1 second. All right. Sorry for the delay. Okay, so over here we had Friday 13th, 20, and then 22nd, or then 22 of Calvin Ward. So John Bergestorm right bid. Adam Bernardi on Seeger. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. And then we have Michael Butler on Grass. That's sold. And then Friday 13th is a final call for 22 of Calvin Ward. More $6.99 records. Stone Age Hearts, Guilty as Sin. A 2005 Garage album. This was on green vinyl, originally marked for $20. $6.99 on that. $6.99 on that. And then over here we have Revenge Black Cat. Another 2001 German press. This is Rockabilly. $6.99. And The Motors is $6.99. This is Friday the 13th, Part 2. CED Select Division. Final call on that. Flag on Bluegrass. Preston put second generation. He was first on this. Preston gets this record for $6.99. Michael Butler, you were second. My bad. That was called second generation. Preston was first on that. All right, then we sold Pete Seeger. And then Cynthia Herdron on SH. And that was for Stone Age Hearts. That's sold to Cynthia Herdron. Tom Sutherland on Guilty. And that was for Guilty of Sin. That means you're second. And then for $6.99, we have Dixie Fried New Deal. A Finland press from 91, Rockabilly. $6.99 on that. And Red Rockers, Good as Gold. $6.99. Here's our next poster. This one, I'm trying to get a year for you. It's definitely vintage. Let's go to Top Cam. $35 start on this. It will come shipped rolled in a tube. But man, what a poster. The Black Baron. Down here on the bottom, it says Litho, copyright AA Sales Incorporated, 9600 Stone Avenue, North Seattle. And then over here it has a catalog number and it says The Black Baron. What an awesome poster. Turn off some of my lights. Give you an idea of the colors. Okay. $35 start on the Black Baron. Will come shipped rolled in a tube. Don't let me forget about it. But that's up for bid. Okay. Can I challenge the challenge? Can you challenge the flag? No. All right, so let's go back over here. Friday the 13th is sold for $22 to Calvin Ward. Okay, that's sold for $22. How much is Black Baron? It is a $35 start auction. $35 start auction for the Black Baron. Okay. Farron, Shadows on a Dime, $6.99. Hands and Knees, Wholesome, a 2011 press, $6.99. Buenos something. What is that second, third, fourth letter there? $6.99. Epcocas, Buenos Epcocas, Volume 3. Some sort of compilation here. $6. Everything in here is $6.99. Whoops, I'm still on the top cam. $6.99. Buenos Epnocas. And then over here we got Hands and Knees. That was $6.99. And then also $6.99 was Farron, Shadows on a Dime. Those are all $6.99. Did I show Red Rockers? And then Dixie Fried. I can't remember where I left off. Let me go ahead and do these. $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. Okay. Also $6.99 is the Broken Hearts Want One. 85 Power Pop, originally marked $34.99. $6.99 on that. Valley of Kings, 85 Alt Rock, that's $6.99. And the Routes Alligator, a 2011 UK Garage, $6.99 on that. All right, let me jump back over here to my table and see what I have left over here. I have, here we go, Kiss Symphony. And then I have a pocket record. Here we go. So I have Kiss Symphony, the DVD. This is going to go up for a $15 start. Kiss Symphony DVD, $15 start. And then a $5 start for this pocket record. Just a $5 start for this pocket record. It's Pocket from the Crypt, Rocket from the Crypt, The Music Machine, and Sympathy for the Record Industry. Or excuse me, that's the label, Sympathy for the Record Industry. So Rocket from the Crypt plays The Music Machine. Okay, I'm getting my Barons mixed up. I just totally screwed that up. So this is Rocket from the Crypt playing The Music Machine's Trouble and Masculine Intuition. And that's the record label on the back. There we have. So Kiss, $15 start. $5 start on that. Everything in this crate is $6.99. Adam Bernardi on BH. That's for the Broken Hearts. Cynthia Herdron on Routes. And that one was this. And Nick Dahmer second on Broken Hearts. All right. Rocket from the Crypt has a bid for $5. And we have the Accidents, Poison Chalice, a punk record sealed. It was originally $34.99 back in August. It's $6.99 right now. Also $6.99 is Sweatmaster, Tom Tom Bullet. That was sealed, a garage album, originally $14.99. Now it's $6.99, okay? And then over here, this is a no bid if anybody wants it. The Black Baron is a $35 buy it now. That will come shipped rolled in a tube, okay? $35 on the Black Baron. That is now up for bid. Snoopy up there on the top left. Buy it now price is $35. I'll pick out another poster worthy of auction here in a second. But $35 on that right now. Next is Rocket from the Crypt, one bid $5. Oh, shakedown on Poison. Shakedown. What was P.O. Poise? Sweatmaster Tom Tom. The Poison Chalice. Poison Chalice. This is sold a shakedown for $6.99. Jim B was second. Stephanie gets the Baron poster for $35. Thank you. That's so to Stephanie for $35. I think that's awesome. I figured that'd get some more activity. That's so to Stephanie Hill. Let me confirm that name over here. That's so to Stephanie Hill for $35. And then over here, we have Robert Johnson next. Jay Nutra was third, asking about dimensions. Jason Morris was next on the accidents. And Ryan Eaton on Sweatmaster for $6.99. Rocket from the Crypt sold one bid for $5 to Mega Blast. And if anybody wants Kiss Symphony DVD, it's $15. Tom Petty. All the advertised auctions have already been ran and sold. There's nothing left over except Taylor Swift, which is $3,000. And that's it. Everything else tonight is bonus and surprised. The Marked Men sealed Art Rock Punk, originally $19.99, $6.99 on that. And we have the Wishkians, $6.99. And this is Catch 33, $6.99. Marked Men sold a Shakedown for $6.99. And also $6.99 is George Gritzenbach Blue Bottom with the Unknown Blues Band. And that's $6.99. Flag asked about the color for Rocket. You did. I didn't see that. This is on black vinyl. It's on black vinyl. Rocket from the Crypt, the Music Machine. Right now, that's at $5 with John Durden, final call. And then we have John Mayall, a hardcore package. John Mayall, $6.99. All right, let me step right over here and see what else is on this table. I have... well, some of the stuff is marked for buy it now. And that's how we're going to show it, okay? Sounds good to me. Oh, I got cassettes here. I got cassette singles. Man, I wish I could just sell this whole collection to somebody. Maybe somebody be in on these before I start breaking them up because they're singles. All right. All right, so John Durden, you do get the Rocket from the Crypt for $5. So here's some buy it nows. A lot of this stuff is random stuff laying around the back. Carole King Home Again DVD, sealed, $19.99. Carole King Live in Central Park, 1973, $19.99 on that. American Pop Book, $9.99. American Pop Book, $9.99. It is what it is. It's a book about American pop culture and music. 1969. First printing, 1969. American Pop, $9.99. And then a framed reproduction advertising flyer and ticket for Woodstock. I think that's something from Dale. We had like 3 tubs where Dale had stuff decorating his music room. And I think they finally ran across those tubs with all this like random stuff like this. So that's just like a cutout of an advertisement that looks like where you could have ordered Woodstock tickets. $9.99 on that. Okay? So $9.99, $9.99, and Carole King, $19.99. Let's do some more $6.99s. Don Menza and his 80s big band, an 81 US, $6.99. There is some cover damage on the back. Everything in this crate is $6.99, no more, no less. Camp Low, Uptown Saturday Night, sealed, originally $44.99. These are all $6.99. Mo Bandy and Joe Stampley, Just Good Old Boys, in Shrink, $6.99. And Wishbone Ash Double Live Dates album, Wishbone Ash, $6.99. Stephen A. Young on the Woodstock ticket, thank you. That's sold to Stephen A. Young. Adam Bernardi on Big Band for $6.99. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Jim B on Camp Low. Shakedown was second. Rafe was third. Mega Blast was fourth. And then Tom Sullivan on Mo for $6.99. And then Preston on Wishbone Ash for $6.99. And my crate is full. And I need some more stuff. So let me set this right over here. Y'all are going to get first dibs at all this miscellaneous. Otherwise, we're going to just put prices on them. And they'll be put out in our shop. Let me see what these records are. I know what those are. And then these are a couple things I forgot about. $14.99. So these are from Funko. they're $14.99. Pinocchio. And then one in ever so many has a chase. The thing about the regular Funkos, you can see the chase. You can't on these, but they look like VHS holders, you know, from the 90s, early 2000s. Pinocchio Funkos, $14.99. Okay? And then over here, next is $6.99. We have who? John Martin Foundations, a blues rock album, $6.99 on that. And Little Jimmy Dickens, May the Bird of Paradise Fly Up Your Nose. Looks like a clean copy. Should be on a Columbia 2i label, and it's super clean. $6.99. $6.99 on that. Shakedown's fast. He's fast. Jim B got him. Shakedown blinked and he missed something. Now, what did I come over here to do? I come over here to try to find another poster. Make sure, because I'm about to start laying them up one at a time, just buy it nows. Ooh, that's another cool one. I love these black lights. American. This is like a trucker poster. 1973. Look at this one. Let me see what this thing. They're smoking some doobies. This is right up a bunch of y'all's alley. Look at this thing. It's about the best angle I can give you on it. Let me move Pinocchio over here. So these are, this is going to be a $35 start. It's almost got, I don't know if this is really, quote, a blacklight poster. I mean, I guess it is. The Midnight Rider. They Ain't Gonna Catch Me, No. Bill Horsman, 1973. A vintage original Burbank poster. Copyright 1973. The Great Western Distribution Incorporated, Burbank, California. I'm reading from down here, 9152. Over here, printed in USA. Pretty good shape. I'm not seeing any real damage, heavy damage or anything to it. No pinholes either. And this is going to be a $35 start. $35 start. You got the truckers. Looks like they're running from the cops. He's got a big fat something another there. He's loaded. And that's a $35 start. Okay, that will come shipped rolled in a tube. Now up for auction. It's going right here behind me. Don't let me forget about it. It'd be a lot easier for you to go ahead and bid. And then Adam Bernardi on John Martin. I don't have an empty crate, so let me grab one right here behind me. And these are all $6.99. And then we're going to offer them as a bundle, and then we're going to go get some more. But so far, some pretty good stuff in here. $6.99. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. More $6.99 records. I've got Trini Lopez, the Rhythm and Blues album. That's $6.99. Trini Lopez, you know, from Seinfeld, Lemon Tree, $6.99. And we have Neil Diamond's 12 Greatest Hits. Neil Diamond, $6.99. Jim B's at $35 on the Midnight Rider poster. So that tells me I skipped one poster from looking it up on eBay, and I have let one slip through the cracks. That is a $3,000 poster. Jim B's got it for $35. I knew this was going to happen at least once tonight. Jim B is already popping the champagne. Rafe gets Trini Lopez for $6.99. Also $6.99 is I'm Everyone I've Ever Loved, Martin Mull. Martin Mull, $6.99. Jim B's like, please, for the love of all things good and holy, please, no one bid on that Midnight Rider poster. Chad has let one slip through. We're talking about a $2,000, $3,000 poster. I need this. My kids need this. Please do not bid on this. And then I'm over here like, please, somebody bid on Midnight Rider. Good gosh. Maria Muldaur, it's a $3,000 poster. Maria Muldaur, $6.99. Lobo Commumet, this is $6.99. George Burleson's in on Midnight Rider at $36. The Osmonds, Homemade. The Osmonds is $6.99. Poppin' Champagne. Midnight Rider poster. The high bid's $36 of George Burleson. We have George Burns. I wish I was 18 again. George, we all do. $6.99 for George Burns. And Lacey J. Dalton. Lacey J. Dalton, $6.99. Now Midnight Riders at $40. We have Les Dragueurs, A La Suburban. This is a garage album, a 2001 French garage, and this is now $6.99, which is more than half off, okay? Which is more than half off. Also $6.99 is Bobby V's Golden Greats. $6.99 for Bobby V's Golden Greats. Also $6.99 is the best, and I mean the best of Peter and Gordon. $6.99. What else is $6.99? Vern Godson, You've Got Somebody. $6.99. How much? $6.99 for Vern Godson. So here's the bid history right now. Here's the bid history right now on, as soon as Chad gets done sneezing. Here's the bid history on the Midnight Rider poster, and I'll show it again since there's people bidding. Jim B 35, he got outbid by George Burleson at 36. They both got outbid by Mega Blast at 40, and now George Burleson's back in at $43. Here are the sale comps on those, 100 and 125. So realistically, they've got it at a great price right now. The last two sold was $100 and $125. One was free shipping. The other one had plus shipping. There you go. So it's about a $100 poster, it looks like. So they've got it at a great price for $43. We'll see who ends up with it. All right, and then over here we have more $6.99 records. Another Vern Godson, Till the End. These are all $6.99. And then Gene Vincent's Greatest. That is sealed for $6.99. And Commander Cody, Flying Dreams, that's now $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. I do have other Hatchet Ed stuff over here. I got Hatchet Ed CDs. There's going to be a blink of an eye, and they're all going to be gone. There's only like 4 stacks. They're all $6.99. I'm about to start showing them right now. First, though, Rafe on Commander Cody for $6.99. All these in here are $6.99. The Midnight Rider posters at $45. I've got Chikanga, the Walter Wanderley Trio. That's $6.99. Starstruck, original motion picture soundtrack. That is $6.99. Also $6.99 is Donna Summer, Cats Without Claws. And also $6.99 is Duke Jupiter, The Line of Your Fire, with promo marked labels, $6.99. These CDs are $6.99. Alice Cooper Classics, Bad Company, Stories Told and Untold. Bad Company, How About That? Over the Edge, featuring Mickey Thomas. Shadows Fade, Bad English, self-titled. Bee Gees ESP, Nuno, Schizophrenic. Methods of Mayhem, that features Tommy Lee. Paul Lane, Stick It in Your Ear. Toad the Wet Sprocket, Fear, and Vinnie Moore, Out of Nowhere. Those are all $6.99. Steve Biddlecombe on Gene Vincent. I'm assuming Jim B's done bidding on Midnight Rider. If you are, or if you're not, very little time left. Mega Blast has it for $45. John Burleson, you're out. Okay, John Burleson, you're out. Let's take another look. We're bidding on this poster right here, which ends up being, from our research, a really cool poster. Top cam, please. And the dimensions on this is 22 by 33, it looks like. It will come shipped rolling tube. Great colors and in great condition for 1973. Great colors and great condition for 1973. And the high bid on that right now is $45. It appears to be at least fairly a $100 poster, but y'all will determine the value of it, that one right now, to the high bidder. The Walter, Scott Oman put TWS. Okay, so it might be some CD claims. TWS was Toad the Wet Sprocket. That is $6.99. TWS. Mortgage Guy Rob was second. Tracy wants Walter Wanderley Trio, so to Tracy Songer. And then over here, Any Unclaimed Kiss Japanese. We're about to find out together. Mr. B's out. Can you show the back of the Mode Over LP for a close minute? And we have, the next question was Over the Edge, a soundtrack. Over the Edge, a soundtrack. This CD, Over the Edge, doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. And then, Hold on a second. I gotta have an eye adjustment. Whoa. Okay. Chad, I will take corn. See you on the other side if no scene splits. Also want corn. Take a look in the mirror if you can get it. All right, so this is sold to Josh Brown at $39.99, sticker price. Make a note to put him down for a corn. Take a look in the mirror. We sold Gene Vincent. Told the Red Sprocket was sold to Scott Oman. Mortgage Guy Rob second. Tracy got Walter Wanderley. Can you show the back of the Modoer LP? I have no idea what that is. Kelly third on Toad. He's out on Midnight Rider. Bundle question mark. Did you see my corn? Has Motley Crue new tattoo sold? Thanks, Chad. Okay. I think I have read every comment from the last 10 minutes, either in my head or out loud. That was a lot of activity. My head, I literally had to close my eyes and readjust my vision for a second. I don't know what just happened there. First thing, these CDs are $6.99. Here's what's left. Over the Edge, Vinnie Moore Out of Nowhere, Paul Lane, Methods of Mayhem, Nuno, Schizophonic, Bee Gees, Bad English, Shadows Fade, Bad Company, and Alice Cooper Classics. And the Bad Companies were called How About That and Stories Told and Untold. Okay. Now, here's how I'm going to do the bundle. I got question bomb. I know I had to literally reset my entire brain. I'm going to count what's left in here. Maria Moldar. Gotcha. This is $6.99. David Greason plays on here. Jim Keltner plays on here. Chris Etheridge plays on here. Ry Cooter plays on here. Mac Ribbenach plays on here. $6.99. Okay? $6.99. One second. I'm throwing my timeout. Okay. John Bergenstorm on Alice Cooper for $6.99. Matt Shepard on Neil Diamond, which was still left in here. Matt Shepard on this for $6.99. Okay. And then we have this past to George Burleson. The remaining CDs are sold to Todd Saw for $30. Okay? Those are sold to Todd Saw for $30. There's that. Now, we need to sell this poster to John Durden. I almost forgot about it. This poster here was sold to Mega Blast 9. I almost forgot. And he had the high bid at $45, and that was sold to him. Now, here's how I'm going to do the bundle. I'm going to count these records. I'm going to price them. And then we'll go from first come, first serve that way, okay? So here's the count, and here's the price. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Okay? $115. 115 divided by 31 makes these $370 each. $115. All right, there's that. Now, let me see where I got that poster from. What else is over here? I have the following. Chad needs a cookie. Chad needs a cookie and another energy drink. Man, there's some other. That one's in pretty bad shape, though. That one's pretty cool. Man, if somebody had a whole wall of all these blacklight posters framed, they would look incredible. What is this one called? Man, this is awesome. Let me check on this one. I know one guy that had a whole attic full of them. I walked up in his attic, and it was just like, golly, he had a Jimi Hendrix that's rare. He didn't want to sell any of them. I bought his comics and his records and some coins. That was over in North Carolina. I was in a hauler too. And then his friend, we went over and bought his friend's collection. His friend was blind. He trusted me to go over there, but of course he wanted to go with me. And I bought we was like in no cell service. I've been to some sketchy places before. He said, here, you got to follow me over here to my friend's house. He's like, just to let you know, it's about 2 miles down this hauler. There's no cell service, so you better follow me. And it was at night. Oh my gosh. And this guy had a very sketchy house. I've put myself in some risky situations before to buy stuff. That's why Paul, when he goes, there's 2 or 3 people that go with him. But I used to go by myself when I first started doing this, trying to build the business. I mean, I've been in rafters. I've tore down walls in abandoned houses to get the stuff. I've been through a lot to get merchandise. Okay. So who was first? Neil Reigler. That's why I wanted to do it that way, because I knew there was 2 people that wanted it, and Neil was first. Don't worry, we're going to do more. Okay? Let's do this. This is sold, and this is sold for $115 to Neil Reigler. That is sold, $115. Come On John Barry was second. Now, let's move this right over here. Let's show the rest of the Hatchet Ed CDs. Now, here's what I'll tell you on Kiss. If I have something Kiss, I'll show it to you right now, but I don't think I do. We are working on trying to buy 2 different Kiss collections. Now, one of them, we found out about it today. I know the guy well. He's been a customer for years. He's local. He don't have social media. And I'll go ahead and tell everybody Kiss right now, let's not get our hopes up. Let's not get our hopes up. But if I buy this guy's collection, it will be the greatest Kiss collection we've ever acquired. I'm not joking. I know I like to tease, and I know I like the hype. It's part of my job. But this guy's been buying, I've known him since I've had a store here in Lebanon. He came in today and told Tanner he's ready to sell. And if we close the deal on this collection, it will be the single greatest Kiss collection. Now, every night we're bombarded with people asking for Kiss stuff, the most collectible of collectible bands. And if we get this collection, it could literally change probably the first quarter outcast of Collectco, because it is a once in a lifetime kind of deal. So for those that are Kiss fanatics, the people that wake up and they breathe it, they live it, and it's their life, if we're able to do this deal, there's quite a bit of vinyl, but this guy he collected Kiss stuff, okay? Because I've told Paul to make it a priority, we got to start buying Kiss collections, because, I mean, it's every day. We could sell it every day, all day, every night, every auction, Kiss. We just can't get enough of it. So obviously we will travel and go anywhere we need to buy. This is like storage units. I think he has 4 storage units full of Kiss stuff. I mean, we're talking boxed up, his house, his garage. He's been buying high-end stuff from me here in the store, like box sets. He'll come in and just buy box sets. So he buys good stuff. And he knows like about Kiss bootlegs and concerts, and if they're soundboard recordings. He's bought, I mean, I haven't had every Kiss item. That would be impossible. But I'll tell you this, I've had a lot. And I used to name stuff that I could think of, right? I used to think of stuff like, do you have this? And if he's got what he says he has, which I think he does, I used to name just stuff and he'd be like, yep, I got it. Yep, I've got 2 of them. Yep, I've got 3 of them. Yeah, I've got 4 of them. Yeah, I've got 2 of those. I bought that at Spencer's. I bought that at Sam Goody. He could tell you where he bought it. If this deal comes through, I mean, it's going to be insane. I've told Paul when I got here today, I said, did Tanner tell you about so-and-so coming in the store? And he said, yes. I said, that is now your top priority. Whatever it takes to get this guy's collection, we've got to make sure we don't mess this up. Unless he changes his mind, which could happen. Okay, so more $6.99 records. Here we go. Now, with me saying that, I'm probably going to get asked every day, every hour, Chad, did you buy the Kiss collection? But I want to make sure y'all know about that, because if it happens, it's going to be a big one. Here we go. These are all $6.99. 50-foot combo, which was $24.99, that is $6.99. Lacey J. Dalton, Hard Times. Lacey J. Dalton, $6.99. Samantha Sang, Emotion, sealed, $6.99. David Soul, Playing to an Audience of One, sealed, $6.99. And Snatch It Back, the movie, 89 Netherlands, $6.99. We have Shakedown on Sam, which was Samantha Sang, for $6.99, and $6.99 for Tanya Tucker, Tear Me Apart. Tanya is $6.99. But yeah, we're working on some other collections too. Paul leaves on Monday, and he leaves. What is today? He leaves on Tuesday, and he's going to be gone for all week buying stuff. He's going to come back. He said if he closes the deals on every collection, he's going to come back with 30,000 albums. Okay. This poster is $155. $155 for this one. That's a cool one. 1970. 1970. 1970. Okay. 155 on that one. I'm going to start making a pile for them to photograph and list online, and then I'm going to make a pile to put out in the store for sale. Okay? And then we have Scott O'Man on Tanya Tucker for $6.99. Mortgage Guy Rob wants to know the 50-foot combo title. It is called Ghent BXL. Okay? And then also $6.99, we have Chi Coltrane. And also $6.99 is Portrait of the Originals, also $6.99. And we have Dean Freeman. Dean Freeman, $6.99. Okay. I got people saying, Chad, I'm here for one thing and one thing only. CDs for $6.99. Show me what you got. Dang it, I was on the wrong camera. Shoot. So where did I stop? Chi Coltrane for $6.99. Portrait of the Originals for $6.99. And Dean Freedman for $6.99. All right, 50-foot combo is sold to Mortgage Guy Rob for $6.99. And then here comes more $6.99. Bad Company, Company of Strangers. Poison, Poisoned. Firehouse, Good Acoustics. Toto, the band Toto, Tamboo. Billy Sheehan, the Tallis Years. Fuel, Sunburn. Jesse's Power Trip, Not So Innocent. Underground, Hollywood Underground. Stone Temple Pilots, Tiny Music. The Police, Every Breath You Take. Only Child, self-titled. Mother's Army, Fire on the Moon. This might not be, it's not, it's a copy. Mother's Army is a copy or bootleg. Those are all $6.99. Okay? How much are those, Chad? They're only $6.99. Surely you jest. I'm not joking. We have Russell Jackson, Mel Brown, Tony Coleman, Silent Partners, sealed for $6.99. And Semi-Twang, Salty Tears. That is $6.99. And so is Sandy Nelson, Drums Are My Beat, $6.99 on that. Chris Frazier put Poe for Poison. So did Chris Frazier for $6.99. Scott O'Man put Fuel for Fuel. Mortgage Guy Rob put STP for STP. Stone Temple Pilots. Levi Hilton was next. Gerald Whitworth on BS. BS was for Billy Sheehan. Troy Robinson needs a pack of inner sleeves. I'll go ahead and give you a pack of inner sleeves right now. If I can grab a hold of them. I'll give you a pack of inner sleeves right now. I don't have outer sleeves. Tag Troy Robinson for a pack of outer sleeves, okay? And then I have Dirk Blanchard, Europe Blue, $6.99. The Long Hot Summer, Jimmy Rogers, $6.99. Point Blank, second season. Point Blank, second season. Adam Bernardi on SN, and that was for Sandy Nelson. Smokey, the Montreux album, a 78 Power Pop, Pop Rock White Label promo, $6.99. And Raymonde Babalog, $6.99. And by the way, to give you a time frame on the Kiss collection, it's either going to happen on Monday. If it doesn't happen on Monday, it could be another week or 2 weeks. So you're going to have to be a little bit patient to see if it actually happens. But I don't think it's going anywhere. Bad Company, Company of Strangers, Firehouse, Good Acoustics, Toto, Tamboo, Jesse's Power Trip, Hollywood Underground, The Police, Every Breath You Take, Only Child, and Mother's Army, which is a bootleg CD. Those didn't go claimed. I'll go grab another handful in just a second. These are all $6.99, and I can promise you they will sell. We will do a bundle with them. We got John Butcher Axis, an 83 promo, $6.99. Speaking of Kiss, I still got the Kiss Symphony DVD for $15. Also for $6.99, I have the Kane Gang Lowdown. That's an 85 New Wave promo for $6.99. And the Mark Tanner Band, No Escape. And Mark Tanner Band was $6.99. Okay. We have, what is this? Where's Grog at when I need him? I have a Minnesota Twins media guide from 1987, $9.99. A 1932 Everlast boxing record book, cartoon statistics and articles, Everlast boxing record, $39.99. Very cool. $39.99. And Joe Louis by Neil Scott, a picture story of his life, a forward word by Frank Sinatra. Joe Louis by Neil Scott, a picture story of his life, $50. Right now there's 2 for sale on eBay, one listed at $80 and one listed for $105. $50 on that. Okay. All these records are $6.99. John Butcher Axes is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $6.99. And Glass Moon, Growing in the Dark. Glass Moon is $6.99. And Jerry Lee Lewis, Get Out Your Big Roll Daddy. $6.99 for Jerry Lee Lewis. And now I have more CDs for $6.99. There's probably 4 handfuls left. All these CDs are $6.99. Extreme, Waiting for the Punchline. Nightwish, Highest Hopes, The Best of Nightwish. Cowboy Junkies, At the End of Past Taken, sealed, never open. Eddie and the Cruisers 2 soundtrack. Collective Soul, Discipline Breakdown. Freddie Kirchie, Dreamer's Road. Martika, self-titled. Wetton and Downs, Icon. John Wetton, Jeff Downs, $6.99. Montgomery Gentry, The Best of 1999 to 05. Richard Marx, Stories to Tell. The Storm, and Big House. These are all $6.99. Cowboy Junkies, Sold to Shakedown. Scott Oman on CO. CO was for, he probably got auto-corrected, probably for Collective Soul. Let me know, Scott. And then Jim B on WD, Wetton and Downs Icon. Oh boy, I messed up there. That's sold to Jim B for $6.99. And then I had a feeling his CS was for Collective Soul. It was, so Cynthia, you were second. Scott Oman got Collective Soul. That left Big House, The Storm, Richard Marx, Montgomery Gentry, Martika, Freddie Kurd, Eddie and the Cruisers, Nightwish, and Extreme. Okay. Cowboy Junkies was on. Jane. They did, is it Jane or Sweet Jane? Sweet Jane is Velvet Underground. I think theirs is just called Jane. Yep, right at the end of the last episode. Charlie Rich, The Silver Fox, $6.99 for Charlie Rich. Poco, Indian Summer, $6.99. And then LA Guns has a song called Jane, don't they? The Ballad of Jane. Yeah, that's a good one too. LA Guns, The Ballad of Jane. I like that one. Sweet Jane. So is that that's not the same Sweet Jane as Velvet Underground though, right? Is that the same one? Oh, really? Okay. So, but man, it doesn't sound anything like it. Unless, maybe they're just so vastly different. I don't know. I'll have to go re-listen to those tonight. So that is the Lou Reed song. Wow. Okay. I'll have to re-listen to that. The Storm. James Chilcott gets The Storm. That's sold to James Chilcott for $6.99. Mega Blast on CR for Charlie Rich. And then over here, $6.99. Stephen Stills 2. $6.99 for Stephen Stills 2. The Fifth Dimension, Stone Soul Picnic. Fifth Dimension, $6.99. Peter, Paul, and Mary, In the Wind. Peter, Paul, and Mary, $6.99. These are all $6.99, no more, no less. Another Peter, Paul, and Mary. This one's called Album. And Melty on Fifth Dimension. Melty over on Twitch, and Joe Jackson, I'm the Man. No condition notes on that. Let's do another handful of CD. Oh, so I'm going to try to auction these together. So this is a collection of cassette singles. LA Guns. Hey, there it is right there. The Ballad of Jane. So this is a collection of cassette singles. LA Guns, Soul Asylum, Richard Marx, The Fix, Steelheart, Smashing Pumpkins, Paul McCartney, Living Color, Hot Music for Cool Nights, Poison, Duran Duran, Michael Jackson, Julian Lennon, Michael Jackson. Both are the same for Michael Jackson, and both are the same for Smashing Pumpkins. Jesus Jones, Boston, Lita Ford with Ozzy. Should have probably done that one by itself, but there it is. Adrian Belew, U2, REM, December, Queensryche, and another Smashing Pumpkins. Wow. And one is Bullet with Butterfly Wings, and the other one, are they sealed? I guess some of them are sealed. 1979. That's a great collection of cassette singles. Some of them are sealed. Let me check this one. Yeah, 2 of the Smashing Pumpkins are sealed. From Melancholy, Bullet from the Butterfly Wings. Was 1979 on Melancholy? I don't know, but there it is. Okay. So there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. I think 3 rows of 8. And the very cool vintage faux leather retro vintage, no telling how many were made for about 2 decades, cassette holder. Starting bid, shipped, $35 start. $35 start. The case and everything in it. There we go. All right, and then we were at $6.99 records. We have Fifth Dimension sold. Joe Jackson, $6.99. Mel Torme, The Velvet Fog. The Velvet Fog. The Torme Touch, $6.99. We have Les Baxter, The Sounds of Adventure, $6.99. Mortgage Guy Rob already has a bid at $35. It's up for anybody and everybody. The high bid's $35. Oh my gosh, I gotta stretch right quick. I gotta stop going to the gym. It's killing me. I don't get to recover. Well, I do, but standing isn't helping. Okay. All right, what happened over here? Next is Spyro Gyra Incognito, $6.99. And the United States presents Roland Banham Soul in Motion. So this is a radio broadcast. This is a radio broadcast, a soul, Smokey Robinson, Buddy Miles, Aretha Franklin, broadcast for the United States Air Force. $6.99 on that one. So to Shakedown, those are cool. They're awesome. The cassettes have bids for 35, 36, 36, 37, 38, 38, 38, and now 40. 40. My lips are falling off. Whew. I need water and chapstick and a bag of chips. The Earl Slick Band, Razor Sharp. Earl Slick is $6.99. Firefall, Luna Sea. Just remember I love you and it'll be all right. $6.99 for Firefall. Incitement, The Pair. That's what they were called, The Pair. $6.99 on that. Roger Miller, 1970. Roger Miller is $6.99. And the Incredible String Band, also $6.99, a 1972 promo. White label promo, Earthspan, $6.99. The cassettes are at $41. Collection of original cassette singles. Lots of great 90s stuff, and a lot of it sealed. Here comes some more CDs for $6.99. Hope y'all ready. I see some good titles coming up in here. $6.99 for these. No more, no less, unless we do a bundle. We have Boston Third Stage, Sons of Angels, Michael Schenker, MSG, Robin Zander, you may know him from a band called Cheap Trick, Sheriff, Keith Urban, The Golden Road, Richard Marx, Repeat Offender, Nightwish, Amarath,
Slaughter. Now this one was less because it looks like it's a copy. It is. It's a copy of Eternal Live. So I'll do that for 4. And then these were 9 each. I'll do them for $6.99. Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 1. Use Your Illusion 1 and 2. Okay? Use Your Illusion 1 and 2. You step up front right quick. I got to get my cookie. I don't have any more cookies. Mom's cake is up here, though. I got to get some water before my muscles and ligaments after doing chests and bench press, they're like, Chad, please, can you drink something like water and help us out here? It's like that Family Guy episode where Peter Griffin tries to run. And his body's like, what is he doing? Has he had a single ounce of water? Man, where's my chapstick? Hopefully it's back here in the back because it's not up here. Maybe I didn't look good enough for it. I got some cool autographs today. More Chevy Chase, Hank Aaron, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Val Kilmer. Coming up in a future Colectco featured night, Platinum Night. Might even have a signature from a guy named Michael Jordan. What? Do what? I'm dropping some quiet, quaint hits here. Okay, I'm going to mute my mic for a second so I can take a drink of this water. All right, I had a piece of cake and I drank some water. Here in a minute, I'm going to do that same thing and mute my mic, and I'm going to eat another piece of cake, and I'm going to drink some more water. But I needed that. I was getting famished. So, when I walked away, I had read off a bunch of cassettes, or a bunch of CDs, and a bunch of records. And the last comment I saw was cassettes at $38. Shakedown got the Soul box set. Cassettes 41, cassettes 42. Levi Hilton on G for Guns N' Roses. So I'm assuming you want both of these for $6.99 and $6.99. Scott Oman was second. Mortgage Guy Rob was third. Scott Oman was also first on Boston. James Chilcott on Sons of Angels. So did James Chilcott. Cassettes 43, cassettes 44, cassettes 45, cassettes 46. And now more $6.99 albums. Crosby and Nash live, $6.99. Crosby and Nash live. Zager and Evans, $6.99. Second Honeymoon by Deaf School, $6.99. 2 LP. Glenn Campbell, A New Place in the Sun. Flash in the Pan, $6.99. Crosby and Nash, Whistling Down the Wire. So right over here, we have the cassette lot with Jim B at $46. All these in here, $46. With the case shipped, Mortgage Guy Rob has it right, had it for $45. We're doing $6.99 albums, and then Hatchet Ed CDs, which I'm about to go grab another handful. Here's more $6.99 albums. This was originally $24.99. The Johnny Griffin Orchestra from Riverside, now just $6.99. Also $6.99 is Blood, Sweat, and Tears New Blood. Gabriel is $6.99, and Mylan is VG Plus $6.99. My chapstick of choice, well, I was going to show it to y'all, but I don't know where it is. Y'all know how easy it is to lose chapstick. I'm actually panicking because I've got backups in my Tahoe, but I've lost mine for tonight, which is not good. The cassette titles. The cassette lot is the following. L.A. Guns, The Ballad of Jane, Soul Asylum, Misery, Richard Marx, Satisfied, The Fix, Driven Out, Still Hard, I'll Never Let You Go, Smashing Pumpkins, Bullet with Butterfly Wings, Paul McCartney by Brave Face. Let me look at that one. I've never seen that. Sealed. Macca from Flowers in the Dirt. Living Color, Cult of Personality. Hot Music for Cool Nights. Poison, Life Goes On. Duran Duran, Too Much Information. Michael Jackson, Black or White. Julian Lennon, Now You're in Heaven. Two Michael Jacksons. Another Smashing Pumpkins, Bullet Butterfly Wings. Jesus Jones, Right Here, Right Now. Boston, I Need Your Love, We Can Make It. Close My Eyes Forever, Lita Ford with Ozzy. Adrian Belew and David Bowie, Pretty Pink Rose. U2, Hold Me, Thrill Me, Kiss Me, Kill Me. REM, Bang and Blame. December, that's Collective Soul, right? Yeah, I couldn't see the band logo. Collective Soul. Queensryche, Silent Lucidity. And another hit, the 1979 Smashing Pumpkins. That's a good one. That song is so cool. And those are all being sold together with the case. The high bid is Jim B at $46. Adam Bernardi on Crosby and Nash. Do you want Crosby and Nash live or Crosby and Nash whistling down the wire? And then also $6.99 is Teos, VG Plus $6.99. And then Barbara Streisand, Lazy Afternoon Quad for $6.99. Tom Paxton, Outward Bound for $6.99. And Tender Fury. Wow, it was $39.99. Sealed, 1988 Alternate Rock, now just $6.99. Okay, we have Whistling Down the Wire, sold to Adam Bernardi. And Tender is sold to Shakedown for $6.99. Jim B was second. Is Julian Lennon any special mix for that song, Now You're in Heaven? This is Julian Lennon, Now You're in Heaven. Cassette single. It's honestly really hard for me to see the back because there's a gigantic price tag on the back. So it's really hard for me to read. Well, I guess I could pull the cassette out. Now You're in Heaven, second time. It doesn't mention anything. Right. There's that. Final call to Jim B. $400 worth of cassettes. $46. I'm about to count these and offer them as a bundle. Mortgage Guy Rob says he's done. Let me step over here and grab another handful of CDs. These are $6.99. There's this and then another probably half handful. Tender Fury's already sold to Shakedown. I have Contraband. Boy, I wish I had that in print on vinyl. Contraband. Bon Jovi, What About Now? The Outfield, Diamond Days. Peter Cetera, You're the Inspiration, a collection. Chris Cagle, Play It Loud. The Best of Stevie Nicks, Sealed. The 69 Eyes, which was marked $9.99, Angels. Slaughter was a cassette single or a CD single. We'll do that one for just $3. Loverboy, Big Ones. Kimball Jameson. Tom Petty Echo. Tom Petty Last DJ. $6.99. All these CDs. Mark Morris got Contraband for $6.99. Levi Hilton got The Outfield for $6.99. Chris Frazier got the sealed Stevie Nicks for $6.99. Scott Oman on Tom Petty, you got dibs on The Last DJ or Echo. Okay, let's sell these to Jim B. And these are Jim B's for $46. Scott Oman got both Tom Petty. Bucket 700 on YouTube. I got to confirm who you are. I don't recognize your handle. Bucket 700 on Loverboy for $6.99. And then Alicia got Bon Jovi for $6.99. And I'm going to take this and the other stuff that has sold right over here. Let me put this here. Boom, da da dum, da dum, ga dum, dinky dinky. My name is Rob. Bow, da da down, ga down, ga down, dinky dinky, da ga down, ga down. Wow, but the bow, ga down, dinky dinky, ga down, ga bow, bow. Okay, so we have, it's Chad Anderson. Okay, wait a second. So we had over here, Jim B said, Chad, you can have the Paul McCartney cassette, and I do not need the case to help shipping department. Okay? And you can re-auction the case. The cake kicked in. Chad Anderson on the Loverboy CD, that's Chad Anderson, and Patrick Francis wants Kimball Jameson for $6.99 and the Slaughter CD for $3. I'm going to count these. The first person who claims them can have the bundle deal. These are all being counted right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Golly, big bundle deal here. Almost a whole crate. Much didn't sell to here. Of course, it usually does it when I'm jumping all over the place trying to show other stuff. So that's going to hurt me. But we are selling other stuff in the meantime. And everything in this crate is $155. $155 divided by 42 makes these this $369 each. $155. There we go. The cake kicked in. See how much better I feel after eating sugar? What does that mean? Does that mean I have high sugar or low sugar? It's either high sugar or low sugar, one of the two. But man, I can get down in the dump if I don't have some sugar pumped into me. Whew, I'm starting to feel a lot better. This cake is doing magic. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. There was an unsealed Smashing Pumpkins in there, yes. There was an unsealed bullet with butterfly wings, which I think mortgage guy Rob offered you $3 for. And I'm assuming you saw that comment. These are sold to John Barry for $155. Thank you, John Barry. Come on, John Barry. He's like, I'm not missing out on this one. So let's do this. Let's put these right over here. Thank you, John Barry. I still got one more small stack of CDs, and then we'll do a quick recap. Then I'll try to do a bundle deal auction, maybe on the rest of the CDs. Somebody did earlier. Trying to get Hatchet Ed stuff sold. And whoever's tagging, the bundle's going to be continued into the next crate. Okay, so the next crate is going to have the rest of the bundle. There'll be a sticky note behind where it stops. Okay. Not done with posters. I'm about to cut off vinyl where we can do exclusively posters for the last hour. Let me go see what my bins look like. If I have a good starting point or stopping point. I'm done snacking. I don't need any more of that. I just had 3 pieces of cake. There's 2 left for later. Okay. And let me do this correction over here. So mortgage guy Rob, if you're still with us, Jim B is going to give you that bullet with butterfly wing for free. And he said I could have Paul McCartney for free. And let me tell you something right now. Jim B trying to give me something for free. I'm not going to say no, especially if it's got Paul McCartney's name on it. So hot diggity dog, Paul McCartney for me. There's this. So whoever's watching, I'm going to take the open bullet butterfly wing, tag that for the Barnetts. And then Jim B said he doesn't want the case and it will help out on shipping cost. So let's take all the loose cassette singles out. I'm going to stack those up. And these are also to Jim B. It doesn't matter if you're black or white. MJ. All right, those are all Jim B. So now it's just all the loose. I got theirs separate. And I got my Paul McCartney. Gotcha, Jim B. I gotcha. This Paul McCartney's worth $2 million. I'll keep that forever and say, look, folks, in 100 years from now, I'll be like, Jim B gave this to me. And they're going to be like, no way. Jim B from YouTube, Jim B, formerly known as Jim B on YouTube, that's now on Twitch, he gave that to you? I'll be like, yes, kids. This was given to me by Jim B. No way, Dad. You knew Jim B? Revolution Saints, Light in the Dark, Deluxe CD DVD, Bad Company, Here Comes Trouble, Robin McCauley, Standing on the Edge, Junk House, Strays, and Kane Roberts, Saints and Sinners. No more lonely nights. No more lonely nights. You're my guiding light. Let me take you down. Going to strawberry fields. Nothing to get hung about. Strawberry fields forever. Living is easy with eyes closed. Misunderstandings all you see. It's getting hard to be someone, but it all works out. It doesn't matter much to me. Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to. Da-da-da. All right, Patrick Francis on Way. Way was for something. He put Way. Okay, and then James Chilcott said, I'm interested in the case if we can work something out. Okay, Michael Nath on Bad Company. This is sold to Michael Nath. Patrick Francis on Light in the Dark. James Chilcott on RS. RS was for Robin. No, what was RS, James? A slice of cake, $7. And I Am the Walrus. Thank you. And then what was the other thing? I feel like I skipped something there. Oh, yeah, it's whatever RS was for. Okay. So here's the agenda for the rest of the show. We've got into about an hour ago, or probably 2 hours ago, I laid down another agenda. We've gotten through 75% of that. I'm about to show one and final more crate of $6.99 records, and then we're going to bundle them. I'm going to go through the CDs again. While we're doing this, and while I'm going through the CDs one more time, RS was Revolution Saints. Okay, thank you. You were still second on that one. I'm going to be showing the rest of the miscellaneous, and then when we're done, I'm going to do this whole flat table to show posters. So I've kind of stopped because I don't have many more I want to auction. The rest of them I'm about to show. I've got road posters, road movie posters, and they're going to be priced to sell. There's a couple in here that might be kind of pricey. Those I might be a little bit more firm on. Everything else, we're going to let them roll. Okay? So let's get through this so we can start on that. I'll start recapping the CDs in just a second. $6.99 albums, no more, no less. What doesn't get claimed will get bundled, and I'm sure it's going to sell. And tomorrow night, we're going to wrap up the week for your $8 unlimited shipping. There's going to be more discount and more bundles. So I need all of y'all back watching. We'll do it again tomorrow. Elliot Randall, everything you've always wanted to know about Elliot Randall but was afraid to ask. That is $6.99. The New Regime, Exhibit A. Alternate Rock, $6.99. Philabilia, East to West, Ghost Stamp Promo. Philabilia, $6.99. And then Glamour Camp. Sorry, I had some kind of piece of cake on my tongue. $6.99 for Glamour Camp, Shrink and Hype. The Flame, Annabelle Lamb, $6.99 on that. Thomas Clark Switch on NR, which was the New Regime. That sold to him. So quick recap. We'll start for the last two stacks of CDs. These are all $6.99. Then maybe we can do an auction lot on the leftovers and get them sold just to move them on. Kane Roberts, Saints and Sinners. Junk House, Strays. Robin McCauley, Standing on the Edge. The 69 Eyes, Angels. Chris Cagle, Play It Loud. Peter Cetera, A Collection. Sounds like a compilation of his solo career. Slaughter was a bootleg, so it's a copy of Eternal Live. We had a bunch in that collection, I remember. $4 on that. Nightwish, Amaranth was $6.99. Richard Marx, Repeat Offender. Keith Urban, Golden Road. Sheriff. Robin Zander. And MSG, Michael Schenker. Those are all $6.99. Everything in this crate is also $6.99, including Marry My Hope, Suicide Kings. Shrink and Hype, $6.99. Patrick Francis gets the Peter Cetera for $6.99. Junk House sold to Scott Oman for $6.99. And then Keith Urban sold for $6.99 to Alicia. Okay? Those are all sold. No, excuse me, it's sold to Scott Oman. Patrick Francis on Peter Cetera. James Chilcott on Junk House. Scott Oman on Keith Urban. Alicia next on Keith Urban. Patrick Francis also gets Sheriff. Patrick Francis also on Sheriff. And we have James Chilcott next. I'm going through all the leftover CDs. We're about to show those. Just say these are a few old sports books. I'm going to show those again too, of course. All right, so Mary My Hope and Annabelle King. We had a lovely bunch of Al Jazzbo Collins and the Banditos, 67 from Impulse Jazz label, $6.99 on that. $6.99 for Seal Johnson, Stuck in Chicago, and Dwight Twilley Jungle Gold Stamp promo. So this stack left. Kane Roberts, Robin McCauley, 69 Eyes, Chris Cagle, Nightwish, Richard Marks, Robin Zander, MSG, and Slaughter. Here comes some more, $6.99. But first, Denise wants Collins, which is this right here, So Did Denise, for $6.99. Jim B on Seal Johnson. And Patrick Francis wants Slaughter Eternal Live for $4. Make sure that one goes in for $4. Here's some more $6.99. Big House, self-titled. Richard Marks, Stories to Tell, Richard Marks. Montgomery Gentry, The Best of 1999-2005. The jewel case is cracked over here on the spine edge. Martika with the original receipt from 1996. Wow. $6.99. That album came out in 88 though. Freddie Curci or Freddie Curci, C-U-R-C-I. Dreamer's Road. Eddie and the Cruiser soundtrack. Nightwish, Highest Hopes, The Best of Nightwish, and Extreme, Waiting for the Punchline. Extreme, okay? And then Jim B on SJ. That was for Seal Johnson. I've already tagged that. And for $6.99, in the albums, we've got Cockney Rebel, VG Plus, $6.99. Also $6.99 is Ted's by G, the Spanish Borrowing Guitar. Japanese Press Rockabilly EX, $6.99. Also $6.99 was Outlaws Playing to Win. Outlaws was VG Plus $6.99. And The Revs, that's Revelator EP, a 92 UK alternate rock punk EP, $6.99 on that. And then over here we have Ray Charles Love Country Style. That is $6.99 on Ray Charles. And then over here, Patrick Francis got 80 in the Cruisers, okay? $6.99 on that one. That left Extreme, Nightwish, Freddie, Something, Martika, Montgomery Gentry, Richard Marks, and Big House. Just curious if I'm allowed to buy. Steve Weaver, just curious if I'm allowed to buy. Steve Weaver, I guess I need to go over here and pull up your account. Are you? I don't know. I've already had to quietly mute a couple people today. A couple people I've had to get onto tonight. I'm trying to restrain a couple people. You know who you are. They're still trying to buy stuff. I'm like, Steve Weaver. I'm trying to figure out what happened over here. I'm not for sure. Let me look this up. You can buy as long as you can pay whenever invoices go out. So yeah, I'll say you can buy, just make sure you buy within your boundaries. And I was reading through your old messages here, and yeah, just all I say for I'm looking through what's going on over here. So yeah, just make sure when you buy, you're buying within boundaries, okay? And you can pay pretty soon when invoices go out. When people's maybe had something happen in the past, I'm like, well, you can buy again. Just be prepared to pay when invoices go out. That will help both of us out. So buy as if you're ready to pay come Monday. Michael Nath gets Ray Charles for $6.99. That's so to Michael Nath. And then Sonny and Cher, All I Ever Need Is You. Sonny and Cher is $6.99. The Neon Philharmonic, The Moth Confess, they got a good, cool song, Morning Girl. $6.99 for the Neon Philharmonic. The Candyman is $6.99. And we have After 7, an 89 US. That was originally $27.99. $6.99. And we have Ray's Moods, Ray Charles and his orchestra and chorus, $6.99. Michael Butler on Cockney Rebels, and that was back here. I still got it, but it's sold to you, Michael Butler. Jim B on A7, that's sold to Jim B for $6.99. And then also $6.99 is Scandalous John, Walt Disney Presents Scandalous John, VG Plus. And then over here, I've got some more CDs. These are $6.99. Mother's Army, Fire on the Moon, but unfortunately it's another copy, aka bootleg. So Mother's Moon, Fire on the Moon, or excuse me, Mother's Army, Fire on the Moon. Only Child, which is self-titled, Only Child. The Police, Every Breath You Take, which is a greatest hits of the Police. Hollywood, Underground. I think Hollywood's the band, Underground is the name of the album. Jesse's Power Trip, Not So Innocent. Jesse's Power Trip is $6.99. Toto, Tamboo is $6.99. Firehouse, Good Acoustics is $6.99. And Bad Company, Company of Strangers. Michael Nath on Ray Charles for $6.99. And Sully Wants the Police, Every Breath You Take. That was $6.99. And Sully on Toto Tamboo for $6.99. Okay. Renaissance is $6.99. That's their self-titled album. Renaissance, self-titled Red Electra label, $6.99. Roundhouse, Scrubble Cane. What? It's not Roundhouse. That says Round One, Chad. Round One, Scrub Below Cane. Screw Cane. 73 Blues Rock, VG Plus, $6.99. Michael Nath on Bad Company. Alicia, You Were Second. And then we have Deanie Daughtery, What You Gonna Do? 71, he was in a band called The Mamas and Papas, $6.99. Meet the band called Sunshine, a 71 Nashville band. It's a rock soul. Originally $24.99, VG Plus $6.99. Triumvirate, Illusions on a Double Dimple, that's VG $6.99. And Spanking Our Gang, Sunday Will Never Be the Same, $6.99, VG copy. And Nitro Entertainment presents Nitro Hustlin' Pays, EX edition, $6.99. Hustlin' Pays. Night Watch is EX edition, $6.99. And City Boy, Young Men Gone West, $6.99. Let's see if we can get a bid on a CD bundle for auction. And then I had somebody very much interested in that cassette case. Now, earlier, that cassette case, when it was up for auction, first, Scott Oman gets Nitro. I was figuring probably half of that bid was probably going to be tied up in shipping cost because of the case. But what I'll do... These are just so hard to say. Who was interested? What have I done with it? Second of all, I mean, when I put them out in the store, we mark them $14 and $19.99. Unfortunately, though, we'd have to ship this one, so I'll put it up for a $15 start. Jim B did say just to re-auction it. He did not want it, but yeah, the problem with this is just trying to ship it. So that's up for auction. $15 start. Probably not going to stand up. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 CDs, a $25 start. 20 CDs, a $25 start. Okay, next is, can you show the tracks on the Revs? The Revs. The Revs. This one right here, the Revs. Selfish, Making Time, Joyrider, 10 Seconds of Temptation. Also $6.99 is, it's in Russian, Cliff Richard. Cliff Richard, Best Songs. Unknown release year, a Russian reissue. $6.99. The CD bundle has a bid for $25. The cassette case has a bid for $15. I'm going to take all the sold individual CDs in here into the operation room. Operator, won't you help me place this call? You see the number on the matchbook is old and faded. I'm living in LA with my best old ex-friend Ray. You know, something, staying some. That's the way they say it goes. Just forget all that and forgive me a number if you can't find me. Okay, $6.99. Melty takes the Revs and Scrub Kane and Denny Daughtery. Michael Butler wants Scrub Kane and Denny Daughtery. That was Denny Daughtery and Scrubalo Kane. Those are sold. You can keep the dime. What a song. That's probably my top 10 favorites of all time. Jim Croce, Operator. That's probably one of my top 10. If I had to rank and sit down and really study this list, that would make my top 10. I'll never forget the first time I heard that. I was in a study lab listening to Pandora radio in high school, and I was like, what is this coming through? What is this coming through my headphones right now? I'll never forget it. I never had heard it before. Straub's No Madness. Straub's is $6.99. Rick Beato on YouTube, Rick Beato did a whole video just about the amazingness of that song. It's incredible. The Best of Skeeter Davis. Skeeter Davis is in Shrink, $6.99. Skip Ewing, The Will to Love, $6.99 on that. Chuck Carbo, Sealed, a New Orleans funk soul originally marked for $25, $6.99. And Instant Funk, The Funk is On, VG Plus, $6.99. Shakedown on Carbo, and Bell and Arc. That is a 71 Blues Rock, VG Plus, $6.99. Okay, these CDs are sold to Patrick Francis for $25, and the cassette holder is sold to Mega Blast. Mega Blast gets it for $15. And Mega Blast just realized he has a Coletco box on his porch for the last 8 hours, and a possum almost took off with it. A possum almost went out there and took off with it. A possum. Okay. Next is Terry Gerhardt on Instant Funk. Michael Nath on CC for Chuck Carbo. Blonde. Blonde was a 69 pop psych, VG Plus, $16.99. I probably heard Operator in 2012 or 2011, and I would have been 15 or 16. I probably heard it when I was 15 or 16, and that was about 2011, 2012. Yeah. Roseanne Cash, Right or Wrong. Roseanne Cash is $6.99. Joan Armatrading, Sealed, $6.99. Maggie Bell, Queen of the Night, $6.99. Now, what's the deal with this? There's something special about this, or something to note, but I can't remember right now. Leslie on Roseanne Cash. We have Highway 101, Sealed, $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. Johnny Rivers, $6.99. Chet Atkins, CGP. Chet Atkins is $6.99. Lacey J. Dalton, Taking It Easy, $6.99. Quicksilver, What About Me, VG Plus, $6.99. Papa John Creech, $6.99. She's with Swan Song. I was about to say, something to do with Jimmy Page. Something to do with Jimmy Page. Atlantic, Swan Song, yeah. I think one of them had something to do with Jimmy Page. This is on Atlantic, very close. I don't think it was this album, though. Produced by Jerry Wexler, of course. Peter Grant, Led Zeppelin's manager. Executive producers, Mark London and Peter Grant, which was Led Zeppelin's manager. And we have Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $6.99. Okay, so we sold Leslie Roseanne Cash. Slayer is $34.99. $34.99. And Adam Bernardi on Papa John Creech for $6.99. Anybody else on anything in here before we go exclusively into posters? We'll obviously offer these as a bundle. But yeah, this is the final call on this crate. No more lonely nights. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. Here comes the deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. 32. $120. $120. $120. That's $375 each right on the button. $375 each right on the button. What a deal. Sold. All right, let's do some other stuff. Here we go. What could Chad possibly have up his sleeve? Possibly more records, and I'm just trying to get everybody off so we can sell stuff at ridiculously cheap prices. Back in the back is what's some stuff left from the Hatchet Ed crate. And that was Limp Bizkit Significant Other for $39.99, a 2 LP. It's just one of those days. One of them, everybody sucks. Blah, 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 blah. Da, 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 da. Don't leave me up to covering Limp Bizkit. You got to do it for the nookie. Oh, da, da, da. I don't know a single song off the Slayer album, but it's probably something that goes like da, 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 da. And then Prince over here. That's Around the World in the Day. You don't want me singing Prince. And Jesus and Mary Chain. Know one of these on here. Is it Just Like Honey? There's a couple really good ones on here. I like this. $29.99, go vinyl. Don't leave me to be singing any of those, okay? That's some leftover from Hatchet Ed. Over here, I had a couple vintage sports books. We have... This is Everlast. This is a 1932 boxing record book for $39.99. We had Joe Louis, a picture story of his life, $50. Very cool vintage Joe Louis book. Two are for sale for $80 and $105. And the 87 Minnesota Twins media guide, $9.99. I got to wait for Grog to get back on. The Slayer album is them doing punk covers. I did not know that. I know originally it came out as a 10-inch. I did not know that. Limp Bizkit is $39.99. $39. It's a double LP, new and sealed. break stuff. It's just one of those days. The nookie, the bass line. I knew Limp Bizkit, I knew these songs, but seeing him live, I was like, wow, this guy, I mean, they put on a show. I mean, y'all know the kind of music I like too. And seeing them live, I was like, dang. I mean, my appreciation went way up. Now, some people don't think very highly of them. Some people love them. Some people, this is like their childhood. This is it. But man, if you ever seen them live, it was just as exciting as watching, they opened for Metallica. I did it all for the cookie. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, man, I mean, he came out there and he hit those riffs, and man, Les Bolin on guitar. And then the mosh pit started open. I was down there on the floor. I started getting pushed and shoved. I was like, golly, what have I got myself into? I mean, it was exciting. Minnesota Book, 5. Minnesota Book, 6. That's 40% off. Think about it that way. 40% off. Yeah, Limp Bizkit, you got to go see him. He does a great job. He does a lot of crowd work and stuff. I mean, it's good. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and that's coming from a guy that just told you Jim Croce was in my top 10. So, all right, that's sold to John Durden for $6. You got it. Let's take that off. Okay, I still got Kiss Symphony for $15. The DVD. That Paul McCartney tape was a gift from Jim B, so that's going to go on eBay. I'm joking. And then we have American Pop. This was $9.99, American Pop book. And then Carole King, Home Again DVD. Carole King, $19.99. Limp Bizkit, I just sold my last copy, but we can get more. So he essentially has 2 albums in print. He has Limp Bizkit, and he has, I guess I should say they, but Fred Durst, Significant Other, and Chocolate Starfish. So this one's $39.99. I sold Chocolate Starfish earlier for $44. I'm going to order more tonight. Now, I also saw a video of him signing these the other day, and somebody had a copy of, $3 bill, y'all. And he signed it, but he didn't really want to. He's like, that's not real. And somebody had a bootleg of $3 bill, y'all, and he was trying to explain to him that it wasn't a real record. Now, there was only one pressing of that, like in Japan. I think it was Japan or South Korea. And it's never been officially reissued. But he was signing autographs, and he was trying to tell somebody he had a bootleg. That guy could have had a real one, though, but it's a very rare pressing. I think it's $3 bill, y'all, his very first record with his cover of Faith on it. But before these come back into print, they were bootlegged, and OGs are not cheap. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Carole King is sold to Michael Nath for $15. There's that. Okay? And then y'all can see the other records. I need something else. I need something else to put back there. Let's put, we sold a Dave Matthews Band earlier. There's Dave Matthews Band, $38.99. All right. Now, other stuff back here behind me. Let me make sure all the bins have been gone through. So I had 2 puzzles in the Hatchet Ed crate, Power Slave and Live After Death. $24.99 each on those. Buckingham Nicks, $39.99. Black Sabbath, $49.99. King's X, $36.99. Post Malone, Autograph Rockstar, $400. Autographed by Post Malone, $400. MC Chris Goes to Hell, autographed, $55. MC Chris Goes to Hell, autographed, $55. The Ramones, $875. Signed by Johnny, Tommy, Dee Dee, and Marky. No Joey. Joey would make it twice as much. Taylor Swift Red, $3,000. $3,000. Fog Hat, $275. Signed by Rod Price, Lonesome Dave Peverett, Roger Earl, and Tony Stevens. Charles Wesley Godwin, $125. I don't have a price on that yet, and I don't know why these are over here. I had 2 Phil Spector Christmas albums. One sealed for $50, the other one $40. They're 80s pressings. And then I need to get a price on Avril Lavigne. That's something new that came in the other day, but it wasn't on our ticket. It wasn't on our invoice, so I don't know about that. Pinocchio, these are Funkos. These are Funkos, and it's going to be a little Pinocchio for $14.99, and then it's a chase as well, and they look like VHS. This one's a little bit crunchy right there, but there's one that's really nice. Pinocchio's $14.99. Fog Hat, $225. Sold to Michael Nath. Boom. Sold $225. I think the other night it was supposed to be $325, Michael, but I told somebody $275. Now you're going to get it for $225, but thank you. What a cool puzzle. Pink Floyd with some fine ladies here, and their backs have been painted like Pink Floyd album covers. Adam Hart Mother, Relics, Dark Side, Wish You Were Here, Wall, Animals. 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle, $24.99. $24.99. Actually, let me leave Kiss. I bet we'll sell Kiss by tomorrow. I'm going to leave it over there. The rest of the stuff I'm going to get marked for up front. Okay, this was a really cool piece. Buyer has to pay postage, but it's cheap. It's signed. This is when I really need all the space I can get because we're about to start showing flat posters. So let me get this stuff off. Let me get this stuff off. Kiss DVD 12, sold to Chad Anderson. All right. So this was signed by Dave Mason from Traffic. The problem is it's going to require buyer pays postage. So it's JSA authenticated. It's signed down here in silver paint pen. $55 plus postage. It will have to be shipped flat between 2 pieces of cardboard. Shouldn't be that much more, but it's going to really eat into the cost if I did it free shipping, which I can't. JSA'd, the stickers down here in the corner. And let me show you on the main cam the signature there, Dave Mason. 55. And it was from a show at Craven Casino, July 9th. 2019, I don't really know when. Okay. And then we sold 4 signed Carmine Apiece records tonight. 4 signed Carmine Apiece. There was, no, we sold 3. One was Paul Shortino, Rough Cut. Here is the Carmine Apiece solo album. $125. 2, and then it's left blank. Keep Rockin', Carmine Apiece, in this really cool display frame. Carmine Apiece, and that is $125 plus additional postage. And we had one by him signed, another one of his signatures on a Rod Stewart album, another on a Rod Stewart album, and another on a Rod Stewart album. And this is the 4th one I had by Carmine, and it's signed on his solo album. $125 plus postage. And that's pretty much a recap. Here's some other autographs that was in this crate next to me. These are some that's bound to be put online soon. This and the Ramones. And these are kind of no-brainers. I need to get listed online. There's the Ramones again. Signed Glenn Campbell's, which are nice. $175. I've got 4 different ones. It's just a matter of time. The 12-string guitar, the Glenn Campbell album, and Glenn Campbell, Arkansas. This was a cool piece. Signed by Dr. John, the Night Tripper. $375. It's an OG pressing of Grease Grease. $375. And I just know somebody's about to buy this. We've had a couple people keep asking about it. I mean, the last couple comps on signed Roger Waters is like $1,000. This is signed Roger Waters Animals. $975. Okay. $975. That is some high-end, recently advertised, never listed anywhere else autographs. Get them while you can. Okay? There's that. And now, posters. I've got posters they've put in these boards and bags so I can show them a lot easier. Let me show 4 or 5 of these, and then we'll do some road movie posters, okay? First thing, these are $35 shipped. And I'm going to say this, that price is pretty firm if it's the first time you're buying a poster. If you've already bought one, I probably will do better because we've already paid for the tube and the postage, if that makes sense. So if I'm showing stuff rolled for the next hour or so, I'm going to show it, you can claim it, but if you want to make an offer on something, be sure to let me know you've already bought a poster that's going to be shipped in a tube, because about 10 or 15 bucks of this price is the cost of the tube, the cost of the postage, which can get pricey. 2 or 3 bucks for a tube, $10 to $18 for postage sometimes. That's like half of the cost of these. This is a blacklight poster of a tiger, $35. Vintage blacklight poster, tiger. It's let's go to top cam. It's $35. It's numbered down here, a catalog number 1689, tiger, and published by Scorpio Posters, Brooklyn, New York, etc., etc. Okay, so that is $35. Love the Ramones, but I'm 300 short of asking. Is that an offer for $575? I don't want to do that right now. I haven't got it really. I really hadn't promoted it too much since we've acquired it. So if it's around maybe a little bit longer, we can reach an agreement. But I figured you'd be all over the Dave Mason. What did I have? Eddie Clearwater sold, didn't it? I had Eddie Clearwater. I had some blues autographs. I have some somewhere that I hadn't got to. They're going to be coming up soon. Here we go. Middle Finger with Simpleton, File 13, some sort of concert poster. Middle Finger with Simpleton, File 13, Friday, September 15th at Greek Tony's, north of FM. $35 on that. $35 on that. Here is, I don't know a lot about these. I hope I'm within range and I'm not shorting myself, but I've got several Kung Fu related posters like this. I think they're real Japanese movie posters because I've got other Bond Japanese movie posters that are this same size. Speaking of that, I need to make sure, let me open my laptop. Speaking of James Bond, I was in the middle of buying something on my way here, and I bet I missed it. Unless there's more time than I thought. Okay, 1 day left. Okay, good. I gotta buy. I have decorated my house, and I realized I got a lot more room than I realized. So, $35 for Don Wang. $35 on that. I need to get I can't see my comments. Let me get my phone from underneath there. Let me prop it up right here. Whoa, oh no, I've lost my chat. Slayer is sold. Yeah, that's all gone. Is there a year on the Tiger? There's no year on the Tiger. No. So these are all $35. And then this one's really cool too. Here's another Kung Fu action movie poster. I mean, these are definitely vintage. They've been folded. There's another one. I don't know what this one says at all. Definitely Japanese or Korean. I'm assuming Japanese. Don't ask me. I can barely speak English. $35 on this. $35 on that. Okay. I've been trying to figure out the year on this one. Let me wait on that. And instead, let me show this and this. Here's 2 more Kung Fu's. Everybody was Kung Fu fighting. Dun, 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 dun. Fast as lightning. Another Kung Fu. And here's another Kung Fu. The Kiss pinball machine doesn't match the James Bond. You mean Rush? Actually, somebody brought that to my attention. They's like, why don't you have a James Bond pinball machine? And I was like, oh no, you're right. And the guy that was helping me decorate, Tyler, who basically is on staff here, Tyler was like, man, you need to move the Rush upstairs in your autograph room, and you need to buy a James Bond pinball machine. And I was like, you're right. So now I've already started looking at them. That was my toughest decision when I bought my Rush pinball machine. Should I get a Rush or James Bond? And now I really need a James Bond to make the room look better. So, but I also don't want to spend another $12,000 on a pinball machine. They are super duper expensive. So I've got other stuff on my wish list for 2026. I've got other stuff on my wish list for 2026. But maybe if I catch a deal on James Bond, especially locally, somebody moving, somebody needing some cash, I'm all in. All right. How about Joey Ramone and Lemmy? $35. Joey Ramone and Lemmy. Okay, this one I need to look up. Yeah, then we got a bunch more pricey looking black lights that have to be checked. I'm about ready to start showing some of these road movie posters. All right. Pink Floyd. Live. Hello. Is there anybody out there? Lemmy. All these right now are $35 shipped. If you've already bought one and you've already got a tube kind of paid for coming your way, let me know and you can make an offer. Otherwise, they're firm. So $35 shipped on any of these. MT Matt takes Lemmy and Michael Hamburger wants Pink Floyd, okay? Michael Hamburger gets Pink Floyd for $35 and MT Matt gets Lemmy. Got it. Yeah, I'm not big. The arcade machines, like I play my Rush pinball maybe once every couple weeks. You know, as soon as I bought it, I played the heck out of it. So there went about a month, I didn't even turn it on. I played a lot on Sundays, you know, kind of just decompressing, resting my brain. But those multicades, a lot of people I know buy those, they just seem like they never get played. You know, but it's kind of like a pool table. I have a lot of people who have pool tables. I know they never use them. I'm like, do I really want to buy a pool table? You know, I don't even like, it's nothing like a pinball machine. Decomposing. Yeah, decompressing. That's George Costanza. Decompressing. Aerosmith Pump. This is an original advertisement poster for Aerosmith Pump. $35 on this. Aerosmith Pump. Vintage Aerosmith. $35 on that. And here is a, who was this? Three Dog Night. Three Dog Night. Three Dog Night. Vintage poster. These modern pinball machines are pretty good though. I mean, they play for a long time without breaking down. The vintage ones are a headache. I've bought and sold 50 pinball machines probably. They're a headache, the vintage ones. You can have one working and then you move it and it's broken just because the stuff gets dinged and danged and disconnected. But these modern pinball machines they're awesome. That's also why they cost $12,000 or $9,000, or some of them cost $15,000 and $17,000. All right, Errol Smith here is sold to MT Matt for $25 because he just bought one already. So that's sold to him for $25. 25 on that. And Three Dog Night. Okay. Somebody might need this for their Rolling Stones album. I will actually take this out. Well, it's supposed to be folded and inside a copy. It's supposed to be folded inside a copy of Let It Be. That's the poster that goes in the Rolling Stones Let It Be album, which is most of the value of that OG record now. So $25 on that. $25 on that. That's the poster that goes in Let It Bleed. Not Let It Be, Let It Bleed. Addams Family. I had my choices narrowed down to James Bond, Rush, Metallica. Metallica's probably going to be before James Bond, honestly. And then the Munsters. The Munsters I wanted was $12,900. That's a lot for a pinball machine. That's a lot of money. Okay. And then Iron Maiden, $35. Oh man, Twilight Zone. Yes. That's one of the best. Twilight Zone is one of the best games ever made for pinball. They call that the GOAT. That's a wild one. And they make a lot of James Bond. There's vintage ones, like the one I would want first is one of the modern ones. You know, they make all kinds of cool ones. And then they actually made a GoldenEye. And those are awesome, but they're just not as fun to me as the new one. The new ones are so immersive. I mean, they are crazy how crazy good they are. Some of the vintage ones, to me, I can get bored quick. If I'm going to spend, you know, $5,000 on something, I want to, you know, a lot of it's for look, but man. Okay, so over here we got Michael Ruttman got Iron Maiden, but before that, MT Matt got the Rolling Stones for $25. So MT Matt got the Rolling Stones. Matt, they might can just roll that up and put it with your others. That way you don't have to worry about it getting recreased. So let's roll that one, ship it with MT Matt, and Michael Ruttman on Iron Maiden. Thank you, Michael Ruttman, $35. How about 12? Nice. Who is it? Thomas, are you the one? Somebody that is a customer, their cover photo on Facebook is their game room, and it looks insane. I don't know if it's you, Thomas, but somebody that is a customer, I clicked on their profile one day, and their cover photo was their game room, and they had a whole room of pinball machines. They had the real cool carpet. They had the game room carpet that looks like confetti or whatever. And that's like a dream to have, like, literally. I told my mom, we went in Dave & Buster's one time in Nashville, and I said, Mom, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I'm going to have a room like this one day. It's just going to be full of arcade machines. And I'm going to have this carpet, and it's going to look just like a Dave & Buster's. It's going to be attached to my house. And she said, well, it'll probably happen, but I already knew you were insane. Okay, let's start going through some posters. Most of these are original movie posters. They're rolled They're $35. Some of them will be $55. Some of them may be $275. This is America Part 2. Shows life in America is really like. This is an original one-sheet movie poster. It's been folded and then rolled. What does that mean? That means it's folded originally, but somebody has rolled it up. This is America. What a wild-looking poster. This nun is stabbing this guy. This woman's like, got this guy over here in bondage, and this guy's butt is nude, and she's grabbing his butt. There's a lot. There's jaws up here at the top, piranhas, people skydiving. This is a wild-looking poster. A lot of crazy stuff going on that. I don't know much about that, but that's a wild poster. 35 on that. Pinball leagues. Oh yeah, so that's the thing about these games. I watch people play them, and I'm like, how do they do this? Some of y'all get really skilled at playing these, like Tommy, and I'm not too good at them, honestly. I like playing them, but I'm not very good at it. Holy moly! Here we go. I can tell the theme of these posters. Squeeze play. Oh my gosh. Squeeze play, $35. It's been folded, but it is rolled. Saucy, spicy squeeze play, $35. Night Shift. Night Shift. A Ron Howard film. $35. Sold to Michael Ruttman for $35. Got it. I need to check this one. This is I'll check that one. That looks like a pricey one. Of course, some of them I could mess up. That's okay. I'm here to sell stuff. Sweet Keel. In the tradition of Psycho, Sweet Keel. Do you know what is in the crate for the posters? I have never looked at these in my life. We're seeing all these together for the first time. I've probably owned these for a while. Never have seen these in my life. Jumpin' Jack Flash. Jumpin' Jack Flash. Whoopi Goldberg. A lot of these have been, like I said, they originally came folded, and then somebody's rolled them, which is probably a good thing. This one does have a couple, this one does have a little bit of damage. Oh. Okay, this is a, what is this? Oh, I kind of remember this. No music magazines tonight, Pam, but I'm getting closer to them. check back in tomorrow, especially if I get through all this. The interview, Seth Rogen, James Franco, I think that's about North Korea. The interview. Solar Babies. It does have a tear down here at the bottom, as you can see. Solar Babies. Head Office, Danny DeVito, Jane Seymour. Head Office. Let me be checking this one. Okay, where's my phone at? Oh, hey, I got this pulled up right here already. One second. Did I not spell that right? Yes, I didn't. Okay. Moving on. '84 Charing Cross Road. A love affair that began in a little bookstore at 84 Charing Cross Road. Chevy Chase, Goldie Hawn, Foul Play, a new comedy thriller. Goldie Hawn, Chevy Chase, Foul Play. The Life of a Cop, Dirty One. Looks a little kinky. He's in his cop car making out with a chick. Looks a little kinky for the love of a cop. The love life of a cop. The love life of a cop, yeah. Sold to MT Matt for $30. Sold to MT Matt for $30. That one looked a little like a little kinky. Ooh. This one's got a big rip at the bottom, but bug. Of a big giant bug crawling on her phone about to go into her mouth. It's got a big tear at the bottom though. A serious warning. Many people have a controllable fear of unknown, something, something. Beware before watching this movie. The Bug. So rip all the way up to that first scene. Check your car, check your neck, check your hair. Ooh, The Bug. Sold to MT Matt for 20 bucks. The Bug. Sold to MT Matt for 20 bucks. The Bug. Ooh, y'all skin crawling yet? Yikes. The Morning After can be murder. Jane Fonda, Jeff Bridges. I guess y'all can see them better almost that way, can't you? Wish I could rotate our camera like that. That works out pretty good though. Morning, girl. Wanted. Bonnie's kids. Thank God she only had two. Ellie Thomas, Myra Thomas. Bonnie's kids. Cool one here. Breaker, breaker. Don't muck around with an 18-wheeler truck. He's got a CB radio and 100 friends who might just get mad. Breaker, breaker. Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris. Sold to MT Matt for $30. Sold to MT Matt for $30. That was a great knuckle adjustment. The Incubus. The Incubus. The dreams, the nightmares, the desires, the fears, the mystery, the revelation, the warning. The Incubus. He is the destroyer. He is the destroyer. This one's damaged for adults only. Wild honey in color. The simple pleasures. Wild honey's ripped. Oh. Schwarzenegger. Running Man. MT Mac gets Wild Honey for 15 and Running Man for 35. He's like, I better get that one right now before somebody else does. And Michael Ruttman was right behind you. Let me find that Wild Honey poster. I'll go ahead and sell that to you as well. Okay, so he got Wild Honey for 15, and he got Running Man for 35. You got lucky. Michael Ruttman was right in behind you. He's got his eyes peeled too. Now, this poster isn't a typical, I don't know what's going on here, but it's not a typical size. The Horror of Blackwood Castle. It happened in the dead of the night. I don't know if that's an old movie and this is some kind of reprint. It looks like an old movie and this is some kind of reprint. It looks like it. That's what I'm guessing. As far as the original release year on that one. Starman, John Carpenter's Starman. Sold to MT Matt. $35, really good ones. Well, I know there's one in here. They're rolled up. I can't see them. Tanner showed it to me because he checked some of them, but there's one in here definitely worthy of an auction. I just don't know what's happened to it. See, they're all rolled, and it's really hard to find them. I've peeked at a couple, but I can't tell till I unroll them. This one's got a rip at the bottom. 3 o'clock high. It does have a rip at the bottom, but 3 o'clock high. I'll go ahead and do the spoiler alert. I think we have a Terminator. I think that's the one he showed me. When I get here, they start showing me so much I can't remember. All right. This is Tom Hanks' Big. Chad question, if I come to get some purchases from last week, invoice in person at the store, could I pick up and pay early for this week that hadn't been invoiced yet? No. The unfortunate answer is no. So you might want to time your pickup so if you're driving in from Nashville, it's worthy of your time. You know, some people, if you go ahead and pay for them, we don't mind holding them up front. Just let us know you're coming to get them. But if you bought something like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, tonight, all that stuff has to be watched, tagged, keyed in, and more importantly, sorted. So by the end of the week, we have thousands of unsold records or thousands of unsorted records that have sold. And they're in crates. And our ABC guy, Jack doesn't come in sometimes until Monday mornings. And they alphabetize for 12 hours, him and my nephew. So if you come in, it's like, can I get some from this week? We probably wouldn't even be able to find it. So that's why we always said you can only pick up the following Wednesday at the earliest. Because by Wednesday, they've invoiced, it's all been sorted, and Ed has taken time to bring it up front. So when you come in, my mom can pull it for you. The Emperor. The Emperor, a true story. So yeah, you can only get what you bought. So if you show up on a Wednesday, you can only get what was bought the week before. It all has to be, because Like right now, if you said, Chad, can you get together all the stuff I've bought this week? I probably would spend an hour flipping through crates, and it might not even be tagged yet. So, all right, we're chipping away at these pretty fast. I'm going to go through them all. Platoon. Now, they call this one the one of all the reviews. So there's some of these really big movies, they have a couple of different posters. They call this one the one with the quotes. Platoon. Yeah, thank you, Rafe. Platoon. Whoop. These are $35 if you already got an order going. I could do less on some of them. That's Life. Jack Lemmon, Julie Andrews. Kind of a crazy looking one here. It's Alive and Deadly. Whatever it is, it's alive and deadly. Whatever it is, look out. Okay, I've got our first auction-worthy poster. Here we go. I got our first auction-worthy poster. $35 start, OG Predator. It wasn't Terminator, it was Predator. $35 start. Soon the hunt will begin. Original movie poster, Predator, $35 start. Now, it does have some color breaks. It's got quite a bit of fraying up at the top. Right up here, piece of tape. Okay, there we go. Good luck to all those involved. That's a big one. As you can see, it's got a lot of demand already. My MT Matt wants 20 for It's Alive. Let me find that. So to MT Matt, you got It's Alive for $20. So Predator got bids for $50, $35, $35. Michael Ruttman's high bid right now at $50. Okay. Don't let me forget about it. I'm going to lay it right over here. And it's probably going to get a lot of activity. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Blue Velvet. Blue Velvet. Isn't that soundtrack really desirable? The Blue Velvet soundtrack, I'm pretty sure it is. So high bid right now on Predator is Michael Ruttman at $50. MT Matt bid $55. And Jensen and Oso's out. So it's between MT Matt and Michael Ruttman. MT Matt offered $27 for Blue Velvet, sold. Now there's so many behind me, I'm having trouble finding them. There they are. Blue Velvet sold for $27. I have not seen Predator. I've not seen Alien. I've not seen any Rambo movies. I know, I'm behind. I chip away at them every Sunday, but I only have time to watch one or two movies every Sunday, and I'm 50 years behind So 50 years behind, one every Sunday, maybe two. I'll eventually get caught up. Crocodile Dundee. Paul Hogan, Crocodile Dundee. Predator 56, Predator 60. Boy, they just gave a thumbs down on Crocodile Dundee. What about a thumbs up? There we go. Predator 56, Predator 60. Tim Jensen gets Crocodile Dundee for 35. That's sold to Tim Jensen for 35. Crocodile Dundee's going to Alaska. He's out on Predator. Final call on Predator then. Empty mat for $60. Empty mat at $60. Present day. Well, I skip around. So Christmas Eve, and I was at my house because I did a sale Christmas Eve. So it was like Christmas morning at 5 a.m. I was watching Die Hard for the first time. Then they had Die Hard 2, so I went ahead and knocked it out. So I watched both Die Hards. And then did I watch something this Sunday? What did I watch this Sunday? Wait a minute. New Year's. What was this Sunday? Remember. I rented something. No, what did I watch? I can't remember. Must have not been too memorable. This one's really damaged at the bottom. It's got rips. The Secret Life of Success. Michael J. Fox. Yeah, I didn't realize Die Hard was that good of a movie. Action-packed. If you've never seen it, lots of suspense and drama. And I heard that guy's voice, you know, that the guy that was talking. And then I was like, dude, I know this guy. Who is this? I know this guy. Who is this guy? And of course, I realized it was Severus Snape. It was Snape. And I was like, oh, man, that's who this guy is. Turn your book to page 477. I was like, I know who this is. It was Snape. Okay, so there's that. So Predator is officially sold. Tag Predator empty mat for $60. Okay. I'm kind of frustrated. I can't remember what I watched this Sunday. So what day is this? Hold on a second. This is Wednesday, January 3rd, technically right now. Sunday was 3 days after Christmas. And what did I watch? Did I watch anything? Did I come here? Let me think about that. I'll keep showing posters. I feel like I checked something else off my list. I might have even rented something. I get on Apple Movies and rent them if I can't find them. MGM Children's Matinees, H.G. Wells' Time Machine. Time Machine. What is today? My phone just said Wednesday. Saturday. What is this? What am I doing? Today is New Year's Sunday. That was a week ago? Golly. Whew. It's Saturday right now, right? Golly. My head is spinning. Oh no. The room is going in circles. What day is this? This is Saturday, January 3rd, 1:31 a.m. I'm in Middle Tennessee and Lebanon, Tennessee. My name is Chad Williams. Star date 2026. Golly. I watched something kind of old. It was an old movie, like older than most. Does Netflix have a history? Oh, this is really bothering me. Crap. It just is all Seinfeld. Ah, Shakedown. Boom! Shakedown knows my life better than I do. Terminator. Golly. Shakedown. See? You know my life better than me. I watched Terminator 1 and 2. I had never seen it before. Thank you. The T-1000. Hasta la vista, baby. Golly, finally. That was Sunday. God, that seems like that was... I guess everything's been a blur because of New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, Stranger Things. Watching that last episode of Stranger Things took a lot out of me. Whew. I mean, that was like hard to do. That was like somebody had died in my family. Okay. Oh, man. Auction. Spinal Tap. $35 start. Spinal Tap, $35 start. That's pretty cool. $35 start. Now up for auction. You watch DVDs. Well, I probably have 2,000 or 3,000 DVDs here in this building. We got a ton up in storage, but I guess I could play them on my Xbox. Yeah, here's my Stranger Things history. Or here's my Netflix history. You ready? Seinfeld, 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 Seinfeld. It only goes so far. What was that? Was that more Seinfeld? Seinfeld, yeah. It's on at my house right now. My TV is on. My TV is on playing the Hamptons right now. Or the episode after the Hamptons. Okay. All right, so Spinal Tap has one bid for $35. We're going to call this an auction. And that's going once, going twice. That's now up for bid. Michael Ruttman got Time Machine for $35. Yeah, I just now caught that. He wanted the Time Machine poster for $35. Let me find that, and I'll tag you for it. Time Machine for $35. I now realize what day it is and what movies I've seen. So Time Machine is sold for $35 to Michael Ruttman. That was the last claim. So these are $35 unless we want to auction one. If you already bought a poster, I'll negotiate because that way you've already paid for your tube and postage. But the first ones are always $35, okay? And Spinal Tap is now at $50. Let me get this rolled up a little bit better. There was another question about a poster. How much is Secret of My Success? Yeah, like I just said, $35. Unless you've already bought a rolled one, then I'll take less. But about half of that price is going to pay for tube and postage right now. So yeah, $35 on that. What do we have here? This isn't a movie poster. This is Slayer, The Repentless Killology. $35 on Slayer. I was making sure it wasn't signed. So to Danny. So to Danny. He's out on Spinal Tap. Final call to Jazz Grog at $60. And then Michael next on Slayer. And then Oso next on Slayer. Final call on Spinal Tap for $60. All right. Maybe more concert stuff. I don't know. I might need to check the price on this one. Maybe an auction. Let's sell Spinal Tap and let's put this one up for auction. Slayer was probably auction worthy too, but that's okay. Spinal Tap sold a Jazz Grog for $60. Here's our another quick auction. This is the Black Keys, Columbus, Ohio, October, numbered 176 of 320. The Black Keys, cool concert poster, Columbus, Ohio, October 2nd, 2019. $35 start. Probably cost $100 or $75 or $50 at the show. I'm gonna lay it right back there. Danny says pass on the Slayer. Okay, give it to Michael Ruttman then. That Slayer poster, sell it to Michael Ruttman instead. Broadcast news. It's the story of their lives. Hold on a second. My phone just crapped out on me. I lost all y'all's chats. Yep. All right, let me open this. What was the last, whatever Grog's last comment is, I can't see. Okay, he said, never mind. That's not important. You are important, Jazz. I just couldn't see your last comment. Broadcast news, $35. No more lonely nights. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, these are reprints. Yeah, these are reprints. Everything else so far, OG. True Grits with John Wayne, Glenn Campbell. I've got 2 of them. Anybody on Black Keys? Final call for $35. This looks very 90s. Clerks. Just because they serve you doesn't mean they like you. Get to the chopper. Is that Predator? That's Predator, isn't it? Get to the chopper. Arnold, it's Chopper. Chopper. Clerks sold for $25 to Michael Ruttman. Clerks sold to Michael Ruttman for $25. It's Arnold, it's Chopper. No, that's not on. Ooh. I'll have to look this up. This is awesome. Let me look this up. It's not Terminator. He didn't say that in Terminator. He didn't say in the Terminator I just watched. This is. Sorry. I don't really want to auction this either because, yeah. So one sold for 6 bids, $78.50 plus $16.80 shipping because it was rolled and it probably had to be shipped in a tube. I'll sell this for, well, I guess it depends if you're gonna already bought a poster or not. $75. This is mint too. Huckleberry Hound. It's a blacklight poster, pretty much. Looks like it's brand new, 1968. New old stock almost. 68 Hanna-Barbera Productions, Artarco Studios, P.O. Box, North Hollywood, California. HB4 Huck Hound. Beautiful color. Awesome. Sold to Tracy Soinger for $75. Okay, and then if anybody wants the Black Keys, it didn't get a bid, $35 on that. That's an awesome poster. That's sold to Tracy. Beautiful. Beautiful color. Ooh. These can get pricey depending on what show, or let me check on this. Yeah, this is the most recent tour. I know these are pricey because if I don't get them at the shows, I have to go try to find them online. All right, so active. What's the cheapest active? $110, 100. This one has some damage on the back. All right, so what you're looking at here is my price is $75. Metallica, Night 1, Columbus, Ohio. Numbered to 900. So these are the shows these are the kind of posters they sell at the merch tents that people line up for hours to get, people like me. And sometimes you still don't get them. So there's a Night 1, Night 2 Metallica. Now what you need to know on the back, it's gotten wet. Hopefully you can see that. But, and it's a little worn right here, but on the front, none of that shows through. None of that shows through. And that's another reason it's $75. They're trading easily for well over 100 plus. And there's a little bit of a crease that runs right here. But still, that's still a great price on that. Now there's a Night 2 that's a pair, and the skeleton's facing the other way. So you can get a Night 2 and they go back to back. I have Night 1 from Dallas. No, I have Night 2 from Dallas. I need a Night number 1. I don't have any from Denver, and I didn't get any from Nashville shows. Sold to Oso for $75. Okay. Moving on. Moving on. Let's see what this thing right here is. Pretty sure we sell this soundtrack quite often. Light of Day. So when they were digging around posters today, look what they found for me and me only. I can't believe it. I didn't even know they sold these at the show. I didn't even know they sold these, but this was the very first time, way back in 2014, I seen Paul McCartney. We got this in a collection today. I didn't even know they sold those. That was the first time I seen McCartney in 14. The Out There tour. Sorry, framed and everything. That's going straight in my Tahoe tonight when I'm leaving. Mine. I can't believe it either. I didn't even know, I mean, that was the first time seeing him. Trying to figure out, so 14. 5. Think about this. Trying to remember who all went. I'm trying to remember that show and who all went. Okay. Ooh, good one here. The Manchurian Candidate. $35. The Manchurian Candidate. I've been told I need to watch this big time. The Manchurian Candidate. $35 on that. I do have room. No, I have realized I've got extra room. Chad, if you had to pick a single greatest musician still alive, would it be your favorite? Tell us why it wouldn't be Paul. A single greatest musician still alive? Oh, it's Paul McCartney. Oh, yeah. I think that's my opinion, but that might be getting close to fact. My fact and opinion may be close. Jesse Hood gets Manchurian Candidate for $35. Not Jimmy Page. No. No, McCartney's success and abilities surpassed Jimmy Page. I hate to say it. And that's coming from a diehard Zeppelin. I'm trying to think somebody that's still alive. Oh, man. Yeah. That man has accomplished incredible. Stevie Nicks, Trouble in Shangri-La. Trouble in Shangri-La. Some kind of advertising poster. I was hoping I'd open that up. Sold to MT Matt for $20. I have an autographed Stevie Nicks poster if anybody's interested. David Allan Coe and King Diamond. I think Danny's opinion, personal preferences are getting in the way. Watching the Beatles anthology and just seeing everything McCartney's done, and then think about Wings, and then his career in the 80s and the 90s. I mean, that tour they went on from 64 to 66 all across America. And they were playing years before that. They did through all that Hamburg stuff, all those shows, Beatlemania success, all through the 60s, all those albums at the end, Pepper, Abbey Road. And then he went on with Wings, all that songwriting, all the concerts, all the stadiums. It's just hard to grasp what he's done, and he's still going. Rocan? What's this say? Roxanne. Sorry. I was reading it from this bad angle. Steve Martin and Daryl Hannah, Roxanne. Roxanne. I mean, we're talking about a guy that influenced Ozzy. Trying to think of what else. Just incredible. Okay. What was WN? WN? Was that a claim? Okay, let me get to another poster over here. I'm getting into a new crate. So this is Elton John, Gilmore. Yeah, I'm trying to think of people who are still alive that has transcended music. Elton John. People who are still alive that has transcended music. Elton John, Paul McCartney, Willie Nelson. But, you know, Geddy Lee has went on record from Rush and said Led Zeppelin changed their life. They went and seen Led Zeppelin play and it said it changed, but, you know, that are still alive. And there's some great ones that's died. Man. But Paul, I mean, think about, they started in 59. I mean, who's still kicking 59, 1960 that has that kind of catalog of music? Willie Nelson and Paul McCartney. Elton's career didn't start till 68. The Beatles were already done. That's what's crazy. When Elton started, the Beatles' career was already finished. Bob Weir. The guy I was in line with, Paul McCartney, he kept on mentioning Bob Weir. We was talking about most concerts played. Willie Nelson, Bob Weir. Willie Nelson, Bob Weir, and Paul McCartney. Those guys have played a lot of concerts. If you could combine it, the Rolling Stones, how could we not forget them? Yeah, how many shows have they played? Sorry, y'all got me heavily distracted. We got Hope and Glory. This poster is heavily damaged. Hope and Glory. Yeah, I don't have much more to say. I still think official ranking, Paul would get first spot. All opinions, though. How about this guy right here? John Cougar Mellencamp. Don't forget about Cougar, man. He might be on that list. Oh, Cougar. Oh, Cougar might be on that list. He transcended music. And that's all I have to say about that. Yeah. So you can't single out, I mean, like if John Lennon was still alive, you know, obviously, and there's no telling what else he would have went on to do, but throughout the 80s. But see, Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, Dylan. Oh, God. We hadn't mentioned Bob Dylan. Golly. What have we done? We just shot ourselves in the foot. My gosh, Bob Dylan. Oh. He's on, I mean, he's up there. Gardens of Stone, Francis Coppola. Gardens of Stone. There's some big legends still alive. Huge legends still alive. Let's hope they stay alive too. That's why I've went and spent a fortune just to see Paul McCartney a couple times last year. I was like, man, this guy, when he comes out on stage, it's just like surreal. You're like, golly. I've been watching all that footage, him running out in Shea Stadium in 65, 66, all the Beatlemania stuff, and then he walks out there on stage, and you're like, wow, gosh, there he is. There, whoa, hey, I'm here in the room, and he's about to play music for me. Sid and Nancy, that's pretty cool. Sid and Nancy. All these are $35. Mega Blast was first, then Craig. Somebody else has already claimed it, Mega Blast. Yeah, somebody else just mentioned Neil Young. Another one of my favorites. And I don't know if this discussion anymore is just like music legends or I think the original question was greatest musician alive or songwriter. I don't know how he worded that, but oh gosh, Stevie Wonder. Incredible. I'll make sure Mega Blast does want it for $35. And if not, we'll sell it to Craig. Anybody else think we're leaving out somebody obvious? Yeah, so that's sold at Mega Blast for $35. Whoops. La Bamba. It was originally folded, but then it's been rolled. Roger Daltrey, Pete Townsend. Yep. There we go. That's a good mention. Clapton. Oh So Adventurous said Clapton earlier. Sorry, my mind is going through countless discographies. Of course, the Stones were mentioned. I'm still trying to figure out somebody that could eclipse Paul McCartney or Bob Dylan. And of course, we've mentioned Bob Weir and Willie Nelson, but I think I'm still trying to figure out somebody that could get close to them. That's wrote the music, played thousands of concerts, sold millions and millions of albums. That's been around, that's also oldest. Then you can, if you're scoring this, their age too. Their age based on who else they've probably influenced, pure talent. I mean, Bob Dylan's voice is unique. I'm not saying he doesn't sound great, but he's just unique. McCartney, I think, can actually sing well. He can play most instruments. He's wrote 30 #1 international hits plus. But Dylan's influence on the development of pop culture is incredibly important. All right. That's entertainment. That's entertainment. Paul Simon and Simon & Garfunkel would definitely make a greatest songwriter list. So would John Prine and Townes Van Zandt and Willie Nelson and John Lennon, Paul McCartney, Jaggers and Richard, all those guys. Paul Simon would definitely make that. Yeah. Yeah, those are amazing. Okay. Tom Petty. Nice rolled Tom Petty poster. Making sure this thing's not signed. That would be awesome if it was signed. Holy crap. Yeah, think about this guy right here. Whew. Tom Petty sitting. It's kind of a modern deal. Guitarist. Uh-oh, y'all have opened up a can of worms here. Guitarist, oh no. That's tough for me. That's tough for me. Golly. That's tough for me. I'm thinking. Golly. My boss gets in with guitars, so I can't answer. My boss gets in with guitars, so I can't answer. I'm going to refrain. My boss gets in ranking Paul McCartney up there as greatest musician alive, but I think that's got some beef behind it. I think me saying Jimmy Page is, because I mean there's all this skill. I mean he can't play like speed metal, but he's also wrote like some incredible stuff. I don't know. He's influenced. I can't say. Okay. I'm not gonna say. Who we have here? Social Distortion. My answer that I think is unbiased, if you count influential and skill and game changer, Jimi Hendrix. It's probably, for me, if I was trying to do influence, Jimi Hendrix. And then after that, I don't know, it gets really fuzzy. Lots of ties, but man, Hendrix, that's I'm not saying he's better than skill in one way or another, but man, that was extremely important. He was an extremely important guitarist in history. You watch him at Woodstock and people's like, they look at him like he's an alien. Social Distortion, sold to Mega Blast for $25, right? $25, that's sold to Mega Blast. That was an offer, right? Tony Iommi would be one of the most important guitars also. How much has Black Sabbath influenced people? Oh my gosh. Tony Iommi, Jimmy Page, Jimi Hendrix, Clapton. Very important guitarist. Those are very important guitarists. Tony, Jimmy. Man, there's a lot of rock music out there. Terry Kath. Terry Kath from Chicago. I think Terry Kath accidentally shot himself. Power Slave. Stevie Ray. I know, I get that a lot. I think the problem is I just hadn't got into his music enough. I'm not saying I don't like, I just hadn't got the chance to listen to it much. Oh, I love watching him play. He does that Voodoo Child. Golly, it's just amazing. He is an amazing guitarist. I just don't know much of his other music. Like, I can't put on his music and like it like, you know, I just don't listen to Stevie Ray Vaughan. I just don't know what to listen to. It's not like for me putting on like Led Zeppelin 2 and loving every note of it. Maybe because I'm just not a huge blues guy, probably. This is So Did Danny, and then MT Matt, then Oso, and then Michael Ruttman. By the way, Facebook is about to expire. Facebook is about to expire. So, yeah, I love Stevie Ray Vaughan's guitar playing, but the music, I don't understand. That's what I say about the Beatles. Yeah. See, I don't know. I know that's my favorite one. Crossfire is my favorite Stevie Ray Vaughan song, but see, I can only name 2 or 3. I can only name 2 or 3. It's not like my favorite. I guess that's the problem. My bias is getting in the way because, like, you know, David Gilmour, Jimmy Page. Of course, like the Beatles doesn't have like guitar. They brought in Eric Clapton to do guitar work. Harrison wanted Clapton to play While My Guitar Gently Weeps. This is a Lamont. What is this? Le Mans. It's got that time of the night where John Durden is trying to rage bait everybody. At this point, he's just throwing stuff out there to create arguments and chaos in the chat. This is Speed Factory 313 Roger Penske Racing Team. Some kind of large race car poster. Facebook's about to expire. I've got 2 or 3 left. We almost went through all of them. I got distracted ranking stuff. Y'all need to hang out with my friend Moose. My friend Moose ranks stuff for the fun of it. Yeah, man. He's throwing out stuff to see who will start an argument with him. Let me read this quote out loud. The Beatles are bland and boring pop music. That's just out there to try to cause an argument. This one has some damage right here. That has some damage right here, but this is Star Wars Rogue One. 90% of it is. That's not even. I would think you're trying to do comedy saying that, or rage baiting somebody. This is one of my favorite Star Wars movies. When I listen to the Beatles, I think about when it was recorded. So when I listen to stuff like Sgt. Pepper's and the you know, you got to think that's 68, 67, 69. I'm like, dang. Like if you just listen to the White Album and think when they were doing that, it's just incredible. Sgt. Pepper's, all the double tracking they basically invented. If you watch Anthology, which if you don't like the Beatles, you're probably not going to sit down and watch 9 hours of content. But if you watch the Beatles Anthology, you will grasp more. Of course, you may just not like their music, but I like it. But then I understand why I think I like it even more. I appreciate when they were writing it and when they were doing stuff. It's like, man, they were doing this in 66, 67 with Revolver, and it's just incredible. You can watch Anthology on Disney. I've rewatched episode 5 3 times just to make sure I'm taking in all the data, because I try to make sure I get my facts straight, especially selling records, and I have a lot of Beatles knowledge in my brain. By the way, this Penske poster is sold to Paul Brothers for $35. Thank you, Paul Brothers. Plus, he'll pick that up. That's even better. Grog, he already bought that for $35. Favorite Star Wars before Empire? Yeah, that's a great Star Wars movie, Rogue One. It's up there as one of my favorites. Yeah, me hearing Ozzy Osbourne for the first time saying the Beatles inspired him to do music, that's, to me, it's like, wow. You know, you hear something like that and it's like, okay, there's no doubt you listen to Paranoid and the Beatles' Please Please Me album. I truly think Paranoid, I like it more. No doubt about it. But you got to think the Beatles were breaking up when Black Sabbath was cutting their first album. So there were some influences going on. Venom. Okay, so sorry, I had a hangnail I was working on. Okay, there's that. And let me put this in here. Wow, we went through 3 crates of we sold a bunch of posters too. There's that. Bum, 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 bum. So Venom, $35. All these posters are $35. Ship. If you bought more than one, let me know. Mike can get a little bit cheaper because it's coming in a tube.
Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Okay, what's next? Venom sold to Oso for $25. That sold to Oso for $25. Thank you on that. With a little help from my friends. Let me figure out what else is over here. I bet somebody will buy this right here. Step right this way. Band on the run. Band on the run. Paperback ride. I once met a girl, or should I say, she once met me. Down, 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 down. Help. I need somebody. Help. Not just anybody. Help. You know, I need someone. Help. Da 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 down, da 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 down, down. Black Sabbath tapestry, $35. It will come shipped rolled. Da da dun dun down, da dun 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 down, dun down down, dun da da, dun da da down, dun 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 down, down down. Down. You see right through distorted eyes. Sold to Black Sabbath Hoss. Surprising. Black Sabbath bought a Black Sabbath item. Oh, so you were next in line. I see right through distorted eyes. Dun dun. You don't realize how much I need you. Dun, dun. Here comes the sun. Do 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 do. Here comes the sun. And I say it's all right. Little darling, it's been a lonely winter. Here is the single greatest musician of all time. $35 for Gene Simmons. It's not even close, folks. This guy transcended everything. No joke. He is pretty important. I'm not downing him. He's pretty important. I just knew that would fire up a couple of y'all. I know we got some Kiss haters watching. They can't stand that guy. They can't stand that guy. Here they go. The comments are going to start rolling in. See, all I'm doing is triggering algorithms. This is helping me right now more than anything. Y'all are triggering.
Y'all are helping me trigger algorithms. Plus, we've lost the Facebook crowd, unless they've got on YouTube. Well, the rest of these posters, I think I've shown. Let's see here. There might be a few more. Let's see. Hey, it's really beat up. It's ripped and torn, but there's Ravi Shankar. We can thank him for a lot of the great music of the Beatles. George Harrison met Ravi Shankar, and he went a little sideways on us. In a good way, though. Trying to figure something out with the Beatles catalog. My answer has been found. All right, now what are these? I think that's about it. Let me see what this here is. Notice, Office of Civilian Defense, Washington, D.C. Instruction to patrons on premises in case of a nuclear bomb attack. I think this is halfway a spoof, because number 7 says, then kiss your ass goodbye. So I think this is some kind of spoof. But it's definitely vintage. It's probably something from the 60s. 60s or 70s. Probably 60s. It's got a couple, it's damaged. It's got a thing over there. Did they actually put the number 7 on there? That doesn't seem too official from the Department of Defense. I'm going to say $25. It's kind of worn and torn, as you can see. So, makes it look more real. I don't think they would have put that on number 7. But, I mean, legitimately though, if you saw a nuclear bomb detonate, you're probably not going to be able to tell too many people about it much longer. So that's probably pretty true. Hendrix. There he is. Purple haze off in my brain. Hendrix has lots of patina. Down, 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 down. Wow, wow, wow. Man, y'all got me wanting to listen to some Hendrix. Wow, wow, wow. Let's think that came out 67. 67, 68. Yeah, this is definitely, it's actually stamped down here. Copyright 1970. Wow, that's the year he died. Copyright 1970. It's got a, I mean, it's worn, but how many walls has it been on? It's worn and torn, but wow. Wow. Then the kick drum kicks in sync with his beat. Dun, down, da down, 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 da down, da. Bow, 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 wow, vroom. Wow, 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 wow. Down, 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 down. Whoa! Dragon. Awesome. Imagine how many people stared at this after taking LSD. Wow, that would be trippy. Hendrix, I'm going to say $25. Who asked? X-Wing asked, Denise asked, Mega Blast made an offer. Kiss. $35. Have you already bought a poster? If you've already bought a poster, Mega Blast, I'll go ahead and sell you Hendrix. I can't remember. I think you have. If you've already bought a poster, I'll sell you Hendrix for $15. Boom, boom, boom. Modern day warrior, mean stride. Today's okay. I'll go ahead and say Hendrix then for $15. What time is it? 2:30. We need to stop. Let's stop right there. I bet they'll round up more by tomorrow. And if they round up more tomorrow, we got magazines potentially, and then books and more posters to flip through. And we better stop there for any more crazy discussion / arguments break out about unfactable, provable opinions. Luckily, we all have them. These are unprovable, factual, opinion-stated statements that were tonight. Let me figure out what I need to do with my monitor over here. There we go. So, don't lose sleep. Don't lose sleep over this. Chad needs some chapstick like a bad. I'm going to go get some in my Tahoe right now. And everybody go to bed knowing that Taylor Swift is the greatest guitarist of all time. Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control to Major Tom. How could I know my opinions are true? That's what probably everybody's going to do. Yeah. That's what most people is going to do. I love it when like lists are shared and people share them on Facebook. They're like, these jackwads don't know crap. How could they rank so-and-so over so-and-so? I'm like, golly, you're getting this mad over a list? I'm over here trying to figure out how to, what I'm going to eat next. I can't believe they'd rank. Who does these people think they are at Rolling Stone? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do for food. I have a parfait. Hopefully there's something I can round up. Okay, I also realize how many replies I have to send. Golly. Okay, I better get to work. Thank you, everybody. Good night, and I'll be back tomorrow to do this again for another 8.5 hours. It's going to be Saturday night then. Technically Sunday morning. Are you talking about Kincaid? I laid it on, or Charles Kenyard. If you're talking about Charles Kenyard, Grog, I laid it on Ed's desk. So it's been found. He either added it or he maybe emailed you over it. Yeah. Yeah, I found it flipping through records trying to find stuff for flip crates. And I'm going to go listen to Yes, Led Zeppelin, the Beatles, and Rush. See, I didn't even mention Yes, but I mean, I like them too much, but I just know they don't make top 10 list. But man, their music is so incredible. It just don't hit enough people's zeitgeist. But Yes made some incredible music as far as musicians and vocals. But I know I can't mention them because they're not going to make those top lists. Texas Flood, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Yeah, I need to listen to more Stevie. John Anderson's still alive. Rick Wakeman's still alive. Chris Squire's really the only one dead. Alan White's still alive. All right. I'm in the feed. Good night, everybody. I'll be here again. If I'm not here tomorrow, something really bad has happened. If I'm not here tomorrow, then something really bad has happened.